What are you at? It's Paul from Wicked Acorn, an unscheduled live stream this morning. Good morning, Astrex. It looks like, oh, there's somebody else here besides Astrex. Who's here? It's Armistice Day, and I was going to go out and shoot video out in the world. I was going to go look at the blue plaque to the Chapel Street, the uh, the PAL battalion that went away and fought in the First World War. And it's Remembrance Day, as you will know, the 11th day, 11th hour, 11th month. And I was going to go out and shoot that out in the world. But unfortunately, I am expecting a delivery between 9 and 6 p.m. So I'm stuck here until that delivery shows up because I need uh, somebody ordered some mugs and I don't have enough to fulfill the order, so I have to wait here to make sure I get it because I can't go to wherever the depot is to pick it up afterwards. So I have to wait here today. So you can wait with me if you like. I'm going to watch a bunch of video that which is what I wanted to do with this channel, the live streaming channel, anyway, because this is what I do. I come down here in the morning and work on my mosaics, which is what I'm doing here this morning. I'm working on this green bee mosaic. Oh, why is that not moving? What's going on? Oh, the camera's gone to sleep. This is going to be that kind of live stream because, like I said, I'm just waiting here today. Settings. So if you go into settings, if you own an iPhone, display and brightness, you can change how long it takes for your phone to go to sleep, which is what I'm doing now, which I forgot to do. So I should be able to show you live, there we go, of the mosaic here. There we go. So as I was saying, that's you're stuck waiting for a delivery too. Yeah, yep. I've got a sign on the door saying knock loudly and leave the package. So hopefully that will work, but I can see out the window here anyway. So I'll see when they show up, hopefully. So that's what I'm doing. I got a, so what I was going to do was going to go look at the blue plaque, the Chapel Street. And there was 60 men from the street in Altrincham, Chapel Street. Uh, no, it was more than 60 men, 112 or something from 60 houses. So a lot of brothers. There were 7 brothers from one house that went and fought. Um, so you know, the First World War it's forgotten now. I mean, they're all gone, and I knew guys that fought in the First World War, and it's really sad because it's forgotten, and the lessons learned from it are forgotten as well. It was supposed to be the war that ends all wars, wasn't it? And that didn't work out too well. And the First World War had an incredible impact on my country of Newfoundland, and it led to the demise of the country. We joined Canada, and we were forced to join Canada. I mean, it was a referendum, it was a vote, so you can't say we were forced, but we were forced. We were bankrupted by the First World War and the Second World War, and it's insane. Of all the countries involved in the First World War, I think I'm not sure if it's the Second World War as well, but Newfoundland is the only country to completely pay off its war debt. Isn't that something? I gotta expand the chat here. I can't see what you're saying, Astrex. Yeah, it's important that young people remember this. But I mean, it's just the way of things because like the Battle of Hastings, it was forgotten eventually, wasn't it? Yeah, it's it just gets forgotten after a while. So I'm going to work away on my mosaic here, and unfortunately, I won't be going to see the blue plaque. I want to do a video about it anyway because it's such a great story of the. Nice. I'm not familiar with the old Thai dancing evening, but I think I know what that is. Um, yeah, it's really sad that it's gone now. But what can you say about such things? They're all gone. Yeah, they're all gone, and the Second World War guys are almost all gone. It's uh, it's just the way it goes, isn't it? And but like I said, the First World War had such a profound impact on my country of Newfoundland. It's a really strange place. I worked on a movie with a guy. The movie had nothing to do with the First World War, but the production designer was a big World War One buff, really into World War One history, and he was French from can't remember where he was from, some French island, and big World War One buff, really into World War One history. And he came to Newfoundland to work on this film. What film was that? I don't remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Had nothing to do with First World War. Uh, but he remarked several times that he had never been anywhere in the world, and he'd been all over the world. He's in the Ukraine right now. He's like a volunteer in the first aid, like for the Ukraine war. Uh, yeah, yeah. The Second World War was big in Newfoundland history as well, but the First World War really, really devastated the country. It On July 1st, 1916, Battle of the Somme, the Newfoundland Regiment was wiped out, completely wiped out. Uh, Next day, 68 men answered the call. You know, nearly 1,000 men went over the top, and the next day, 68 men answered the call, the roll call the next day. Devastated, and they were the best, right? They were the best of our country, our little, a tiny little country, you know, less than 250,000 people at the time, I guess. So, you know, take 1,000 of your best men out of that, that has long-lasting effects. And they were all, you know, the movers and shakers of their day. You know, a lot of businessmen and politicians, so the sons of businessmen and politicians, the guys that were going to be the next generation to lead the nation. And yeah, they were just, and just regular guys too, of course, but they were just wiped out one day in minutes. So it's had a big effect on our country. And the guy I was working with on that movie, said, I've never been anywhere that knows so much about the First World War, because it's just such a part of everybody's lives. We grow up knowing Beaumont Hamel and July 1st. And July 1st is Canada Day. And it's also what we call Memorial Day. So in Newfoundland, there are 2 days when we wear the poppy. Memorial Day, July 1st, Canada Day. So up until noon, it's Memorial Day, and at noon, it becomes Canada Day. So it's, you know, the flags are all half-mast and that whole thing. It's unbelievable. The university in Newfoundland is called Memorial University after the fallen in the First World War. And yeah, it's a big thing in our world. Anyway, so I'm going to look at a video series. It's 7 hours long. So I'm going to be here at least till the delivery shows up. I think I might have seen that. Is that the suitcase one? I'm not sure. I'll have a look though. I watched one this morning about a guy opening a suitcase um, from World War One. Some guy that didn't come back. And I want to do a movie video about. Yeah, I watched that. That was pretty good. The suitcase one. Anyway, this is a series called War, and I know this guy. I've been to many of his lectures, and I know his brother pretty well. He's from Newfoundland, and it was a video series called War. It came out in 1983, and it's a really good series. It's called War by Gwyn Dyer, and he's a Newfoundlander, fellow Newfoundlander, and that's what we're going to watch this morning while I work on my mosaic. Am I still on mosaic here? Yes, I'm still here on my mosaic. So I'm going to watch this Asterix, so I'm sure you'll have a better viewing experience if you watched it yourself. But this is what I'm doing this morning, so I'm going to do this, and you'll get my commentary as we go along as well. But I'm going to work on this and look out the window and wait for my delivery to come. All right, let's get in.
This is my street in central London. The houses here are all around 140 years old. I've lived here for some time, but I expect they'll still be here when I'm gone, unless we all go together. The very first Zeppelin raid came right over this street in 1915, but it survived the First World War untouched. Early in the Second War, a bomb dropped just over there, knocked down the pub in the corner and a whole row of houses. Later on, some incendiaries fell on the school round the corner, and in 1944, a flying bomb destroyed the underground station 2 blocks away. But basically, the street survived the Second World War intact. It would not survive a third. In underground control rooms like this, in 3 different continents, men sit every hour of every day, waiting for orders to launch the missiles of World War III.
Okay, Oscar 1 on the launch report. We still don't have any launch indications to report.
At the turn of a key, these men can launch 150 missiles with 3 nuclear warheads each. They seem as cut off from the past as they are from the real world above ground their missiles are aimed at. But in fact, they're the result of the past, of all the wars we've fought, and all the attitudes we've clung to from that long past.
Freedom has a price, and I believe this, and I preach it. Freedom has one price, and history bears me out. There's one price that freedom will accept, and that's blood.
To ignore the facts of history and the aggressive impulses of an evil empire, to simply call the arms race a giant misunderstanding, and thereby remove yourself from the struggle between right and wrong and good and evil, is folly.
I would give all my abilities.
What are you getting delivered this morning, Asterix? I'm waiting for mugs. Blank mugs.
My experience, and if necessary, my life, to protect my socialist motherland, to achieve the total destruction of the enemy.
And I can't think of anything more honorable for me personally than to be a soldier. And that's my job if my country asks me to go and fight.
The whole essence of being a soldier is not to slay, but to be slain. You offer yourself to be slain.
And that's something. What did you say? The job of a soldier is not to slay, but to be slain. And wow, how that's wild.
But to be slain. You offer is not to slay, but to be slain. The whole essence of being a soldier is not to slay, but to be slain. You offer yourself to be slain rather than set yourself up as a slayer.
I felt that all the boys that were killed, that they were helping. That it might be the war to end all wars, but what good has it done?
I was a bomber pilot a long time ago. I bombed Hamburg. 70,000 people died there when the air caught fire. 80,000 or so died at Dresden. And if you want to talk about numbers, 123,000 died at Iwo Jima. And they died at Lebanon, as you know, very recently. So the problem is war, not just nuclear war.
Ready on my mark? I'm ready. 3, 2, 1, mark.
How would you feel if you ever had to do it for real?
Well, we're trained so highly in our recurring training that we take every month in simulators like this, so that if we actually had to do it, it would be an almost automatic thing.
You wouldn't be thinking about it at the time.
There wouldn't be time for any reflection until after we turn the keys.
The last time we had a war scare, my kids asked me what would happen to us if there were a war, and I said something about how if it were a limited war, most of the nearby nuclear warheads would be going down on the air bases west of here. If we had enough warning, maybe we could sit it out. But my boys have been around a bit. They don't believe in fairy tales. Did I really think that a war would stay limited to military targets like that? No. Well, then, what would happen to us if they started hitting cities with nuclear weapons? And I had to say, forget it. No chance. City dwellers die. So do most other people. Now, this is plainly a ludicrous state of affairs. For 5,000 years, warfare has been an intrinsic part, maybe an indispensable part, of the style of living we call civilization. But over the past century, modern technology and organization have inflated it to the point where it threatens to destroy us all. "200 years ago, wars were fought on a very different scale. Hardly anybody was involved except soldiers, and they were professionals leading lives cut off from the civilian population. 18th century armies were always small, and the muskets they carried couldn't hit anything more than 100 yards away. Their battles lasted a few hours on 1 or 2 days of the year, and though they were bloody affairs for the soldiers, scarcely anyone else got hurt. Even when two kingdoms were at war, their civilian subjects could go on doing business with each other and even travel in each other's countries. But this was the last time that war would be a strictly limited quarrel between rulers. At the end of the 1700s, the world was poised on the brink of a great change. We were about to start down the long road to total war. One dreadful day, most of 2 centuries ago, this was the worst place to be in the whole world. Imagine a jumbo jet full of people crashing in these fields every 3 minutes from breakfast till sundown. That's the scale of the disaster that happened here. We've grown almost accustomed to the mass slaughter of modern warfare by now, but back in 1812, it was still a terrible new...
YouTube has censored my answer to you. Okay, so it's a book on how to survive civilization collapse. One of those when the hits the fan books. It's something I'm very interested in. I've thought a lot about that, and my wife tells me she doesn't want to survive the zombie apocalypse. She wants to go in the big one. She doesn't want to survive. And I can totally understand that sentiment. This video we're watching was made in 1983. I was still in school at the time. It was my last year of school. And so I was a high school student when this video was made. And it was a different time, wasn't it? Nuclear. Do you remember the movie Threads? That was around the same time. Threads and The Day After, the American version. The movie the day after was the American version of Threads, and it was in production at the same time as Threads. And when I think Threads came out before the day after, and they didn't want to finish it because Threads was brutal. What a brutal movie Threads is. There's just no redemption in the movie Threads whatsoever. Like the day after, they kind of like rebuild civilization a bit, I think. I don't recall, but the Americans, survive somehow. And I don't really remember what happens at the end of the day after, but it's a different movie. That it's more of a survival movie, and Threads is just bleak, bleak, bleak. The world, it's in Britain. If you haven't seen Threads, make sure you're ready to watch Threads because it's a depressing movie. Um, it reverts right back to the Dark Ages. Like at the beginning of Threads, this young couple, it starts off just a normal story, right? And this young couple, uh, and she gets pregnant, and then the shit hits the fan, and nuclear war. So you watched it. So yeah. So so Buddy's gone. He's just gone from the movie. Like 1 second he's there, and we're following the story of this young teenage couple with the baby on the way, and the next minute, the father character, the young teenage father character, is just gone from the story. Like we don't know what happened to him. He's just gone. He just disappears from the story because he's gone, obliterated. And so then it kind of follows her family story a bit. And she has the baby, and it's just horribly depressing. And it just follows her story. And so her daughter has a child at the very end of the movie, the last scene of the movie, which I found really kind of funny from a making being involved in movie making myself. I found it kind of funny that she's having a baby, and the very last scene of the movie is a freeze frame of her screaming in childbirth. And you can see her mouth is full of fillings. And it's like, okay, civilization has collapsed, but the NHL is still taking care of your teeth. I thought that was funny. Anyway, that's just a little movie, uh, little movie error that they should have noticed. It's the freeze frame at the end of the movie is her screaming, and you can see the fillings in her teeth. So they managed to keep fillings, keep taking care of people's teeth. Uh, but yeah, it's that's what was on the go back in '83, right? We were all frightened to death that they were going to drop the bomb, and nothing's changed. Nothing's changed, right? Like yeah, the Soviet Union's gone, but nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. It's still just as likely to happen today as it was back in 1983. But it's no longer part of the zeitgeist, is it? It's but yeah, prepper. Are you becoming a prepper? Is that what you're doing, Asterix? Like I said, my wife tells me she doesn't want to survive if that happens. But it is something that, like he was just saying there, you know, if it did happen, if that happened, we're done. We are gone. We're far too close to a big city. We're just gone. We're going to be obliterated. Right. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of zombie apocalypses that can happen, right? That you might need to survive, and it's something that there's all kinds of society falling apart situations that can happen, and oh shit! All right, I have to deal with that. There's all kinds of situations that can happen where the infrastructure that we rely on disappears. And it's something I was much more prepared for back in Canada. But it's something you have to be more prepared for in Canada because it happens all the time. I was thinking about it last night. I was looking at the clock. I got one of those little clock radio dealies that you plug your phone into, and you can listen to your music and stuff. So one of these things, one of these type things. Oh, you can't see it. I'll put it on this here. One of these type things, except it has a clock radio. You can dock your phone there, and I was looking at it, and it's been flashing 12 o'clock since I plugged it in 8 years ago. Because we don't need clocks anymore. You got clocks on your phone. You got clock on. You don't need a clock anymore. You're too old to be a prepper. Yeah, it was just flashing 12 o'clock, and I was thinking to myself, I should set that to the right time, because back in Canada, in Newfoundland, I would reset it, but the power goes out at least half dozen times a year. At least half a dozen times a year, the power goes out. We lost power during a snowstorm one year in the middle of the winter for, I think it was 3 weeks. No power, no electricity for 3 weeks. Now, I had electricity because I had a generator, and I actually had it set up so it could feed back into the house, and had it set up. Anyways, pretty cool setup. And so, you got your deep freeze and your fridge and all that stuff. Because 3 weeks, that's a long time with no power. but of course, you could just put your food outside because it's the middle of winter, it's freezing. But and we had a oil furnace, so that the house was warm, everything was perfect, right? But there were people freezing to death. Not literally freezing to death, but you know, there's no heat. So there were like places you could go, heat shelters where you could go and get warmed up and stuff. But it was it was a real emergency kind of situation. 3 weeks is a long time to be without power. Like, just think about it. Uh, but like I said, I was much more prepared for it back in Canada. Now I want to change this. See this here? I want to change this right here. I have a join here, and I want to change it. I don't like going backwards. I'm going to take this piece out and change it. Take these two pieces out and change it. I don't like going backwards, but I'm going to. So yeah, I was much more prepared back in Canada for the zombie apocalypse than I am here. And it's something you need to be prepared for, right? Like, it doesn't have to be the zombie apocalypse. Like, like something could go wrong with the water supply and you have no water. Um, Stuff like that happens all the time, all the time. As so, if you're not going to be a prepper, what are you interested? Why are you interested in this situation? How to survive civilization collapse? How can you survive civilization collapse without being a prepper?
In the world. When Napoleon led over 500,000 men and more than 1,000 cannon into Russia that June, it was far the biggest civilized army anybody had ever seen. By the time the French reached the fields around Borodino Church, they'd marched 1,800 miles from Paris. It was here, before Moscow, that the Russian army made its stand. At 5:30 on the morning of June 5th, the French cannon opened fire and the killing began. After 11 hours of bitter fighting, the battle ended with 77,000 dead and wounded men on the field. Napoleon said it was the most terrible battle he had ever fought. Yet nothing at Borodino, except the scale, was visibly different from the limited battles between the small professional armies of the previous century. The soldiers wore the same uniforms, they carried the same weapons, they died amongst the same slaughtered horses. All that had changed was the scale, but that had changed everything. Modern nationalism was born with the French Revolution, and it was nationalism that had changed the scale of war. When the outraged monarchies of Europe attacked the revolution, French civilians by the thousands volunteered for the army to defend the Republic. Now it was their government, their ideals, their territory that were under attack.
You bought it for the artwork, okay. It is so weird. all the young men that signed up. But it's a different time, isn't it? It's just so different time than now. I don't think people would be so gung-ho to sign up nowadays. They signed up in droves. And I don't think people would be so willing to go fight for king and country these days. Okay, yeah, I'd like to see it. Yeah, it's can't imagine what it was like back then. It was a very different time, wasn't it? But you know, people are still the same, I suppose. But and I guess they could instill that fervor again in the young fellas to join up and. I guess they could. I don't know. It's no, I hate this. This is the problem with going backwards. That piece is not going to fit there.
But their enthusiasm did not survive the reality of war. As battle followed battle, with almost all of Europe at war with France, huge numbers of the inexperienced volunteers were killed, and many of the survivors lost heart and deserted. Soon the French armies were desperate for men. So in 1793, the entire population of France was mobilized for war. For the first time, a whole nation's young men were automatically conscripted into the army. The huge armies the French were now able to create soon overran much of Europe, and their enemies had to respond in kind, with national mobilization and mass armies of their own. After 20 years of war and 4 million dead.
So that's another one we talked about here. The John Moore and the Sale. Come Ashton Loyal Volunteers. The volunteer pub up on Cross Street is named after them. And that's Napoleonic. They were like reserve soldiers. They weren't regular army. But all part of that same thing he's talking about here, except not in France, but as a result of that war. Yeah, it was a different time, man. It was, you know, something noble to fight for, I guess, at the time. But going to fight a war today is feels different. I guess, like if you were in Ukraine, yeah, of course, or if you were, fighting for survival, it's a different thing, isn't it, when you're being attacked? But going like, can you imagine a Newfoundlander, a young fella over in Newfoundland, thousands of miles away? He says a great line in this, because I was skipping around because I was looking for something in this series, which is 7 hours long, um, looking for something, and there was one little clip about Maxim, who invented the machine gun, and his friend told him, he said, if you want to make money, invent something. This is an American guy, right? He says, if you want to make money, invent something so the Europeans can kill each other faster. You'll make a fortune. Supplying the Americans with the Europeans with something so they can kill each other faster, and you'll make a fortune. And he was right. I mean, there has when has there never been a war in Europe? Very brief periods of time, you guys haven't been at it. But imagine you're a Newfoundlander, thousands of miles away from all this, and they weren't called up. It was volunteer, right? There was no, I think there was conscription by the end of the war, but not at the beginning. And they volunteered, you know, thousands of them volunteered to come over here and fight in a foreign war. Unbelievable.
Napoleon surrendered at Waterloo and peace was restored to Europe. But the knowledge of how to organize for war on the grand scale could not be forgotten. By the mid-19th century, another kind of revolution, the Industrial Revolution, was gathering speed. The move from farm to factory, from country to city, was well underway. It gave people new ways of living and new ways to kill. Weapons were no longer made by hand. They were turned out by factories. When the American Civil War broke out in 1861, men poured eagerly into the recruiting centers for both sides. Off they went to war, many of them carrying rifled muskets, new weapons that could shoot accurately 10 times as far as the muskets of Napoleon's troops. This is the battlefield of Manassas in Virginia, where Confederate troops tore a bigger Northern army to pieces in 1862. They did it using the most modern technology and tactics, but they still thought in terms of honor and glory. Stonewall Jackson's Southerners were lined up for nearly 2 miles behind this railway embankment. With their new rifled muskets, they began picking off the Northern infantry nearly half a mile away, almost as far as those houses over there on the ridge. That gave every Southern soldier time to get off at least 10 aimed rounds, and the Northern infantry regiments were shredded as they advanced. How brave they were simply didn't matter. At the height of the attack, some Northern officer rode forward through the black powder smoke, well ahead of his troops. He headed straight for this embankment, and somehow he reached it, miraculously untouched. For a few seconds he paused here, sword in hand, as useless as he was brave. And some of the Southern soldiers just beneath him here began to yell out, "Don't kill him, don't kill him." But automatically everybody else went on firing, and within seconds he was cut down with his horse. Behind him, mostly on these slopes here, lay another 14,500 Union casualties. They had all believed that courage was still the most important thing, but the bullets didn't care.
So that war is the war that got me interested in history, the American Civil War. It was, it was the first televised war. It wasn't televised, obviously, but it's the first really well documented war because, photography really came into its own and it was really well documented. So, and I, we have family in the southern states in Georgia, and we went to visit them. And yeah, the Civil War is a big part of Georgian history. So I got to see it, the places where it happened and stuff like that, and all the monuments, and very, very different war. But this was the beginning of it. The mass destruction war.
By the early Civil War was long forgotten, and the world was a changed place. The industrialized nations were now the wealthiest people in history. They'd learned how to invent new things and also how to produce in vast quantities. They had no idea of what this might mean in war, even though they fully expected war to come. They expected war because industrialization had brought a change in the way people thought. Living in cities, going to state-run schools, reading the same newspapers, they'd become far more aware of the things that bound them together. And most of what they read and heard told them how different they were from other nations. It also told them...
Why is that sound back? Where did that come from? Isn't that weird? That sound just came out of nowhere. Isn't that weird? I didn't do anything. Am I still live here? It says the something strange going on here. Yeah, my chat has disappeared. I can see the chat, the recorded chat there, but I can't. Something weird happened. There's something going on. Something odd is going on. But apparently I'm still alive, so So I shall carry on. And the chat is gone again. There it is. Okay. Weird. Okay. Yeah, the rest is history. That's it's pretty good. I often wonder how these guys. It's so weird how things become popular. Which I often wonder about. Uh, Talking about preppers and whatnot, there's a young couple have a YouTube channel, and they're living off grid in Newfoundland, and I watch them, and that's I was watching old videos of his before he hooked up with this missus, and he was up in the Yukon, mining for gold. It's only a young fella, like he can't be 30. I'll need to broadcast by semaphore, yeah. And he's up in the Yukon, and he's roughing it, like he's living in a tent, building a log cabin, living off the land, living off grid. And his intention is to be a gold miner. He's only a young fella, right? Like 20 odd years old. And he goes into town. This is in the Yukon, right? So he goes into town, into Dawson City, to get supplies. And while he's in Dawson City, the river freezes over, so he can't get back to his camp. So he gets a helicopter back to his camp. And I'm just thinking to myself, if that was me living off the land, roughing it, living in the woods in a log cabin, I'd have to walk back. That's what he was saying. He said there's only two options. Either I get a helicopter back or I walk back. Because I couldn't afford a helicopter back to my log cabin. So I often wonder how these guys, like who's backing these guys? Where are they getting the money to do this stuff? It's pretty interesting that some people have all this stuff at their disposal as a hobby. I mean, there's no wonder how Pierce Morgan made his channel a big popular success, because that's what he does. He has broadcasting in his blood, so to speak, and he's made lots of money in broadcasting. So no wonders there. But where did these the rest is history guys Did they just grow it organically? I often wonder about these things. I'm not saying they didn't. It's possible to grow things organically. There's lots of people have. So a couple other people have joined us here. This is our Remembrance Day. When I was a kid, I used to get Remembrance Day and Memorial Day mixed up, which one was which. In Newfoundland, we have 2 days when we wear the poppy. We wear it on Remembrance Day and Memorial Day. Memorial Day is July 1st, the Battle of the Somme. So I used to get them mixed up. So we're having I still get them mixed up from time to time. So this is our Remembrance Day broadcast. I'm waiting for a delivery. I was going to go out and do a live stream out in the world on the phone, but I have to stay here and wait for a delivery. So I'm just here working on my mosaic, my bee mosaic. I'm making a green one. I finished this one a couple days ago. It's a tabletop, a little, side table kind of thing. Are they like published historians that were they popular before they started doing YouTube? I don't know. Like what's his name? The Scottish guy I see from time to time, and Neil something, Scottish guy, long black hair, beard, and he's gone all right wing crazy. Become less about history and more about politics, which is fine. I got no problem with that. I don't agree with a lot of his politics, but yeah. So again, he was a presenter on television, right? So right. All right, I got to get something here. So what I'm doing is watching this video about war. It's called War. It's by a guy called Gwyn Dyer, and it's 7 hours long. Hopefully we won't have to wait that long for the delivery. But just in case, the delivery is between 9 and 6, right? So I had planned to go out and do a video outside today. Our politics wouldn't agree. You're more down with Neil and the right wing philosophy of things. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nations could be dangerous. Long before the war started, the industrialized nations were already living in permanent psychological readiness for it. Most of them had begun conscripting and training their young men in peacetime, even though they did not know when the war might come or why. This used to be the officers' mess of Queen Victoria's Rifles, a regiment that went to France with the first draft of the British Expeditionary Force in 1914. Most of the men who drank the King's health in this room before leaving for France never came home again, but we have a fair idea what they expected. A short, glamorous war with plenty of scope for personal heroism, or at least a glorious and meaningful death. What they got was an impersonal, industrialized killing machine. Of the 8 million soldiers who died in the war, probably fewer than 1 in 10 ever laid eyes on the man who killed him.
When the First World War came, people almost welcomed it. It was more popular than any war ever had been or would ever be again. Most European countries immediately called up millions of trained reservists, and even in Britain, which depended on volunteers, the response was overwhelming. The Army was the only place to be, and since everybody knew the war would be over by Christmas, there was no time to lose. 16-year-olds swore they were 19, and older men claimed they were under 40. I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King George V, and faithfully defend His Majesty against all enemies, so help me God. Nationalism wasn't the only reason for the enthusiasm, of course. A glorious opportunity to break away and look for adventure, is how one young man put it. It was an adventure applauded by family and friends. Everybody said, "Good lad," or "How brave you are." When they left for war, they left happy, going because they wanted to. One of the nastier surprises waiting for them was the machine gun. A friend told the American inventor Hiram Maxim, "If you want to get rich, invent a weapon that will allow the Europeans to cut each other's throats with greater facility." He came up with a machine that fired 600 bullets a minute, and by 1914 all the armies of Europe had it. The act of killing had been mechanized. For the first 2 months of the war, the armies tried to move and fight in the old way, and over 1 million men died. The machine guns and modern artillery filled the air with flying metal. Anybody above ground was almost certain to be hit. Eventually, the armies halted, and then something unexpected happened. They began to spread out sideways. They were simply trying to get around each other, but with machine guns and artillery, only a few thousand men could defend a whole mile of front. And with millions of men available, the front lines between the Allies and the Germans went on spreading until they filled all the space between the mountains and the sea. The continuous front had been born, and its physical evidence was the trenches.
Nobody invented the trenches. They just evolved quite naturally from the primitive holes that soldiers dug to get out of the way of the bullets after the army stopped moving fast in late 1914. This one, a German front-line trench from the Somme in 1916, is a fairly typical example. Daily life here was wet, smelly, and squalid. There were often half-buried corpses lying around. There were always bold, well-fed rats. But at least the trench kept you safe from bullets.
So that trench he's in is at Beaumont Hamel, which you won't find out until the very end of the series, I think. And that is well, he said he was in a German trench. But Beaumont Hamel was where the Newfoundlanders fought Battle of the Somme. That was their trench. Well, for that battle anyway. And at the end of the war, France gave a bunch of nations land to build their war memorials. And Newfoundland was given the land at Beaumont Hamel. Can't recall how big it is. It's not that big. It's, you know, it's many, many acres of land, but and of course all the other nations built, you know, like Vimy Ridge, the big Canadian, which Newfoundland wasn't part of Canada during the First World War. So Canada built this huge, beautiful war memorial at Vimy Ridge. And many other nations built war memorials and, you know, beautiful things. But as I was saying at the beginning, Newfoundland was so destroyed by the First World War. The country was bankrupted in, you know, by the end of the Second World War, the country was bankrupt. 2 world wars just bankrupted the country because we just couldn't afford it. And as I was saying, it's the only country to ever completely pay off its war debt, which is astounding, really, when you think about it. The only country to pay off its war debt. And it bankrupted the country. Like, why did we pay it off, right? Like, you know, Britain is still paying war debt to America to this day. You know, they've not paid off the debt to America for the Second World War. They're still paying it off. Insane. But as I was saying, they couldn't afford to do anything with Beaumont Hamel, so they left it as it was. And as a result, it's one of 2 preserved frontline trenches from the First World War. So if you want to see what First World War trenches look like, Beaumont Hamel, the Newfoundland Beaumont Hamel Memorial is the place to go.
For the ordinary soldier, the great change brought by the continuous front was that instead of fighting on only 1 or 2 days of the year, he was in the trenches most of the time. Each day he faced the risk of being killed, and each day he endured the misery of living in a ditch.
It's such hell when you're in the front line, especially in the wintertime. It was terrible in the winter. The summertime, not so bad, but you know, it was bad enough. But wintertime was awful. It was no place for a human being to be, really.
Constantly having your feet and legs in this gruel-like muck caused a complaint which became known as trench foot. There are dozens of amputation cases in the regiment.
Rats bother you, rats eat you. If you get wounded and nobody can look after you, it was a dirty, lousy place to live with all the corruption that is known to mankind.
Life in the front line was mostly monotony and misery with occasional spasms of terror. Letters from home seemed to be messages from another world. But home was actually becoming part of the same world. Women flooded into industry to replace the men at the front. Modern mass production techniques spread rapidly through the arms industries of every country. Faced with the task of maintaining 15 million men in the trenches, the governments of Europe took control over labor and raw materials and created true war economies able to produce the vast quantities of weapons and ammunition needed daily at the front. Mass production industrial societies produce mass consumption industrialized wars, and what wars consume is lives. The British High Command take time out to pose for pictures. They're not wicked men, some of them aren't even stupid, but their training has not prepared them for the new problem they face, the continuous front. There's no way round the trenches, and the only way they can think of to break through is to use the unprotected bodies of their men. At the Somme in 1916, they shell the German trenches for a whole week before attacking. The bombardment is meant to smash the German machine guns and artillery and crush their barbed wire, so that the British troops can simply walk across no man's land and take the German trenches. In the meantime, they wait, with always the noise to remind them.
So that debt was paid off, was it? World War II? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Newfoundland is the only country that paid back for World War One. What was I going to say? What was he just saying? I've forgotten. The a lot of this footage that you see here, and I'm not really watching, but there was one piece of footage I wanted to point out. A lot of the footage you see of the First World War, we probably just saw it there. I was listening but not watching. The Hawthorne readout. So the miners, dug under no man's land, out under the German trenches, and set all kinds of explosives there. And when they set off this huge, massive explosion, all that stuff is taken from the Newfoundland trenches. And you see a lot of this footage, you see Newfoundlanders. They had what Newfoundlanders, you read any of the accounts or listen to them talk about it, they always say a tin star. But it wasn't a star, it was a triangle. And the reason they were one of the regiments chosen to wear these silver triangles, like, a big silver triangle, you know, a big thing, like a big silver triangle on their back, was so they could see them. The guys filming could see them and identify the soldiers as they went across no man's land. And talk about putting a target on your back. They had these brilliant, bright silver triangles on their backs. And that's what they went out into battle with, these silver triangles on their back. And you'll see the Newfoundlanders weren't the only ones that wore these, but they were one of the few that wore these. And of course, then they got wounded out in no man's land. The few that managed to not be killed, and they're trying to get back to their own lines, and they have this silver thing glistening on their backs. So every time they move, the German snipers are taking pot shots at them, trying to make it back to their own line. Incredible story. the charge at Beaumont Hamel. They couldn't even, because another wave had gone out before them, and they were just massacred. So the front line trenches were all filled with dead and dying, brought back. So they couldn't get through the trenches to the front line. So when the whistle blew, they stood up from the reserve trenches, like way back behind. Most of them didn't even make it to the front line trench. They were the only ones. It's horrible. They were the only ones because a wave had gone out before the Newfoundland Regiment. And when they went out, the Germans were full on ready. Anyway, it's interesting. You'll see some of the footage in this, and you'll see it in any World War One documentary. You'll see Newfoundlanders in it because they were the ones that were there where the camera was, because there weren't a lot of cameras, film cameras. There's a great documentary about the guy who did all this footage. Can't remember his name, but if you look for it, you'll certainly find it.
On July 1st, 1916, the weather is warm and the sky is clear. It's 7:30 in the morning when the first wave goes over the top.
So a lot of that footage there, they think, is actually reenactment. This with the guys going over the top here, some of this they think is reenactment and is not actually from the it's First World War guys, and it's all real, but it's not a real battle. It's done for the camera.
When the first wave goes over the top. When the German machine gunners run up from their underground shelters and start firing, all they have to do is load and reload, and the British go down by the thousands.
So there's much speculation that this guy, one of the most famous photos from the period, that guy, I'll have to mute this.
When the German machine gunners run up from their underground shelters and start firing, all they have to do is load and reload, and the British go down by the thousands.
This guy, the guy doing the carrying, there's much speculation that he's from the Newfoundland Regiment. They've tried to identify this guy many times, and closest they've come is he's probably a guy from the Newfoundland Regiment.
In just one day, 60,000 British troops are killed and wounded, but the Battle of the Somme continues for...
So you can see there the tin star on his back in this footage here. But I don't think this is the Newfoundland Regiment. This is another regiment. I can't remember if this is Newfoundland Regiment or not, but you can see the tin star here, the triangle. It's always referred to as a star, but it's not a star. I don't know why they called it a star.
"60,000 British troops are killed and wounded, but the Battle of the Somme continues for another 4 months before it finally sputters out in the October mud.
It was the wounded that made the place such hell. I did not mind the dead. I could do nothing for them. But one felt so incapable of doing anything much for the wounded.
Our prisoners were not big savage hulks of men with bristling whiskers or criminal foreheads. They were young men, bandaged and battered.
Mother, if God spares me to get home safely, I've left something awful to tell you. If hell is any worse, I would not like to go to it. Mother, let me hear from you as soon as possible, as I've not had word from you this fortnight. Don't forget to let me hear from you soon. Your loving son.
Keep the home fires burning while your hearts are yearning. Though your lads are far away, they dream of home. There's a silver lining through the dark cloud shining. Turn the dark cloud inside out till the boys come home.
There were more than a dozen battles like the Somme. Some British and French soldiers began to argue in despair that the war could only be won by attrition. They had more men than the Germans, and if they traded life for life, they would still have some men left alive when all the Germans were dead. So they would have won. Land ships, they were called at first, great armored vehicles that could move across a battlefield bringing their own firepower with them. This is one of the early tanks. It's a primitive and horribly uncomfortable vehicle. The 8-man crew, stripped to their waists in 100-degree heat, shared this little space with a 105 horsepower Daimler engine. The fumes from the engine and from hot shell cases rolling around on the floor made the atmosphere inside almost unbreathable in combat. But this machine solved the problem of the trenches. The tanks offered a way to cope with the machine guns and the barbed wire. The men saw them as salvation and even gave them names. The more traditionally minded officers were deeply suspicious of such mechanical wizardry, but after 3 years of war, the high command was desperate enough to try anything. Tanks first went into battle in really large numbers in 1917, when 378 fought at Cambrai. Their top speed was only 3.5 miles an hour, and they were still so unreliable mechanically that many of them didn't even make it to the start line. Nevertheless, the tanks enabled the British to advance 6 miles in 6 hours at a cost of 4,000 dead and wounded. Earlier the same year, at the Third Battle of Ypres, the British Army had taken 3 months to advance a similar distance, and it had lost 250,000 men doing it. It seemed that a solution to the continuous front was in sight, but the First World War ended in 1918 while tanks were still in their infancy. It had been, so the winners believed, the war to end all wars. But to justify their own huge sacrifices in lives and effort, the Allies put the entire blame for the war on the losers. The Treaty of Versailles took away much of their territory and obliged them to pay huge sums in reparations. The losers felt unjustly victimized, and the Second Total War followed only 21 years later. When the Second World War broke out, people thought they knew what to expect from industrial warfare. There was none of the enthusiasm of 1914. In 1939, the soldiers went off to fight with grim resignation, but they still went. Not 1 man in 100 could refuse his nation's demand for total loyalty in wartime. Once again, it was not the kind of war the soldiers expected. Tanks had become far more reliable and effective, and they were soon rolling off the production lines in huge numbers. Together with aircraft and mobile artillery, they set the continuous front in motion. The Germans were the first to make the combination work, overrunning most of Western Europe in a lightning attack in 1940. But by 1943, when the German army was deep in Russia, the front had grown to a monster that dwarfed its World War I predecessor.
This trench is not from the First World War. It was part of the Soviet defenses near Kursk in 1943. A deep belt of many trenches, minefields, bunkers, gun positions, and tank traps, extending back almost 100 miles from the front, designed to soak up and slow down and eventually stop exactly the kind of armored attack that had been so successful in 1940. A lot of Germans weren't in favor of attacking here at all. Heinz Guderian, Hitler's leading tank expert, asked, "How many people do you think even know where Kursk is?" But in the end, the Germans did attack here and started one of the largest battles the world has ever seen.
More than 2 million men fought in the Battle of Kursk, together with 6,000 tanks and 30,000 pieces of artillery. The fighting lasted 50 days, and when it was over, the tank no longer seemed an easy solution to anybody's military problem. And for the civilians who lived in the path of the moving front, tank warfare was a disaster.
This city's 400 years old, but like half the towns in Russia, there's hardly a building in it over 40. Before the German army occupied Belgorod in October 1941, 34,000 people lived here. The first time the tanks went through, there was 2 days of fighting here, but most of the buildings and most of the citizens survived. That time, Belgorod was lucky.
But it didn't stay lucky. Belgorod was liberated by Soviet troops after 20 months, but then the Germans retook it, and by the time the Russians freed it again after the Battle of Kursk, only 150 of Belgorod's 34,000 people were left. The rest were refugees, conscripts, or dead.
What happened here happened to tens of thousands of other towns and villages, especially in Eastern Europe. Of the 40 million people who were killed in the Second World War, 5 times as many as the first, 30 million died on the Eastern Front. It was the biggest land war in history, and the first war in modern times where the civilian dead outnumbered the military. Belgorod had no military importance, it just got in the way. The front ground across it 4 times, and it was practically extinguished. Tanks and other killing machines had broken the trench stalemate and set the continuous front into motion. But that just made warfare worse.
Yet the citizens of Belgorod died almost accidentally, because the war was fought where they lived. Elsewhere, civilians were being killed on purpose. It was the final step in the brutal logic of total war. If the civilians producing the weapons of war were now the real foundation of a nation's armed strength, then they were actually the most important target of all. And the first attempt to hit that target directly was made almost as soon as total war became a reality, back in 1915.
This pub is called the Dolphin. It's in Red Lion Street, right in the center of London. And it was...
Hello, Aztec drones. You can see where that confusion came from way back when, can't you, Aztrecs? It's a very, very similar name, isn't it?
On September 9th, 1915, that the 20th century really got underway. First World War was already a year old then, and over 1 million soldiers were already dead. But when the regulars started flocking in here after work that Wednesday evening, the old world, the world where soldiers were soldiers and civilians were civilians, that was still alive. About the same time, Zeppelin L-13 left the North German coast under the command of Kapitänleutnant Heinrich Matti. At 20 to 9, when the second wave of drinkers were already well dug in here at the Dolphin, and what was left of the first wave were sinking fast, Matti crossed the English coast into Lincolnshire. About 10:40, he dropped a few bombs in the North London suburb of Golders Green, and then continued south until he reached Russell Square, about 300 yards from here. Then his crew began absolutely shoveling the bombs out from a height of about 8,000 feet. They fell in Bedford Place, in Queen Square, Osmond Yard, Lamb's Conduit Passage, and then right outside this door. The front blew in, the roof came down, and there were 17 dead and injured people lying under the rubble. The 20th century had arrived. It was a tiny raid by later standards, but it was the precedent for Rotterdam, for Dresden, for Hiroshima, for all the innocent cities that have been destroyed from the air in the 20th century. What died here in 1915, besides a few unlucky patrons, was the distinction between soldiers and civilians. After the Dolphin, everybody was a legitimate target.
The first reaction to civilized countries making deliberate attacks on enemy civilians was utter horror. After the first Zeppelin raids on London, the New York Times commented that it was a shameful, brutal way of making war. The London Times, which had bombs fall within a few hundred yards of its offices, took a harder line, calling Germany the Jack the Ripper of nations. The civilians who now found themselves the targets of the war effort were less astounded and outraged than their leaders. The Zeppelins appear to cause wonderfully little panic at the moment of murder and no permanent panic afterwards, observed the Times. Zeppelins were a curiosity, and when the first one was shot down, 100,000 Londoners made the trip 15 miles out of town to see it. There was a controversy about how the dead crew should be buried. Were they honorable soldiers fighting the enemy, or just baby killers? In the end, outrage lost out to tradition, and they received full military honors.
Bombing didn't really do much damage in the First World War. The bombs weren't very powerful, and hitting the target was largely a matter of chance. But the potential was obviously there. And between the wars, the military theorists got to work on the idea. The most influential of them, an Italian general called Giulio Due, wrote in 1921 that in a future war, the disintegration of nations will be accomplished by aerial forces. He believed that the most important target in war was now the civilian population of the enemy state. And the only way to attack them directly was to leap across the battle lines and hold fleets of aircraft and drop enormous quantities of bombs on them.
The authorities were worried. Bomb shelters were developed, and they worked, too, always provided the bombs didn't explode too close. In London, they rehearsed ways for dealing with a scenario that predicted casualties of almost nuclear proportions. Making coffins for so many dead would cost too much, so the government planned mass graves and burning with quicklime. When the Second World War came, hospitals were cleared of their patients, mainly to make way for the psychiatric casualties of aerial bombing. These were expected to outnumber physical casualties by 3 to 1. War from the air was expected to make people go crazy. Children were evacuated from the cities, while the adults left behind waited for Armageddon. One of the first cities to be hit was London once again, and it was much worse than the last time.
So I meant to go out and shoot some footage outside. I was going to go visit the blue plaque to Chapel Street, the PAL regiments, and that whole story. But I'm stuck here waiting for a package to be delivered. So we're watching this series by, I know this guy. I don't know him well, but I've met him. I know his brother pretty well. Gwyn Dyer, a series called War that came out in 1983. And he's a fellow Newfoundlander. So he covers things of Newfoundland interest as well. But this was a fantastic series he did back in 1983 called War, and really, really good series.
Most Londoners took shelter underground, and though they were not nearly as cheerful about their ordeal as the propaganda of the time pretended, they didn't much resemble the fear-crazed hordes the theorists had predicted. Above ground, this is the new face of war. The front line is manned by firemen, and the attack is on the very heart of the nation, its people and its property. The London Blitz lasted 8 months. 30,000 people were killed, and many more lost their homes. But the unexpected lesson of the Blitz was that the technology was not yet up to the job. London and other British cities were badly hurt and their inhabitants had a miserable time, but they did not panic. They continued to go about their daily lives amid the ruins. Bombing cannot yet do what its supporters claim for it, but they do not give up. One man whose faith is unshaken is Arthur.
Yeah, that sounds familiar, all our yesterdays. Because we used to get all your programs before America invaded Canada.
At 50 years old, the head of British Bomber Command.
There are a lot of people who say that bombing can never win a war. Well, my answer to that is that it has never been tried yet, and we shall see.
Official theory when British bombers started their raids on Germany dictated that the targets to be attacked were those vital to the German war effort, the industries that produced the weapons. Even then, they weren't worried about killing civilians. The factories were just more economical targets. But there was a problem. The bombers had to fly at night, and the bombs couldn't be relied on to hit the targets. Arthur Harris came up with a solution.
And I realized that the answer to it was simply to mass bomb large targets and not try and pick out targets where they made ball bearings or knitting machines or tie pins or anything else, because to begin with you couldn't find them, and if you found them you couldn't hit them with the equipment of those days.
Bomber Command's daily briefings gave the pilots their targets.
Keep quiet, everybody. Nearly a month ago, you people took part in the two highly successful 1,000-plan operations. And tonight we're going to administer the dose again. The name of tonight's operation is Millennium 2. And the town which is on the spot tonight is Bremen. Object of tonight's operation is to blot out the town of Bremen.
The men who are to do the blotting out are young, mostly under 25. All of them are volunteers. They have one of the most dangerous jobs in the war. More of them are killed than all the civilians killed in all the air raids on Great Britain throughout the war.
South of Bremen itself.
Rupert Oakley, veteran of 73 operational flights when the average pilot only survived 14, remembers what it was like.
Well, there has been the odd occasion where I've been frightened, but fear, of course, is very largely apprehension and going into the unknown sort of thing. But I'm not ashamed to admit it that I have been, before I climbed aboard the aircraft, I've been as sick as a dog.
Everything's fine, sir. I have.
Come in a bit.
The first trip I did on Lancasters, I had a bit of engine trouble, but that was fixed, and we were a bit late taking off. And as I saw this red light being flashed from the control tower, and my mid-upper gunner said, "Excuse me, sir," he said, "they're flashing red at you." So I said to him, "It looks bloody green to me," and took off, you see.
So if you're just joining us here, we're looking at a series called War by Gwynne Dyer. And if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm here working on this Manchester Bee mosaic. I was going to go out and look at the blue plaque to the Chapel Street lads, but I'm stuck here waiting for a delivery. So while I'm waiting, we're watching this video, and that's a fitting thing to do on Remembrance Day. It's an unusual thing. I've always felt at odds with celebrating these things not on the date. Remembrance Day in Canada is November 11th, and it's not the nearest Sunday or November 11th is a holiday, a bank holiday in Newfoundland. It's provincial, so it's not in all of Canada, but most of Canada, November 11th is a bank holiday. Not the nearest Monday or the nearest Sunday, or it's November 11th. And I've always felt strange about these days of remembrance, pardon the pun, being held on like the nearest Sunday or any such thing like that. I kind of feel they should be on the date, the actual date. But there's much debate over that. I like to observe the date. I asked my son this morning as he was heading off to school if they were going to do anything in school. If they, he said that he thought there was a minute of silence. So I'll find out when he gets home whether there was or not. I don't know.
And when I got over to Cologne, it was dead quiet and everybody had gone and there were fires all over Cologne. And my bombing man said, "What shall I aim at? Where should we drop the bombs?" So I said to him, "Well, start a fire where there isn't one."
Did you see any damage done?
Yes, I gave them a burst as we went through.
And you feel certain you hit them?
Yes, sir, definitely.
And
You met so many good friends. You made real friends during the war. You lost good friends. Good days and other bad days. The depression and the elation, you can't get those extremes anymore. It somehow does something to one's personality, I think.
Like most cities in Germany, this fine old town, Augsburg, is not quite what it seems. The plaque on the city hall there behind me says that it was built in 1620, and so it was the first time. But like almost every other historic building in this city, it was completely rebuilt from the ground up after the Second World War. In 1944, the United States Force made a daylight raid on the Messerschmitt plant in Augsburg, and some of the American bombs put the city's waterworks out of commission. On the bitterly cold night that followed, the Royal Air Force came in 2 waves and dropped 250,000 incendiary bombs on the city, about 1 for every inhabitant. The result was not exactly a firestorm, but it came close.
Augsburg had seen war before. In the 17th century, the city was besieged for 6 months by mercenary soldiers. For them, killing the men, raping the women, and stealing whatever they could carry away were all part of the job. Unlike the brutal and ignorant mercenaries who ravaged this city 3.5 centuries ago, the air crews of Bomber Command were highly civilized men. The young British flyers who leveled this city in 1944 would never have dreamed of raping or looting.
Like most of us nowadays, they were probably on average gentler, more tolerant, nicer people than their ancestors, simply because we live in softer, better educated, more prosperous times. There is such a thing as progress. But it was also progress that gave those nice young men Lancasters, in which they could drop their bombs from 20,000 feet without ever having to face the havoc they created below.
Operation codename Gomorrah. The view from above is almost beautiful. What happened here at Hamburg is what happened when Bomber Command got everything right. A firestorm. The temperature at the center, 800 degrees centigrade. One man said that the sound of the wind was like the devil laughing.
So I've gone out to top up my tea. I'm boiling the kettle. I'll disappear for a second and come back, but I'll let the video play.
"70,000 civilians burned to death on this night. A city of 1.5 million people was razed to the ground. It was the 4th raid in 4 days. The citizens of Hamburg called it der Katastrophe, the catastrophe. But for the men of Bomber Command, the raids on German cities were now just a normal part of the conduct of war.
My answer to that is always the same answer. Tell me one operation of war which is moral. One operation of war. Sticking a bayonet into a man's belly, is that Moral?
I would never go through it again, no. I would never do it again. But by the same token, if you can understand what I mean, I would never have missed it. I know this is difficult to understand, but I wouldn't go through that again, no.
By March of 1945, when the Americans mounted the largest raids of the war on Japan, mass destruction still took mass effort. It took tens of thousands of aircrew and hundreds of thousands of civilian workers to build and fly the aircraft that leveled Tokyo and killed almost 250,000 of its inhabitants. What the Allies were looking for was a weapon that would give them this effect without the cost in men and materials, and they wanted to find this weapon before the enemy found it first. In 1942, the US government had set up the Manhattan Project. The purpose, to invent a weapon that would destroy an entire city cheaply, without fail, every time it was used. A high proportion of the world's most creative physicists worked to develop this weapon of mass destruction, and after 4 years of effort and $2 billion, they thought they had succeeded.
The first settlers of New Mexico called this desert Jornada del Muerte, the journey of death. It was here, to this ranch house, that the scientists and soldiers came in 1945 to do the final assembly of the first atomic bomb. None of them doubted that they had created something awesome. Some of the scientists were now even having second thoughts about the morality of what they had done. But it was too late for that, of course. If the test succeeded, they had now delivered what the strategists of aerial bombing had always wanted, a reliable means of destroying the enemy's will to fight by destroying his people in their own homes. At 5:30 in the morning of July 16th, the test went off perfectly, and the world changed forever. Robert Oppenheimer, the physicist who led the team that created the bomb, came closest to recognizing what was happening to us all. The words that came to him as he watched the explosion were from the Hindu scriptures. "I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
So prior to the bomb on Hiroshima, pretty sure the Halifax explosion was the biggest explosion ever until Hiroshima. Pretty sure about that. I don't think anything happened in the Second World War or First World War that was bigger than the Halifax explosion. That's Halifax in Canada. And it was an explosion of a ship filled with, I can't remember the name of the explosive, a ship filled with explosives that blew up in Halifax Harbor. A full ship of explosives. Check it out, the Halifax explosion. It's an interesting story in Canadian history.
One month later, an atomic bomb was delivered to a U.S. airbase in the South Pacific.
In those days, when one was told, this is what you're going to do, you just saluted and said, yes, sir. We had worked so long and so hard to perfect the weapon, to adapt the airplane to carry that weapon, and to train ourselves to do the job. It seemed to be routine.
On the 6th of August, 1945, Colonel Paul Tibbetts' routine mission was completed, and the bomb was dropped on Hiroshima.
Immediately after that, I sent a plain code message back to the words that
results were greater than expected.
70,000 people died in Hiroshima in 5 minutes, and they are still dying today.
If I were given a similar situation in which this country was at war, risking its future, the circumstances being as they were at that time, I don't think I would hesitate 1 minute to do it over.
Hiroshima should have been the great turning point in our history, but it wasn't. Wars become unthinkable because it would mean that this neighborhood and all the other neighborhoods of the world would be destroyed by nuclear weapons. And yet war remains possible because Colonel Paul Tibbets is only unusual for what he did, not for his attitudes. We continue to think of war as a natural and justifiable part of the way we behave. And if it is, of course, then we're doomed. But maybe it isn't. So in the following films of this series, we're going to examine war, whether it's natural or learned, how we learn it and what we use it for, and what we might do to change it.
Have you ever wondered?
So that's part one. There are only 6 more parts. And Astrex parcel is 10 deliveries away. I have no idea where mine is. There's no point in looking. It is where it is. I'm just going to stay here and work on this. And a couple more people have joined us there. I'm working on a Manchester Bee mosaic. And I was going to go out and shoot some footage out in the world today of the Chapel Street pals, I guess you'd call them, the 100 or so men that from the one street. It's a wild story. The King George V called it the bravest little street in England because 100 and something men from one street. It's a lot of people from one street. There's 7 brothers from one house. And you think about, Saving Private Ryan. I watched Saving Private Ryan the other night. I was here working on a mosaic and I was looking for something to watch and Saving Private Ryan popped up. And it's like, oh, I'll put that on. And I didn't watch the whole thing, but I was watching that. And, that was the whole story behind that was it 3 brothers? Private Ryan's 3 brothers had been killed, and they didn't want the 4th brother to be killed. And that was the whole reason they were trying to save Private Ryan. The last remaining brother, go find him and send him back to the States, so all 4 brothers weren't lost. I don't recall how many of the 7 brothers, they didn't all make it back, but there were 7 brothers from one house on Chapel Street that went off to fight. And I have all that information there for when I do make a video about it. And I have all that information there for when I was going to go out this morning, but I don't remember it. But yeah, pretty sad story. I mean, it's a pretty amazing story too. That this little street, the bravest street in England. But it's a sad story, really, that so many never came back.
These young men are in the Soviet Army and proud of it. They're mounting guard on Lenin's tomb. Yet if their grandparents had emigrated to America, they might be in the U.S. Army now, and they'd be equally proud of that. Like most Soviet soldiers, like most soldiers anywhere, they've never been in a real war. But there are, on average, about 20 wars going on in the world at any given time, and they are all waged by men who learn to be soldiers away from the battlefield. All soldiers belong to the same profession, and it makes them different from everybody else. They have to be different, for their job is ultimately about killing and dying, and that doesn't come naturally to any human being. Yet all soldiers are born civilians. The method for turning young men into soldiers, people who kill other people, is basic training. It's essentially the same all over the world, and it always has been, because young men everywhere are pretty much alike. It doesn't really matter where you're coming from or what you've been doing before. Where the kids on this bus are coming from is all over the United States, and there is motley.
So we've gone through, what, Napoleon, First World War, Second World War, and that's kind of the end of the justifiable, glorious wars, isn't it? It's the story changes here.
Of 18-year-olds, as you're likely to find. But what they're about to go through will turn them into the same thing, soldiers. They'll be in the United States Marine Corps, not the Soviet Army, but beneath the uniforms there's very little difference. It's now 2 o'clock in the morning, and this bus is not late. Marine recruits always arrive at Paris Island Training Base in the middle of the night, and they won't set foot outside the base again for 3 months. The secret of basic training is that it's not really about teaching people things at all. It's about changing people so that they can do things they wouldn't have dreamt of otherwise. If you want to change people quickly and radically, what you do is put them in a place where the only right way to think and to behave is the way you want them to. You isolate them.
Yes, Benny Bagschlap, I will be at the Sailmakers Market. It's this Sunday. What is Sunday? 16th, is it? Yeah, Sunday the 16th. Every third Sunday of the month. I missed last month. I forgot to book it. So, and I'm working on this green Manchester bee mosaic. The underlying pattern you see there was somebody wanted a rainbow one done. So I'm just reusing that. There's a white one I made. And that's why I'm here today on Remembrance Day, watching war movies, war documentaries. I'm waiting for a delivery of mugs between 9 and 6, don't you know? So I was going to go out and shoot some video, but I'm stuck here. So I'm spending Remembrance Day watching a mini-series by a guy I know called War by Gwyn Dyer. I don't know Gwyn well, but I know his brother pretty well.
Saving bags for 5 days. During this time period, you're going to receive
curtain saving barracks for 5 days. During this time period, you're going to receive all of your uniforms, all of your shots. Your service record book will be brought up to date. Everything you need to be processed in the Marine Corps. Who does not understand that? Now, where are my group leaders? Group leaders. Get up here on the sidewalk facing that way, right there on the curb. Mo. Hurry up, privates, I don't have all day. I said get on the curb facing the group.
Do not run, walk swiftly. Do not run, walk swiftly. Go ahead now, straight to the front. Hurry up, walk swiftly.
Go, quickly, sit down in that chair. Give me another private in here.
Move up there.
Stand right in front of that chair over there. Give me another private in here. Stand right in front of that chair. Get in here, you. Stand in front of that chair. We move quickly, privates. We've already been told that a dozen times.
The first step in basic training anywhere is always the same. It happened to me when I joined the Navy 20 years ago. The recruit is stripped of all evidence of his civilian identity, his hair, his clothes, everything that makes him look and feel like an individual. Marine basic training is more extreme than in most armies, but essentially what's happening to these teenagers here is happening to other 18-year-olds all over the world at the same time. They're entering a machine which turns out a very special and artificial product, soldiers. And we're going to follow.
I was watching a video the other day about black men growing beards in the military, in the American military, because you're not allowed to have a beard in the American Army. But there's an exemption that black guys can get because they have a problem. They get, there's a name for it, but I played in a band with a black guy, lead singer, and he told me about it first time I heard about it. They get ingrown hair. It's a problem with ingrown hair. Not everybody has it, but some black men have it. The hair doesn't, ingrown hair from their beard, and it's really, really bad apparently. So they can get an exemption to grow a beard. Some black men can get an exemption to grow a beard in the U.S. Army. It wasn't, the video wasn't exclusively about that. It was just something mentioned in the video. And in the British Navy, I think it is, you get 2 weeks to grow a beard. And so you have to go, I'm pretty sure about this, you get 2 weeks to grow a beard, and you have to go and, you know, get papers done to grow the beard, and then you get it inspected 2 weeks after you get your paper signed, and they say whether you can keep your beard or not. Somebody I knew was in the British Army, like back in the late 40s, early 50s, family friend, and he forgot to shave one morning and said he was growing a mustache. And I guess you're allowed to have a mustache. So that's when he grew a mustache, and he had a mustache for the rest of his life after that moment.
Through the machine.
Paris Island prides itself in being one of the finest training facilities, organizations in the entire world. The United States Marine Corps has 205 years of illustrious history to speak for itself. You're trying to be a member of that organization. You have made the most important decision you have in your life up to this period in time by signing your name, your life, your pledge to the government of the United States of America. Even more importantly, the United States Marine Corps, a brotherhood, an elite unit. In 10.3 weeks, you are going to become a member of that history, those traditions, this organization, if you have what it takes. All of you want to do that by virtue of you signing your name as a man. The Marine Corps says, and we say in the Marine Corps, that we build men. Well, I'll go a little bit further. We develop the tools that you have, and everybody has those tools to a certain extent right now. We're going to give you the blueprints, and we are going to show you how to build a Marine. You've got to build a Marine, do you understand?
Yes! Get up! Get up! Get on right now! Get up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Get on right now! No! Ow! Ow!
They've been given their uniforms and their shots, and their first day of real training is beginning. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31.
In Royal Navy, you had to get permission to stop, shave a beard. It's called a full set. Is that right? Yeah, I was just talking about the growing a beard. Yeah. I don't think I could do this. I really don't think I could. Well, obviously I couldn't do it now, but back when I was a teenager, a lot of my generation ended up in the Gulf War, and several guys I went to school with ended up in the Gulf, and I don't think I could do it. I don't think I have the temperament to be yelled at. I don't think I would do well in this situation. I would end up getting beat up by the drill sergeant for talking back. I don't think I just don't have the temperament to be yelled at. Wouldn't work. But I was in Air Cadets for a very short period of time, and I just didn't like it at all. But a friend of mine, his brother, because I wanted to fly, I wanted to learn how to fly. And a friend of mine, his brother went through the Air Cadets right on up through, got his pilot's license. Because one of the things you get to do in Air Cadets is you get to fly a glider. And I really wanted to do that. And he went all the way up through Air Cadets, got his pilot's license, joined the Royal Canadian Air Force, wanted to be a fighter pilot in the Royal Canadian Air Force, and went in and said, he joined, he was in the Royal Canadian Air Force, and said, I want to be a pilot. And they said, you'll never be a pilot in this Air Force. Why? I already got a pilot's license. I said, that's why, because we have to untrain you. It's much easier to train a pilot than to untrain a pilot. So the route to becoming a fighter pilot in the Royal Canadian Air Force is not the Air Cadets, apparently. But I was in the Air Cadets, and I was in it long enough to participate in one Remembrance Day ceremony. On the November 11th, I was mentioning earlier that we celebrate Remembrance Day on November 11th, not the nearest Sunday or any such thing. It's a statutory holiday, November 11th. Not in all of Canada, but in most of Canada, it's a stat holiday, we say, not bank holiday. Statutory holiday.
35, 37, 38, 40, 43, 44, 7, count on Texas 45, senior judge, second staff, Sergeant West.
What they're saying is that this barracks contains 45 highly motivated, truly dedicated, rompin', stompin', bloodthirsty, kill-crazy United States Marine Corps recruits, sir. And they'll chant it every morning for the next 70 days.
Hurry up! Just leave it alone for now and get dressed.
I'm waiting.
You got about one more heartbeat to get dressed. You got about one more heartbeat to get dressed. Keep taking your time. Keep taking your time. Get off your knees. Get off your knees, McKenna!
There are times when the recruits must think they've blundered into some nightmare version of summer camp. But everything has a purpose here. Summer camp is not preparing you for combat.
We assaulted a fortified position with concrete bunkers emplaced with machine guns, automatic weapons, and we took it. It would take...
Many of the men who train recruits at Parris Island are Vietnam veterans. They understand exactly what's being done to the recruits and why.
And we killed about, I'd estimate probably 35 North Vietnamese soldiers in the assault. And we only lost 3 killed. I think there's 2 or 3 and about 8 or 10 wounded.
So if you're just joining us, we're doing our Remembrance Day here while I wait for a delivery of mugs. I was going to go out and shoot video at the blue plaque for Chapel Street. I've already explained what that is. I'm not going to explain it again. But it's a street here nearby in Altrincham where a bunch of guys went off to fight in the First World War. But we're watching this video, so we've gone through, this is a 7-part series called War, and I'm waiting for a delivery, so I couldn't go out and shoot video, so this is my Remembrance Day, watching this documentary series called War, made in 1983, so when he's talking about Vietnam vets there, these guys wouldn't be there. Yay, Astrex has his parcel. I'm still waiting for mine. Yeah, so a lot of the things he talks about here are from 1983.
But, you know, what they teach you, really it doesn't, you know, it doesn't phase you until it comes down to the time to use it. But it's in the back of your head, you know. Like, what do you do when you come to a stop sign? It's in the back of your head, and it's there, and you react automatically.
I can motivate a recruit, and in third phase, if I tell him to jump off the third deck, he'll jump off the third deck. And that's just, you know, like I said before, it's a captive audience. And I can train that guy, I can do anything I want to do, want him to do. Because I guess you could say in a way we brainwash them a little bit. But, you know, they're good people. They're good kids, and they ought to do the right thing. We got some bad kids, but, you know, we weed those out. But as far as he's talking about motivation, here we can motivate them to do anything they want in recruit training.
Hands on the edge. Shoulder width apart. Now lean back. Lean back. Lean back. Lean back. I got the rope. You ain't going nowhere. Just reach down about 3 inches on the right hand. Get some more rope so we can get you started here. There you go. Now lean back. Thank you. All right,
Milk it with the right hand. Milk it with the right hand. See how I'm doing that?
Now you got.
See how I'm doing that?
Now that's.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Now you go.
Keep going. All right, now start walking down.
Now stop right there. Put it in small your back. Your right hand in small your back. Keep it there. Keep it there. You ain't going nowhere. Now start off with your left foot and walk. Walk. Walk straight. Don't start swaying again. Walk straight. Let it slide through your daggone right hand there.
All right, stop. Now I want you to bound out a few times. Just push off. Push off. Keep your feet shoulder width apart. There you go. Now this time you're going to throw that brake hand out when you go. Push off. There you go. Now throw it out from the small of your back. Throw it out. Lock your knees. Put your feet in front of you. Belay. Around your back. Belay. Around your back. You don't know how to pay attention, do you? No, you don't. No, you don't. Put your feet in front of you. You got to give yourself some slack. You understand that? Belay him down.
So I often think about the Newfoundland Regiment doing their training back in the First World War. And I forgot to mention back when we were watching the First World War segment of this, that the first 500, they were called, the first 500 volunteers to join up and come over here, they didn't have uniforms. There was no standing army in Newfoundland at the time, so they had to create an army from scratch. And so for the first several months they were in their own civilian clothes training, of course, and they didn't have, when they started making uniforms for them, they didn't have enough khaki cloth to make puttees, and that's the wrapping that goes around your calf. They didn't have enough khaki, green, brown, whatever, khaki, to make puttees. So they used blue. They had blue puttees, and that's what they were known as, the Blue Puttees, the Newfoundland Regiment. The first 500 were called the Blue Puttees.
Many of these young men have never done anything difficult and dangerous before. Almost everybody is afraid the first time he goes off this tower. Yet things are not quite as they seem here. The real lesson being taught is that if you can overcome your fear, you will be perfectly safe. And here, during training, it's true.
Hey, drill instructor. Sir. Drill instructor, send him back up here to me. All the way back up. You don't wait in line, son. You come see me.
What was it like for you the first time you found yourself in combat?
Well, I have to say, just like the rest of them, I was scared to death. I went over, I just had turned 18. Just had turned 18. Came into Nang, they sent me up to Dong Ha, and I was just scared. I was a scared individual. I didn't know what was going to happen. Didn't know what was going to, how can I say it? I don't know.
How long did it take you before you got used to being in combat?
I didn't. I have to say that.
You get used to it. You just develop reflexes to it. You never get used to it. I don't think anybody can ever say they're used to it. If they are, they're a little bit.
The longer you stay, the more, well, I say the better your reflexes get. You can act in different situations a lot quicker. The more you can accept it, but getting used to it, you never can. There's just no way. Living. I was in the infantry and a grunt, and I tell you, just living from day to day is a big accomplishment.
Next two, move up to the post. Right here. Go as fast as you can. You go as fast as you can without stopping. The longer you spend on that cable, the more chance you are of hitting that water. You understand that? Yes, sir. The faster you can do this, the better there. Remember that.
Let's go, Private! Hoorah! Get up there, Fed. Get up there, Fed.
Thank you. Roll over there and scream.
Come on, get back up, boss. Get back up, boss. Get back on top. Get back on top.
Come on,
Fowler. Go, Fowler. Change over, Fowler. Well, Fowler, get back up there. Fowler. Fowler, get up there. Hurry up! Hurry up! Everybody's waiting on you. Hurry up! Get up there. Get up there, Fowler. Fowler. Get up there. Look behind you. You got a whole line behind you. Get up there. Real good. Come here. Well, get out of the water. Don't contaminate it all day. Real good. Come here. What are you quit? Bull. He said stop, sir. Bull. You quit because you don't have any guts. No, sir. Well, why didn't you get back up there then? I tried you, sir. Oh, yeah, I saw you try. I saw it. Go back and change clothes. You're useless to your unit now.
Another friend of mine was in the Canadian Army, and the name of part 2 here is called Anybody's Son Will Do. And another friend of mine was in the Canadian Army. He said he's my age. He's not in the Army anymore. I remember him talking about, so he would have been in the Army around this time, 1983, that era. He said you can't even, this was, in the 90s when he was telling me this. He said you can't even swear. Talking about abusing recruits. And he said you can't even swear at a recruit now. So the military has changed quite a bit. I don't know if it's changed back since the 90s, but in the 90s, apparently you couldn't even swear at a recruit. So all that stuff you see in, Full Metal Jacket and cursing out and really giving the recruits a hard time. Apparently it's not like that anymore, at least in the Canadian Army, or so I was told.
Hoorah, 15. Hoorah.
Hamilton! Tell it!
The hurdles of basic training are set low enough that most people can get over them. And all those who've made it across yet another obstacle are stronger by Fowler's defeat. Day by day, the group is feeling more special, more confident, more like real men.
I had just dropped out of high school, and I wasn't doing much on the street, except hanging out as most teenagers would be doing. So they gave me an opportunity. A recruiter picked me up, gave me a good line, and said that, I could make it in the Marines, that I have a future ahead of me. And since I was living with my parents, I figured that I could start my own life here and grow up a little.
I had a little two-bit job as a maid, and one day I just said to myself, you're a maid, what are you doing here? You gotta get your act together.
You're running out of time, Fraley. Galloway. What are you doing? You only did one thing wrong there.
The photos you sent, are they just for me? Can I show them here? Or would I get demonetized? Would I get demonetized and kicked off YouTube for showing those photos here? I have to open up email to find them. Everything I can look at email on, I'm using here. So just let me know if I can show them here or not.
It's inside out.
Knapsack. Ha! Knapsack, I'm knapsack you. How about fixing your little hat there, August, huh? Yes, sir. Fix your hats now. Yes, sir. Keep playing around. Get all the trash out of there, stick your little bill.
All right, let's see if I can get them here. Asterix tells me his book title, he couldn't put it in the chat, so apparently it must be something that can't be shown on YouTube or spoken of on YouTube. Oh, it's downloading 369 messages. I haven't opened mail on this computer in a while. It's going pretty fast though. I don't know if that account is on this computer actually. This is the only one I can show it on. I don't look at email on this computer. It has 7,236 unread messages. I guess I need to edit those. So it's too bad I couldn't get out to Chapel Street today. That's a video I've been wanting to do for some time. It's a nice story, the bravest little street in England. It was dubbed by King George V, and would have been nice to get up and have a look at it. It's one of those things that I've been meaning to make a video about for some time. Is it there? No, I guess that account, oh, it's got two more messages. 1, 2. I guess that account is not on here. Why isn't that there? Looking at the junk just to make sure it didn't go to junk. Apparently, I've won £5,000. All right, I'll go back to the video and see if I can get it on this other computer here.
Inside your pack.
Every Marine will tell you that your DI, your drill instructor, is the one face you will never forget, ever. For 11 weeks, the DI is the god who rules a recruit's universe, and he is never satisfied. The DIs may sometimes seem to behave like sadistic lunatics, but in fact they're the cream of the Marine Corps. All the yelling and harassment has a purpose. It creates a structured environment with high but precisely calculated levels of stress, which after 8 weeks is already transforming these teenaged former civilians into soldiers.
Well, brothers up 60 feet below. We hit the surf and then I'm ready to go. West stroke, side stroke, something to the shore. We hit the beach and we're ready for war. Grease gun, K-bar by my side. These are the tools that I live by. Marine Corps, yet!
No. Yacht!
Yet!
Yacht!
Yet!
It's not a Y sound anymore. It's going to be yacht! Yacht! You understand?
Sure.
U-A-T. Yacht!
Oh, that's a really nice book. Why would they not let you post the name of that book, I wonder? I have no way to show it on the other computer. Can I do it on the overhead one here? It's a nice looking book. This top one's all blue for some reason. Why is it 18 plus censored? I guess there are some things within that are 18 plus. Yeah, that's brilliant. Things you need to know to rebuild civilization, that's for sure. In The Walking Dead, did you watch The Walking Dead? In one of the towns they go to, somebody delivers a book, probably that book, to help them rebuild civilization. Because there is, what's that guy's name? There's one guy who I enjoy watching. I've gotten sick of watching him because he just says the same things over and over now. Rory something. He's like a marketing guru guy, but he talks about all these psychology and marketing things, which I find interesting. Psychology and marketing is very interesting. And what was he talking about? Oh, he was talking about a pencil. How the technology within a pencil, or the number of hands within a pencil. You know, like there's the guy that mines the graphite, the guy that transports the graphite to the shop, and, you know, the lumberjack that cuts down the tree, and all of that. So there's so many hands, people involved in the creation of a pencil all over the world, you know, like amazing. The censored bit is about, yes, okay. Yeah. So, you know, like a friend of mine, my cousin actually, I remember when we were little kids, I don't know we used to have odd conversations, think about weird stuff when we were kids. If you could go back in time, to caveman times, what could you, how could you be of value to the tribe as a modern human? What kind of knowledge do you have that you could impart to them that would be of value so they wouldn't make away with you and turn you into food? Uh, and it's interesting, like imagine, pre bow and arrow caveman times. Could you build a bow and arrow that would work, that could take down an animal, that would actually function? Yeah, sure, maybe you could do it with an axe and a knife and some twine from your junk drawer. But no, you got to make the twine, right? So what kind of information do you have? Like if you go right back to, you know, rebuilding civilization, there's no more string factories, right? You have to make your own string. Could you do it? Uh, I've seen a guy build a bow, uh, making his own string from, I can't remember what he used. I think it might have been nettles or something. I'm a joiner carpenter too, Benny Bagschlap. Um that's what I did. I worked in sec construction. So yeah, I think we were at least one up on most, being familiar with tools and how to use them. So could you make your own though? I mean, a big part of being a joiner carpenter is, um, well, the kind of joiner carpenter I was anyway. You'd have to make a lot of jigs and things. So you're always inventing your own tools to do certain things. Um, so yeah, I think we're one up on most people. And I remember one movie I was working on. Uh, the one of the art directors, can't remember what we were talking about, but he said, yeah, he said the best thing to do is find a clever joiner, find a clever carpenter, and if you can find one of the guys on the team that's a good joiner carpenter, then you got her scald. Is that a saying you guys have here? Got her scald? That's one of our, things are going well, things are going good. If you got her scald, things are going well. Uh, yeah, yeah, we're the ones that hold it all together. uh, Tooting my own horn here. Like, that's the thing. Like the mosaics here. People, people come along at the market and say, "So what do you just smash them up?" And yeah, I just smash them up, and they just fall right into place like that. And one guy came along, and he said, was complaining about the price, and I said, well, he said, I knows what them tiles cost. I says, not about the tiles, man. The tiles are not the cost of this thing. I said, look at it. Just look at it. He said, I got some left over from when I got my bathroom done. I'll give you the tiles. I said, how much did you pay to get your bathroom tiled? And then look at this. There are more tiles in this than there are in your bathroom. And I have to cut every one of them I don't get to put a single full uncut tile. There is no single full uncut tile in here. Every tile is cut. Anyway, some people's children. The we don't have yew trees in Newfoundland, and that's what the English longbow, the desired wood for the English longbow is the yew, right? And the yew doesn't grow there. I mean, it does grow there, but it's not native. So the wood that the native people of Newfoundland use, the native people of Newfoundland were called the Beothuk Indian. They were exterminated by us and you lot. Yes, it's one of the only, if not the only, tribe that was exterminated. Yeah, genocide, full-on genocide of the native people. Gone, no more. But the wood that they used was what we call dogberry. And dogberry is what you call the rowan tree or mountain ash. It's that it's a sacred tree. The Druids were very into the rowan tree. It's a sacred tree in this country. The Druids, I don't know if they worship the rowan tree. Rowan, I think you call it here. We call it dogberry. That's what they would use for their bows. So yeah, finding the right wood and how are you going to chop down a tree with a rock? Find the wood, but now you got to turn it into a bow. You know, you could make a bow out of a branch that would take down an animal, I suppose. A bird, you wouldn't be taking down big game. You wouldn't be taking down a moose or a wild pig or anything, but you could take down birds for sure.
Yeah. Say it.
Yeah.
Seats. Yeah. Oh, just. Right hand, right knee, left hand, left knee, sit up straight.
When I was going to school, we used to have to recite the Pledge of Allegiance every day. But they don't do that now. You know, we've got kids that come in here now, when they first get here, they don't know the Pledge of Allegiance or the flag. And that's something that's like a cardinal sin, I think. If they don't teach that stuff in grade school. You know, my daughter will know that by the time she's 3. She's 2 now and she's working on it. But I think that you have to know that basic stuff. I'm kind of disappointed they don't do that. Little things like that we're getting away from
and saying prayers in school. What's wrong with saying a prayer? I mean, these civilizations getting out of hand here or something, you know, all these laws and everything. Everybody's dreaming up a new law to conform to the times, but a lot of that's garbage, I feel. You know, you got to have your basics. You know, the groundwork where you can start to build a child's brain from. And you just can't build it from these garbage laws that they don't even understand, you know, civil rights, this, that, and the other. And the laws, you know, no prayers in school because it's violating his civil rights, and no Pledge of Allegiance because he might be a communist or whatever, you know. That's not right.
Marching like this, with every man moving his body in the same way at the same moment, is a direct physical way of learning 2 things a soldier must believe: that orders have to be obeyed automatically and instantly, and that you're no longer an individual, but part of the group.
Hello,
bouncing, Josh. You're bouncing all over the place. Jumping your strips again.
It's 100 years since mass formations like this were any use on the battlefield, but every army in the world still drills its troops, especially during recruit training.
A line to the left. A line does that work?
There's some kind of inspection every day in recruit training, and it has a purpose beyond the nitpicking attention to detail.
460 meters, sir.
It's a ritual confirming the recruit's progress. But there are always details to criticize in the closed world of Paris Island.
You in slow motion today?
No, sir.
And how fast you supposed to do the manual of arms?
Probably told to do slowly, sir, and distinctly, sir.
Supposed to be 120 counts per minute, is it not?
Yes, sir.
You got a piece of hair in your ear.
Yes, sir.
From the haircut. You didn't have a shower last night, did you?
Yes, sir.
You didn't clean your ears very good, then did you?
Yes, sir.
You shaved this morning?
Yes, sir.
Little hairs are fast growing, ain't they?
Yes, sir.
You also got hair on either side of your nose right there. Are you gonna start flying today?
No, sir.
Well, how about locking your elbows into your side like you're supposed to be, like you was taught in forming? When I touch, you remove. The little garbage in your bore. Was it punched out before you came out here?
Yes, sir.
Who punched out? You or one of your drone sluggers?
Private, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
You're not crying, are you?
No, sir.
Cold air getting the eyeballs?
Yes, sir.
The elbows are flapping again. You must be going flying. Forgot to pull the trigger here, sweetheart. How many types of wounds are there?
Sir.
What are you moving for?
Sir, there are 2 types of wounds, sir.
2 types of wounds.
Yes, sir.
Good ones and bad ones, right?
No, sir.
Name them.
Yeah, spear would be good. That's why we all love The Walking Dead and Tom Hanks in Castaway and stuff like that, right? It's be interesting to see if we could survive it. I certainly could in my younger years, I think. But if I were cast away back to Gilligan's Island again, if you were cast away on a desert island, right back to square one, making radios out of coconuts. Could you do it? It would be interesting to see. That was I enjoyed Robinson Crusoe as well. That was a good story. But yeah, to go back to square one, a lot of people, I guess there's a few TV shows like that, are they? I've never watched those shows. That one Nigel Farage was that is that kind of thing? They go and try and survive on a desert island kind of thing. I've never watched any of those shows, but I get the idea that's the premise of these shows. Arrowheads, have you ever seen guys making them out of glass bottles and stuff? Amazing, like flint knapping. It's like, oh yeah, I'd like to give that a go. Greg's pigeon feathers, yeah. Yeah, I I actually collected a bunch of Canada goose feathers. I was going to make an arrow from, and they're all pretty rotten now. But that's what the English Fletchers, is that right? Would use goose feathers. And they have to be the same way, right? So they all have to be from the same wing. And I think, I can't remember which it is now, all from the same wing so that, you know, the arrow goes the correct way. Yeah, Sail Water Park, yeah, that's where I need to go. Yeah, I'd really like to make a bow. It's something I'd like to make. Don't know if I have the patience to make an English longbow, like following a wood grain and like that. Like, I'm a bit too into it wanting to be all uniform, and so like probably flat bow would be more my style of construction. But of course, you want to make an English longbow.
Name me the two types
sir, there
of
are
wounds.
5 types of wounds, sir.
Name them.
Sir, there's the laceration wound, the puncture wound, the incision wound, the abrasion wound, and the crush wound, sir.
Which is the most dangerous?
Sir, the most dangerous is the crush wound, sir.
Why?
Sir, because there's massive cell damage done, sir.
An internal damage, right?
Yes, sir.
1, 3, 5. Move, 1, 8. Sit up straight and again, stand up to your right. Down, got up, 8. Stand up, right, left, stand up, on.
Over on the other side of the base, strictly segregated from the male recruits, they're training women Marines.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. United States Marine Corps.
They're not currently expected to go into combat, but some of them have got combat training.
Now squeeze, keeping the tips centered in your rear sight. Squeezing, staring that tip.
7 bullseye on the slow rapid fire, and 6 bullseyes on the fast rapid fire.
And you never shot a rifle before?
I did all the TV games. You plug them in the TV and you know, on the TV. This is the first time. This is the first time.
Was it fun?
After I got over being scared to death, it was fun. When the instructor kept on telling me how good I was doing, it was a lot of fun.
What part of it was scary for you?
The fact that it could kill you if you're on the other end of it. I don't like the idea of killing anything.
Few male officers who train women doubt that they would function effectively in combat. Women lack a lot of the traditional male notions that make men recruits easy to mold into soldiers, but the training would still do its job.
I see how easy it is. You can come out here and qualify just like a male recruit. It's all in your head.
You can go down on point.
It's all in your head.
I mean, I may not at this moment go into combat, but knowing that I can fire as well as I can fire now, knowing that today, I'd go in. I believe in my country. I believe in the idea of the president. I'd fight to keep it. So.
What bothers the officers is how the presence of the women would affect the men. The basic combat unit, a small group of men bound together by strong male ties of loyalty and solidarity, is a time-tested system that works. If you let women in, then who are the men protecting, and who can they feel superior to?
Keep going. I would probably have little Susie's back home. Yeah. You see the big old smiles come on the faces then. Mention little Susie. How many privates, if you don't have a little Susie now, how many are going to find one when they get home? You bet. You're going to find the first cheap slut you can get back home. You bet. What do you mean, no? You're a Marine, you're going to do it. We go home with little Susie. We're in nice companionship with little Susie. And then here you are getting hot and heavy. And then you're getting ready to go down there and make that dive, privates. Susie says.
Susie is Marine Corps slang for women. It's short for Susie Rottencrotch.
Time of the month. If you don't want to get back home and indulge in this little adventure, you can show your girlfriend the hand and arm signal for close it up, Private. And you want her to close up those nasty little thighs of hers, do you not, Private? Close them up. All right, Private, the hand and arm signal. The arms are lateral to shoulder height, the fingers are extended in the joint, thumb along the forefinger, and the palms are facing toward the front. This is the starting position for close it up. And all you're going to do, Private, is bring the arms forward, just like you're closing it up, right, Private? Just like that. Everyone got that? Yes, sir. Right, Privates. In addition, I want you to dedicate all this training to one very special person. Can anyone tell me who that is, Privates? No, not your senior drill instructor. You're going to dedicate all this training, Privates, to your enemy. To your enemy. Yeah, to your enemy. The reason being, so he can die for his country, right, Privates? Yes, so who are we going to dedicate all this training to, Privates?
For American troops at this point in history, these Soviet soldiers are the main enemy, and vice versa. But it doesn't really matter who the enemy is. It's the idea of the enemy that's important. That's the outside threat that binds a combat unit together so strongly that its members will make the most extraordinary sacrifices for each other.
A Marine is laying out in the middle of the paddock, and he's wounded. He's not crying for mom. He's wounded. He might be moaning a little bit. He might be cussing because he's mad. Another Marine that's in safety because he got behind a dike, he's real safe. But he crawls out into that paddy and he pulls that wounded Marine to safety, risking his own life. When probably the Marine's going to bite the bullet. He's going to die. And probably the one that goes out and tries to save him is going to die. Why is that done? You ask yourself that question. And you don't check out the Marine's name, you don't check out where he came from, you don't check out how tall he is or how short he is. You don't care whether you're from California and he's from New York. All you care about is he's a Marine. And he's in your unit. He's one of you.
Lift your heads and hold them high. Lift your heads and hold them high. 3313 is a passing by. 3313 is a passing by. Singing left, right, I lay you. Elevation. Motivation. Dedication.
Armies everywhere try to catch their recruits young because they're more vulnerable and easily influenced then, and they don't really understand about dying. You can train older men to be soldiers, it's done in every major war, but you can never get them to believe that they like it.
We're having a ball. We're having a ball. All the way. All the way. We love it. We love it. Can't leave it.
But if you're young enough, all the ideas about heroism and military glory that you picked up in childhood are still there, unadulterated by adult experience, like buttons waiting to be pressed.
What did he say? You can't train them to believe that they like it. Yeah, that sounds about right.
You have an enemy here at Paris Island. The enemy that you're going to have here at Paris Island is in every one of us. It's in the form of cowardice. The most rewarding experience you're going to have in recruit training is standing on line every evening. And you'll be able to look into each other's eyes. And you'll be able to say to each other with your eyes, by God, we've made it one more day. We've defeated the coward. You are innocent until proven guilty. Make no mistake about that. This is not a kangaroo court. You are not already found guilty by just the mere fact of you standing in front of me. Do you understand that, recruit?
Yes, sir.
You've acknowledged understanding your rights under Article 31.
Yes, sir.
I have in front of me charges. One charge, violation Uniform Code of Military Justice, Article 91, disobedience of a lawful order. In that you...
Captain Pingree went to Vietnam a corporal, but promotion sometimes comes very quickly in combat. Men in command get killed and others have to step into their jobs instantly. He came back an officer. And it's always those who survive and succeed that pass the military ethic on to the next generation.
On or about 10:30, the 6th of March, willfully disobey the same. Put it on the line. Say something to me, recruit, that will help me better decide what punishment to give you.
Private's never been in any trouble before, sir.
When are you going to get in trouble again?
Private hopes he doesn't, sir.
Hopes? The Marine Corps hasn't been founded on hope, Private. The Marine Corps has been founded on doing against unsurmountable odds. We don't hope and we don't wish. I want to know when you're going to disobey another order.
Private's not going to disobey another order, sir.
You're not?
No, sir.
Is that your word?
Yes, sir.
Well, what's going to happen to you if you do?
Probably go to jail, sir.
Go to jail. Worse than that, recruit. You'll go back to life a civilian.
Well, keep walking around it, guys. Come on, boys, let us leave back and get you along. Now, this don't work. Put the mask on, President. It don't work. You got to get that, President. Keep going. Keep going. No, no. It's over.
You can't handle the truth. When was that? I remember working on a TV show, and one of the guys there was in the Canadian Army, formerly, before working in television. I can't remember what conflict was on the go at the time. Something had just happened in the news. You know, Gulf War. I can't remember. But I said to him, I said, I guess you're, and he was older than me at the time. Well, he's still older than me, I guess, but at the time, he was probably, you know, around my age, like 20, 30 years ago. And I said, I guess you're glad you're not in the military today. And he said, yeah. He said, oh, no. He said, no. He said, when I was in the military, there was nothing on the go. He was stationed in Germany. Said there was nothing on the go. There was no war. There was no, you know, we did all this training, and I never got to use the training. Everything I learned, I never got to use it. So yeah, I'd love to be in the military today. Okie dokie. not something. It's a mindset, I guess they have instilled into you when you are young. And I guess some people are just built that way. I wouldn't look forward to going into battle, that's for sure.
Hold it close, Well, what do we do now? Keep walking. Keep walking. I said keep walking. Hold your head up and breathe. Keep walking. Keep walking. Not into the tree there, you. Keep walking this way. Keep walking. Keep walking this way. I did not say in circles. I said keep walking. Keep walking.
Obviously, you've got some kind of a problem there, Private, or you would not have come up to me saying you want to go home and violate the contract that you signed, right?
Yes, sir.
So now what, in your own words, do you think about what we talked about?
I'd still like to go home, sir.
Private, that's not what I asked you. And we brought up certain points of interest, did we not?
Yes, sir.
We brought up the fact that you have not been able to hold a decent paying job for any period of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now you're telling me that you want to quit on the biggest thing of your life. You know what a bad discharge carries with it, Private?
No, sir.
It carries a very high stigma. Do you know what stigma means?
No, sir.
It's a mark, a black mark. Nobody is taking the time to tell these young studs, Sandlot's over, son. Reality is here. It's knocking on the door. Hell no, it's beating the damn door down. And we've got about 10 more years left, and somebody's going to kick the damn thing in. And they're going to have a big red star on their little helmet. I don't make the rules, and neither do you. But whether you like it or not, this world is not too easy. And if you expect to get anywhere, you are going to have to do it. Not me. Not me. These privates we're getting here, the 17 to 25-year-old, the age that they grew up in, the late 60s and the 70s, the age of Aquarius, peace, love, etc. This is beautiful. But they're living in a dream world. You're making a big mistake, son. A very big mistake. And you know that because I told you for the 5th time, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You know that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Now you gonna go train?
No, sir.
Why? Because you're not a man, right?
Yes, sir.
You're a little boy, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You can't be trusted, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. Now you take any individual, no matter what he is, civilian, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, if he's seen combat, he's different. When I first came back in '69, My mother would not go in the same bedroom with me when I was asleep. I was dangerous. First night I was back, they had a 2-bedroom trailer. I slept in the floor because my sister was home at the time. My mother came by and she was going to step over my arm, which was flung out the side, and go turn the air conditioner off. She got within 2 feet of me, and I wasn't even awake. I had her down, I had her by the throat, and my father pulled me off of her, and I was not even awake. There was a footstep, I didn't know where it was, and so I reacted. I was dangerous. And you know, as time passes, it gets over. But you never really forget. You never really forget. It's sometimes, especially when I'm tired. Say I worked a 24-hour shift, and I go.
Oh my, have we reached the end of part 2? I could have gone out. That's what drives me crazy about these deliveries between 9 and 6. Thank you for being specific. Oh, no, that was an advert. Haven't been many adverts in this, that's nice. Primitive technologies. I think I've watched Primitive Technologies.
You have got to be very aggressive. Once you have got your opponent on the run, once you've got him on the run, that means you go ahead and strike with that first killing blow. Probably that fight might not stop. Just because you made contact, that don't mean you stop. You don't cut him no slack. Don't give him room to breathe. Stay on top of him. He's going to be backpedaling all the way with his guards up. And you stay on top of him. Keep pumping that stick. Everybody follow me there. That means that there should be nothing out here today but a lot of groaning, moaning, a lot of snot, eyeball falling. And I should see nothing but a lot of heads rolling all over the place. I don't want to see no holding and no pity pat.
Go get it, go get it.
Start it off wrong there,
Get it, John, now get it. Get it. Get it. Get your stuff up. In the head, Johnson. In the head. Get it, Johnson. Get on top
of it. There's aggression in all of us, men, women, children, babies. Armies don't have to create it, and they can't even increase it. But most of us learn to put limits on our aggression, especially physical aggression, as we grow up.
Swing it, swing it, hit him! Hit him! Now it's about time, it's about time!
A crucial part of turning people into soldiers is teaching them to ignore these limits, so that in the right circumstances, against the enemy, they'll go all the way and kill.
Hold your stick! Get in there,
You're wasting human life there.
All you do is your stick! That's all you do is drop your stick over there! Keep moving! Keep crawling! We ain't got all day on there! Keep moving! You ain't got time to stop! Get that tip of that rope on your helmet!
In some ways, what basic training produces is the uniformed equivalent of a modern street gang, a bunch of tough, confident kids full of bloodthirsty talk. But kid gangs don't actually kill each other in large numbers. If they behaved the way armies do, you'd need trucks to clear the bodies off the streets every morning. But they're held back by the civilian belief, the normal human belief, that killing another person is an awesome act with huge consequences. So basic training has one more vital job to do. to indoctrinate recruits with the idea that the enemy, whoever he may be, is not fully human, and so it's all right to kill him.
Now, first off, what is a mine? A mine is nothing more, Privates, than a explosive or chemical substance that is designed or made to destroy and kill the enemy. You want to rip out his eyeballs again, you want to tear apart his love machine, you want to destroy him, Privates. You don't want to have nothing left of him. You want to send him home in a glad bag to his mommy, yeah? Hey, show no mercy for the enemy. They are not going to show it on you.
I guess you could, as he was saying, train any young fella to do this. What's that, 7-Up? Give me the man until he's 7 or something. Give me the child. What is that saying? Show me the child at 7, I'll show you the man. Something like that. Or give me the child until he's 7, I will show you the man, or something like that. But the interesting thing about those, as I was calling them, last noble wars, if there's any such thing, the First World War, Second World War, is that these were regular people, right? These were just regular people that went off to fight. They didn't get a lot of this kind of training. I guess they did, but you know, it was a do or die situation. It wasn't people that wanted to join the army in peacetime. A lot of them, they were, you know, you had to go. Different time, different, completely different situation. I don't think I'd make a very good soldier. Maybe, you know, if I had to go, it would be different. But I didn't like air cadets. I didn't like drilling. I didn't like being yelled at. Not my. I don't have the temperament for that stuff.
Marines are born trained killers. You got to prove that every day. You understand? Yes, sir! All right. Okay. Now, what are some of the uses for grenades and pyrotechnics? Well, I just mentioned the first one, produce casualties. Far too many Iranians in the world, are they not? Yes! Go over there and flatten that country, should we not? Yes! I'll take this series right now. We'll go over there and kick some ass. All right.
The idea of me killing a person when I came down here just, you know, it's unheard of. You know, you didn't do that. It was, you know, like squirrel hunting without a license. You know, and you didn't do things like that. But once you came here and they motivated you and just kept you every day, constantly thinking about that, and by the time you leave here, then it's something you still don't want to do, but you've got it in your mind that you want to do it so bad that you actually go out and do it when you have to.
Yes, I've made a lot of coffins, and there's a video I did something about zombies in Cheshire is the title of it. And out near, I don't know what it's called, the the no, I've never made them for corpses. I made them for movies. Um, I can't remember the name of it. Out by the on the A56 there, where it crosses the Ballin. There's a farm out there, and there's the remains of an old TV set, uh, construction set. Anyway, I heard about it, so I went looking for it. It's on the channel there somewhere. It's called Zombies in Cheshire or something like that, several years ago. And there's several caskets, just rotting away in the woods. And I saw one and I went, oh, that's a good idea. Why didn't I ever think of that? So the difference between a casket and a coffin, of course, is, the casket has that, or is it coffin? Either way, one is rectangular and the other one's the, which is it? Casket and coffin. The difference is the shape, I think. And that one, the classic Dracula. Is it coffin or casket? I can't remember now. Anyway, what these guys did, because it's all set construction guys that built this stuff. Really quick, fast way of doing it. I was like, oh wow, that's such a good idea. He made a bunch of kerf cuts so it would bend into that shape at the, that shape. So instead of a hard angle, it's kind of rounded, but it's a quick way of doing it, right? Like if you had to make a lot of them, it's like, oh, that's a good idea. I have to file that away.
It seemed like it was a lot easier, because of the motivation here.
That's good. There goes another one. 15 meters apart.
This is the way most people do get killed in combat, suddenly and at random. Basic training cannot prepare anybody for this, but it does create a false confidence strong enough to deliver men to the battlefield.
Move!
The Vietnam era was, of course, then was at its peak, and everybody was motivated more or less toward the kill thing. We run PT in the morning, and every time your left foot hit the deck, you had to chant kill, 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 kill. It was drilled into your mind so much that it seemed like when it actually came down to it, that it didn't bother you. Of course, the first one always does, and it seems to get easier. Not easier because it still bothers you with every one that you actually kill and you.
Yeah. So coffin is that one, and the casket is rectangular. So the coffin is the one I'm talking about. So when he made that shape, he just kerf cuts, do you call them? When you don't cut all the way through the wood, so you can make a bend. So he just made a bunch of kerf cuts, and so it was a little bend at that transition, the lozenge transition part, and it looked good. It's a good quick way of making that shape, because that's a difficult join to make, right? I've done it with, you know, when I've done it with biscuits and, you know, putting just a backer piece there, and different ways of doing it depending on how the inside of it has to look. There's different ways you can do it.
You kill.
Develop
That's what I
brutality in combat that you don't normally have stateside, because you live under two completely different sets of morals. You couldn't survive in a combat situation with the same set of morals you have in everyday life. You'd never make it through the first week.
You know, if seeing your best friend's head blown off don't motivate you, then there's something wrong with you. You know, you got to do something, because the next day it might be you. People say, "Well, I can never kill a man." That's bullshit. They can. You know, anybody can kill. I try to motivate these people to such a point that once they went into combat, I tell them what to expect. You know, the motivation it takes.
Yeah, there's a dozen different ways you can make make that joint, but it's not easy. You know, it's not straightforward. You can't just cut it and nail it together. You can, but you know, if it's just for looks, you can do it anyway, in any fashion. Yes, that's right. The kerf is just the width of the blade, but it's also what we would call a kerf cut is doing that, you know, so you can bend wood, making kerf cuts. That's what we call it. When you don't cut all the way through the wood, so you can bend it. That's what we call it, a kerf cut. There's so many different words. The really funny one, because we work with, in Canada, we work with a lot of international film crews, a lot of Americans. In Newfoundland, we work with a lot of Irish crews, a lot of French Canadian crews. So there are different words for everything. But the funniest one is, you don't have them here. You do have them, but they're not common. And they're not common in the States either, in America, that's a small one there. There we go. Can you see that? Wait, now I got to figure out which way to move here. Can you see that screw head driver tip there? It's a Canadian invention called Robertson. There's another one called square drive. It's a type of screw head. There's Phillips, and Phillips is the one you see most commonly, you know, other than just regular square slot flathead. That's Phillips. And the history of the Robertson and Phillips screwdrivers and screws is quite interesting. So Robertson is a Canadian invention, so we use them quite a lot. They're really good. They're really, really good for hand driving screws, which is all there was when it was invented. And Phillips, of course, you use them for decking screws. Yeah, they're really, really good screws. And of course, they all have their own uses, but they don't use them in America. They're starting to go into America, starting to be introduced into America. And the story behind why is really interesting. So the Phillips screw is Henry Ford. So when Henry Ford started making the Model T, all they had was flathead screws. Do you call them flathead here? The one with just one slot. Some people call them slot. Some people call them flathead. Just regular old screw head with one, flathead. You must call it flathead. Uh, that's all there was. So the first bunch of Model Ts, so there's no serial number on a Model T. So the only way you can date them is the construction. Uh, so the first bunch, they had wooden chassis. So the first bunch were all flathead screws. And then Henry Ford, and this is all hand-driven screws, right? Like there was no power tool that would drive screws back then. Maybe what they call a Yankee screwdriver, one of the ones with the, anyway, way off track here. Harry Maguire, I've never heard that one. So then, because Detroit is right next to Canada, Detroit, tangent man, uh, just a small town boy, born and raised in South Detroit. There is no South Detroit. South Detroit is Toronto. There is no South Detroit. It's Toronto. Look it up on a map. So Detroit is right. It's in Canada, basically, Motor City. So yeah. So then they discovered the Robertson screw, and everybody loved the Robertson screw. And Henry Ford went, "Yep, I want that. I want that. Find that guy. Yes, we want the Robertson screw." So this guy Robertson, that was his surname, Robertson, would not give Henry Ford the rights to the Robertson screw. Yes, there's so many different kinds now. Oh my God, I had to fix my wife's phone the other night, and the screws, you can't even see the screw, the type of screw. Uh, anyway, there's a lot of different kinds now. Um, this guy Robertson would not let Henry Ford make them. He wanted a little kickback, right? He had a patent on the screws, so he wouldn't let Henry Ford make them. He wanted to make them himself and sell the screws to Henry Ford. Henry Ford said no, he owned everything that he made. So he went to this guy Phillips and said, "Make me a screw as good as that." And he invented the Phillips head screw. So that's the story behind that. And that's how you can date Model T Fords. The first bunch had slot screws in the wooden chassis. The second lot had Robertson screws in the chassis, and everything thereafter had Phillips. So that's one way of dating them. But what a tangent I'm on here now, and here it is, Remembrance Day. So we were building a set for these guys, this American production, and they don't use Robertson screws. So, and they were all fascinated and making fun of us for using Robertson screws. So anyway, at the end of the movie, we had to build a bunch of crates, box up the set, and send it back to America. We built the crate using Robertson screws, so when they got it, they couldn't open it, right? But we put a note on top saying, sorry boys, we used Robertson screws to build the crates, but don't worry, we included bits and they're in the crate.
and pull the trigger and kill the guy. That's the motivation it takes. That's what you get paid to do. It's like being a bag boy at a supermarket, you know. If that's what you get paid to do is bag groceries, you bag groceries. If you get paid to look down your sights and pull the trigger and kill a man, that's what you do. I didn't feel that way when I first went to Vietnam, but after watching a couple of friends of mine get blown up really bad, you know, I lost that opinion. I said, hell, I'm getting paid for work, I'm going to give them a day's work.
That muzzle looks great. It looks super. That muzzle really looks great. How about you better hope you get through there quick and able to unclog that muzzle before the enemy gets a hold of you. Now stop. Now what are you going to do? Right now you got an enemy bunker right over here that you're supposed to assault. Your fire team leader tells you to get up and assault the bunker. What are you going to do? You know what you're going to do? You're going to turn around. And you'll probably get shot in the back because you can't do anything with that weapon. Look at this, brother. Look at this. Get up.
That's sir.
The whole idea about the low and the high crawl is to keep your muzzle out of the dirt. Now, can you see light down there?
Barely, sir.
Barely. The whole idea of the low crawl and the high crawl is to keep that muzzle out so it can fire.
Yes, sir.
Not just protect you to accomplish the mission.
All right, sir.
Carry on.
Basic training has been much the same in every army in every age because it's always working with the same raw material that's already there in teenage boys. A fair amount of aggression, a strong tendency to hang around in groups, an absolutely desperate desire to fit in. Basic training is one of life's few total experiences, a mild form of brainwashing, if you like, and it works. You may be slightly insane at the end of it, I know I was, but that wears off after a while. What's left behind is a sense of loyalty to the service and a set of instinctive reactions that operate automatically, even in combat.
I don't want to repeat that experience.
You'd be a fool if you did. No, I don't think anybody's want to go back out and do that.
I don't. I got a cousin with one leg. I had some buddies that, lost their lives, and I don't want to repeat that experience.
We're all sitting here, 3 people in the Marine Corps, prepared by virtue of our stripes sitting here. And the fact that we're in the military, that's where we're ready to go out and do it again.
The part where we're whole, and we got buddies that ain't.
It's like insurance. We're hoping it doesn't happen, but we're ready to do it.
But the biggest thing about it is, although we don't want to go back and do it again, if the bell rung at 7:30,
we'd go in a minute.
We'd be in line at 8 o'clock to go.
I like the hand-to-hand combat and etc. things like that. It's a little rough going on me, and since I have a small frame, I would like to become deadly, as I would put it. I like to have them words, especially the way they've been teaching me here.
Sometimes feel like drill instructors make you feel like you're gonna like it.
Like what?
Like the war, going out and as a killing people. They psych your mind up for it.
You think you'd like that?
Huh? I haven't done it. I can't. I'd go out there if I had to, though. I can't say whether I'd like it or not because I've never killed nobody,
I'd like to be the first one on the beach.
Doesn't matter if you
So
live to last.
I'm not scared at all, because when I come in here, I never thought I'd jump off a 50-foot tower or throw a grenade. Drill instructors build your confidence up. Right now, I feel I can do anything.
Thanks for joining in, Asterix. You go do what you got to do, brothers. You've been here a long time, but you got your package. That's the main thing. I don't think I unmuted myself then, did I? I said, thank you for dropping by, Asterix. You go do what you got to do. You've been here a long time.
As we view these graduates about to move to their new duty stations throughout the world, we do so with a considerable measure of pride, for we realize how much they have accomplished, but further, we know that we are part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, now that you are part of the Marine Corps family, I ask that as you return to your homes, you take with you the Paris Island story. Let it be known that good men like your sons, who have met the challenge of recruit training, are better for it.
So long as nations keep armed forces, there will always be enough recruits. Young men are not natural soldiers any more than they're natural carpenters or accountants, but it's a trade that almost anybody can learn. Soldiering takes up a much bigger part of your life than most jobs, but it doesn't take a special kind of person. Anybody's son will do.
I'm so proud of my son.
Have you seen a big change in him?
He's beautiful. He's a man now.
You glad he did it?
Oh, I'm happy.
I did it for them.
I'm proud of him. I'm so proud. He's a beauty.
Thank you.
Really feel good inside. Glad it's all over, at least the boot camp part. They say the toughest is still to come. But
This your dad?
yeah, this is my father. He's a retired Marine.
Good. How do you feel about your son now?
Oh, I think it's great. I think this is the best thing that happened to him. Really do.
Where are you going now?
I'm gonna be going home for 10 days, then I go to Memphis, Tennessee for 11 weeks of school, and then I'll get orders there for my duty station, and I'll be actually in the fleet. So, it won't be long till I'm back on the road, doing my job.
These young Soviet soldiers are doing their job too, and it's the same job that soldiers everywhere under all flags have to do. Even though most soldiers will never actually fight, they spend most of their time preparing for war. The whole nature of the military profession is shaped by that single goal. Not that it's soldiers who cause wars. Governments, acting on our behalf, are the cause of wars. We simply employ soldiers to do the dying for us.
Yep, that's true, isn't it? Well, yes, it is a rainy day out there, but I would have done it anyway. It's unfortunate I've had to stay here all this time waiting for a delivery that hasn't shown up yet. It's insane. I wish they could be a little more precise with their time when they will come. Well, we're on to part 3 of Gwyn Dyer's series called War. And this one's called The Profession of Arms. It's a documentary from 1983.
Stop! Forward position! 5-round magazine! Load!
Junior Leaders Course, Camp Petawawa, Ontario, Canada. We ask soldiers to kill people who they don't even know whenever we decide those people are the enemy. And we ask them to sign a contract with unlimited liability. By becoming soldiers, they agree to die when they're ordered to. To be able to do such extraordinary things, military men need very special beliefs and attitudes. This film is about how soldiers think about themselves and their job, how they have to think in order to survive and function in combat. It makes them a group apart, for it's the nature of combat that shapes the military world and the military mind. Combat is an environment where the normal rules of human conduct do not apply. But soldiers are only ordinary people, and the rules of behavior in combat have evolved to deal with that fact. To operate in this environment, people need a special mental framework and a unique form of organization. There's a separate caste of people in every country who devote their lives to maintaining this organization and nurturing the right attitudes to go with it. They are the professional officers. To understand how they must think, we first have to understand how combat actually works. We'll take our examples from anywhere and any time. In the desert or at sea, 5,000 years ago or now, it's always people who are doing the killing and the dying. Technology has now distanced many military men from the reality of what they do, but they still need to live in a special moral world.
I grew up in Vietnam. All those things I'd taken for granted all my life weren't necessarily there anymore. The fact that I had friends that were killed who were very young had a very deep impact on me. Death became a real thing. I am immortal. I'm not sure I ever thought about that. I'm not sure very many 19 or 20-year-olds think about that.
So you've got to keep distant from them. The officer enlisted man distance helps. This is one of the most painful things, is having to withhold sometimes your affection for them and your identification with them, because you know you're going to have to destroy them on occasion. And you do. You use them up. They're material. And part of being a good officer is knowing how much of them you can use up and get the job done.
I would draw one distinction between being a combat aviator and being someone who is fighting the enemy face-to-face on the ground. In the air environment, it's very clinical, it's very clean, and it's not so personalized. You see an aircraft, you see a target on the ground. You're not eyeball to eyeball with the sweat and the emotions of combat. And so it doesn't become so emotional for you and so personalized. And I think it's easier to do in that sense. You're not so affected.
I'm probably the last person you will ever meet who has used a sword in action on the back of a horse. So that was at the beginning of my service, which ended, of course, after the introduction of nuclear weapons. So that spans, really, the whole gamut of the history of warfare, virtually from the Stone Age to the Space Age. But the essential soldier remains the same, whether he was handling a slingshot weapon on Hadrian's Wall, or whether he's in a main battle tank today. He is essentially the same.
The Golan Heights, where Israel and Syria fight their battles. This place is called the Valley of Tears. Right around here in 1973, the Syrians lost 260 tanks. Exact Israeli losses are still secret, but they were losing very heavily too. Now, the rule of thumb is that you lose one entire tank crew for every 2 tanks that are hit. And a tank is not a good place to die. Basically, you burn to death unless you're lucky enough to be killed outright by whatever gets through the armor plate at you. And yet both sides kept on with this hellish business all around the clock for almost 4 days. Nobody quit, nobody ran away. This Syrian crew surrendered only after their tank was burned out. Persuading men to keep going until they are killed or horribly hurt is the key to military success. It always has been. Whether armies won or lost once depended mostly on their discipline and morale. Officers served mainly as a focus of loyalty, and to attract that loyalty, they had to cultivate the image of the ideal warrior. But once their troops were committed to battle, officers could have little further influence on the outcome. We can see why in the first battle we know much about, when an Egyptian army met its enemy near Armageddon in 1469 BC. The people of this city, Armageddon, watched the battle that followed from these walls, which were then much higher, of course, to find out whether they would live or die. What they saw on the plain below, of course, to find out what 69 out when an Egyptian army met its enemy.
That's interesting. You say 1469 BC?
Armageddon in 1469 BC. The people, we can see why in the first battle we know much about, when an Egyptian army met its enemy near Armageddon in 1469 BC. The people of this city, Armageddon, watched the battle that followed from these walls, which were then much higher, of course, to find out whether they would live or die. What they saw on the plain below can best be described as a choreographed riot. The Egyptians advanced shoulder to shoulder in ranks 4 or 5 deep, with their spears leveled until the shock of contact with the enemy's formation. And then it was pure mob scene. Push and shove and scuffle and stab and try to topple as many of the men facing you as possible, until in only a few minutes the other side started to panic. And then it turned into sheer slaughter for the losers. Most of them were cut down from behind by the Egyptians when they turned and tried to flee, only to find themselves still trapped in their own crowd.
That's interesting. I'm sure I knew that because I've watched this series before, more than once, but not in a long, long time. Armageddon, I didn't know that. That's very interesting. And that's the first battle we know much about. 1369 BC. How interesting. I guess the term Armageddon comes from the place and that battle.
Over 3,000 years later, in the English Civil War of the mid-1600s, battles still work much the same way. Individual soldiers struggle to control their terror, and each side's aim is to break down the other side's control. But new kinds of troops are now starting to appear on the battlefield. Not just the traditional pikemen and cavalry, but musketeers and artillery. And officers have many more decisions to make. The advent of firearms is beginning to force armies to spread out over far greater areas. It's no longer enough for an officer to fight bravely and inspire confidence. He now has to manage the battle. Eventually, armies find it necessary to train professional officers in military academies. Moscow, the Malinovsky Tank School.
This institution, like other military academies all over the world, is a symbol of the soldier's eternal struggle against Murphy's Law. In battle, almost everything that can go wrong will. So armies put a huge effort into teaching their officers to impose order on the chaos. The Russians have been doing that here for over 180 years. This palace was originally built for Catherine the Great, but ever since 1812 it's been a military academy where Russian and later Soviet officers have learned the rules of the game. The weapons of war have changed over the years, of course. Cavalry officers once learned how to use horses in battle here. Now it's the Malinovsky Armored Forces Academy. But the basic rules haven't changed.
That's pretty good. He's in Moscow making a documentary in 1983. That's pretty good. Different place, different time, that's for sure. 1983 Moscow.
Teaching officers to impose order on the chaos of battle is a thankless job because the environment of combat cannot be mastered by set rules. Yet the effort must be made, even if success can never be more than partial. And the rules of combat, based on how weapons work and, more importantly, how human nature works under stress, are basically the same for everybody.
Если говорить о тактике действий, современных соединений, частей.
If we talk about the tactics of modern combined arms units, there's no big difference between our units and, let's say, the Americans.
Наших подразделений частей и тактикой действий возьмем американцев, для примера.
Поэтому все фронты
Tactics and strategy must be learned, but simply knowing the rules doesn't mean you win the game.
The great secret about military strategy is that there are no secrets about strategy. Any competent soldier can look at the Golan Heights or anywhere else and tell you everything there is to know about the place, militarily speaking, in a few hundred well-chosen words. If you're Syrian, you want to head westwards towards Israel, then you take that route or you take that route. If you're Israeli and you want to stop them, then you make your stand there or there. No secrets, very few surprises. Yet no soldier can tell you how the battle will actually come out. Making the plans is easy enough. Making them work amidst the chaos and destruction and fear of a real battle is very difficult.
Can you tell me how a battle works?
Well, in my opinion, a battle never works. It never works according to plan. That's what I mean.
General Dan Lanner commanded the Israeli forces on the southern half of the Golan Heights during the 1973 war.
Yes, that's right, but the plan is only a common base for changes. Because it's very important, it be common. Everybody should know the plan, so you can change easily. But the modern battle is very fluid, and you have to make your decisions very fast, and mostly not according to the original plan.
But at least everybody knows where you're coming from.
And where you're going to, more or less.
But getting there is never certain. General Yossi Ben Hanan commanded a tank brigade on the Golan Heights in 1973. On the 6th day of the war, with only 8 tanks left, he got behind the Syrian front line.
And once we arrived to the rear, we took positions, and all the positions were very exposed. And we opened fire, and for about 20 minutes we destroyed whoever we could see, because we were in a great position there. I decided to charge and try to get that hill, but I had to leave some tanks in cover, and I charged with 6 tanks. They opened fire from the flank with anti-tank missiles, and in a matter of seconds, 3 out of the 6 tanks were blown up. There was a big explosion in my tank. I blew out of the tank. I was left there for a couple of hours. And also, the whole attack was a mistake. Yes, I think so.
What's it like when the tank gets hit?
Using some understatement, it's very uneasy. You know, it's not much fun.
I mean, how long do you have when the tank is hit to get clear?
I don't have much. I don't know. It's a big. It depends what hit you. In that particular case, my tank was hit by anti-tank missile. It's a very big explosion, and the penetration is an immediate penetration and a big explosion inside.
General Ben-Hanan is a very competent officer, but his attack failed and some of his men died. He took a chance, and he was wrong. There are so many variables in combat a commander cannot control, and so many things he simply does not know. It happens to everybody in war. For example, on the second day of the 1973 war, the Syrians broke completely through the Israeli defenses on the southern half of the Golan Heights. There were no Israeli troops at all in front of them.
Another 2 hours and they'd be down off the Golan on the Jordan River crossing, ready to strike into northern Israel itself. So they stopped. During the night, the first Israeli reserves coming up from the south were rushed up here to set up some kind of defense, and the Syrians never got any further. But why did they stop in the first place? The deputy commander of the 47th Brigade, Major Kultum, was captured later by the Israelis, said that this had looked an obvious place for an Israeli defense. The Syrians couldn't see any Israelis, but of course they were here somewhere waiting in ambush. So the Syrians had decided to wait for reinforcements.
It was a mistake, and it cost Syria the whole battle. But if the Syrian commander had taken a chance and pushed on right away, and the Israelis had been waiting in ambush, he would have been wrong too. You can do everything right in combat and still fail. Combat is a high wire act. If you don't move, you risk falling off. If you make the wrong move, the risk is equally great, and there's no way of being certain what the right move is.
Combat between people, it's people trying to stay alive and to kill the other side, is a very complicated game. We come to a stage that military operations should be very, very professional. It's not a game for amateurs anymore.
What makes the job of the officer in combat unique is the constant pressure of having to do something and risk the lives of his men, and also, as far as possible, keep himself alive to go on leading them. Vietnam, 1969.
And as we were going into the position, there was a large rice field we had to walk across. And I remember that I had to send somebody else across first, and you think, well, who do I send? Do I go myself? But being the leader, you can't afford that. And you had to send somebody across, and if you sit back and think about it, you say, well, am I sacrificing this individual? Am I sending him out there to draw fire? That may be part of it, but it's better to send an individual rather than walk out there in your entire force. And I remember pointing to an individual and telling him to go. There was one moment of hesitation that he looked at me and, do you mean me? Do you really mean it, 9-1? And the look I must have given him, he knew that I meant it, and he went across the field. Everybody was watching that individual. I started sending him across in twos, and it was no problem. Then I took my entire force across. When we were about halfway across, they came up behind us, the VC, and they were in spider holes, and they caught most of my unit in the open. Now, tactically, I had done everything the way it was supposed to be done, but we lost some soldiers. Would I have done it different? I don't think I would have, because that's the way I was trained. Did we lose less soldiers by my doing it that way? That's a question that will never be answered.
You lead by example. I don't think it was unknown that I was afraid to be shot at. I didn't like it. I don't think anyone does. But I did what had to be done given the situation at any given time. And I think that's a contagious type thing. When the shooting starts and things start happening, you do what has to be done. And other people start doing what has to be done, and it's a team effort.
So long as people feel they can improve their chances of survival by acting together, the system usually works. It's when they feel helpless that obedience begins to break down.
As far as losing control, I've always, after the initial 3 or 4 seconds, I felt I was within control of myself. And then that spilled over into control of my people. The only time that I felt that I had no control was when we had incoming. Once I thought I'd lost everything. I had made my peace with my maker. We were in an open rice paddy, and they were using a 60-millimeter mortar. And we could see the round coming out of the tube. We could see it to where it would peak and then start coming in on us. And there was nothing we could do. People were scattering every which way. Couldn't stand up and scatter, so there's a lot of scurrying around. There was no control there until this was whenever I gained my control back.
Losing control is a polite phrase for panic, and it's always a possibility in war because
until they ran out of rounds. It reminds me of another blue plaque in Altrincham that I was going to visit this morning. Bill Speakman. He won VC for action in the Korean War, and they ran out of rounds, and the story goes that they were throwing beer bottles at the enemy at the end of it, and when he was, that's the story that went round. I can't remember what they called it, the beer bottle battle or something like that. And apparently there's truth in it. He was asked about it, and he said, yes, we did throw beer bottles, but not just beer bottles. We threw whatever we could get our hands on. They were out of rounds and surrounded, and they got out of it. I can't remember how they got out of it, but that's how we won the Victoria Cross. And the bridge in Altrincham is named after him as well. His blue plaque is right on the tram stop there in Altrincham.
is in the end what combat is for, to break down the ties that bind armies together, the soldiers' loyalty to each other, and the trust in their officers, which is the ultimate source of obedience. The threat of violent death and the need to inflict death on others always overwhelms the will of some soldiers to go on. If it happens to too many soldiers at once, whole armies can collapse, but that happens only rarely. Armies are very good at getting their soldiers to withstand the most terrible suffering. Usually, the training holds and the command structure goes on working even in the worst of circumstances. Dan Lanner took command as Israel's outnumbered troops on the Golan Heights were on the point of being overrun at the start of the 1973 war.
I think for the first 3.5 days, I never left the radio. I was talking continuously. We were about distance, about 2,000 yards from the Syrian tanks, because they shot at us, which we didn't like very much. And then you try, in this case, just to quiet everyone down. Stay where you are, hold on as long as you can, and we will sort the thing out.
Camp Gagetown, Canada. Junior officer training, the foundation of the command structure. Here in the scrub of southern New Brunswick, officer candidates in the Canadian Army are being marked on their leadership, on how well they can lead a group of their colleagues in a mock attack. It's difficult to get other people to follow orders that could easily get them killed unless they have complete confidence in your judgment.
And reorg approximately 50 meters out.
Yeah, it's another sad veteran story. He, like a lot of vets, he, had a hard time when he came back. Like a lot of them did. And I think he ended up selling his Victoria Cross, like a lot of them did. Not a lot, but it's not uncommon. Yeah, he had a hard time after the war, and a hard time readjusting to society, drink and things like that. And he ended up selling his Victoria Cross, I believe.
I'll tell you when. Charge! Dead, you motherfucker.
Hey, let's go! Fire and move it! Go, mate! Go! Up! Come on, fire! Let's go! Move it up!
Well, it wasn't as bad as the second one.
This man is a trained soldier who wants to become an officer. He was in command of the last mock attack.
What do you think of it?
They came out of the bush line too early. With the C2 group up there, they walked right into our line of fire.
The Army doesn't really care whether his attack succeeded. What it
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. You're in Altrincham, aren't you? I was just talking about Bill Speakman. Do you know about him? Victoria Cross winner. His blue plaque is on the tram stop in Altrincham.
To know now, before he gets any further, is whether he can make decisions well under pressure and project the kind of warrior image that will persuade men to follow him.
Now, why did you decide on the right flanking initially?
I believe that there would have been more cover fire from the right side.
Did you have a look? Just have a look now.
The scrub and the small bushes.
Now look to the left. What do you have?
Forest, plus the road, the dead ground.
Did somebody mention it, left flanking? Somebody in the section?
I did.
That's okay. I don't care if you help each other out. But like I told you before, make your plan. And if you start switching plans after you pass it on to your section, what does it do to them?
Loss
Loss of confidence. They're going to say, to hell, I'm not following them anywhere, am I?
This would-be officer was sent back to his unit the next day.
Before George handed me the thunder flash and said, boom. Yeah, you were probably picking raspberries.
Did you lose? I heard that you people lost a guy yesterday.
Yeah, one man, one home.
Yeah.
He had trouble in leadership tests, so it was decided that that was it from this year. And depending on how he does at his unit during the year, they'll decide whether he'll have the chance to come back or not, if he develops his leadership during the year.
What do you mean by leadership?
Yeah, the ability to lead men, to coordinate, have your control of people, to have them do the right things at the right time. It's some people say you're born with it, others say you develop.
If you're just joining us, I've been here 4.5 hours waiting for a delivery today. I was going to go out and shoot video, couple of blue plaques in Altrincham related to Remembrance Day. The Chapel Street one, the lads from Chapel Street that went away in the First World War, and I was also going to talk about Bill Speakman's blue plaque. there on the tram stop. So there's a couple of Remembrance Day plaques out there that I was going to go look at this morning, but I found out I was getting a delivery between 9 and 6. So I've been standing here since 9 o'clock, and I've been live on here since I don't know, 10 o'clock or something. So just watching a documentary called War by a guy called Gwyn Dyer. He's a Newfoundlander, and I don't know Gwyn well, but I have met him. I know his brother pretty well. It's a documentary called War, and it's a really good documentary. It came out in 1983, and we've covered all the First World War and the Second World War, and we're in Vietnam now, I think. He was just talking about the Golan Heights and stuff there. So it's a series about war, which is fitting for Remembrance Day, I guess.
I think it's something that's developed.
Mostly what we're looking for is if they can command, if they can get what they want done across to the people and have it done in the way they want it carried out. And if people aren't following their instructions, to get on them and get it sorted out. If a guy doesn't have it, you can tell when he crosses the start line. Just by his attitude, his reaction, his indecisiveness. When things start to go wrong, he doesn't get a grip on things, doesn't straighten it out.
What are the implications of that come the day of the battle if you can't get it right then?
If he can't do it right then, his men are going to die. Simple as that.
Or he's going to come down and swing south and come in as the second echelon back against us.
Battalion Staff, 1st Battalion, 5th Cavalry, U.S. Army.
Okay. And for me, it's a question of follow me, do as I do. And it's a question of confidence. And I tell all my people that the only thing that I'm interested in is killing more Russians, lots of Russians. And if we're unable to do that, then obviously something that we're doing is wrong.
Colonel Bigelow's tough soldierly image had a very functional purpose when he was a junior officer in Vietnam leading a small group of men under fire. But now that he's a colonel, his real job in a war, just like Dan Lanner's on the Golan Heights in 1973, is to stay on the radio. That's the only way he can control the 800 men under his command, most of whom he'll never see during a battle. And, of course, he's never been in command of a whole battalion in a real war.
Or if there's any kind of a difficulty, I'll follow right along.
We're going to fire a 5-minute prep.
Well, where are the current locations?
Armies spend most of their lives in peacetime. In fact, armies are remarkably non-violent organizations, except when they're let off the leash and told to go and fight. And as combat becomes an ever more complicated business, armies must go.
So what I've been doing is working on my mosaic here while watching this program, making a green one today. I finished up my white one. White one's all done. Ready for the Sailmakers Market on Sunday, the 16th of November. I think it's the 16th. Yeah, the 16th. So that's what I'm doing while I'm standing here watching a documentary about war.
Ever more bizarre lengths to simulate the real thing. Today's middle-level officer has become a sort of choreographer of violence in 3 dimensions, orchestrating infantry, tanks, guns, missiles, even aircraft, spread out over hundreds of square miles and always on the move. The only way to train the commanders is by constant practice in conditions as realistic as possible.
but not so realistic that anybody gets killed. So one of the devices the U.S. Army uses to get round the problem is this, the Combined Arms Tactical Training Simulator. Certainly the world's most impressive video war game.
We have
These are Colonel Bigelow's company commanders. In a real battle, they'd be down on the front lines, getting orders from the colonel and passing information back to him. Here at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, a computer is the enemy, and the information only goes to the colonel's staff in the room next door. Even in a real war, the practical side of the colonel's job is somewhere between that of an air traffic controller and a personnel manager. He could get killed doing it, and so could his officers, but what they're actually doing is controlling and monitoring the expenditure of vehicles, troops, and ammunition.
He's combat effective. He just has one platoon that's ineffective.
Most significant difficulty for us is the proper way of putting combat power to work on the battlefield. Who controls the fires? Do we let the individual gunner fire each missile? We expended a heck of a lot of missiles in this last battle, shooting at targets that might have been destroyed with artillery or in other means. And you know, each one of those missiles is $2,500, $3,000 apiece.
In a modern infantry division, only a small fraction of the soldiers are actually operating weapons. Collectively, they can do a great deal of damage, but the reality of combat for most of them is not at all the traditional experience of the warrior. Warfare has been affected by the same technological trends that have transformed the rest of our society. The USS John F. Kennedy on the Mediterranean Sea.
It takes the coordinated efforts of 5,500 highly trained people to operate this ship at sea, and at least 3 times as many people ashore to support it. The organization, the skill, the cooperativeness, the dedication that make this ship possible represent the very best of our civilization. And what all that effort and devotion have produced here is a marvelously efficient death machine. The sole use for this ship is to kill people and destroy what people have built. In just a few days, it could devastate a fair-sized country all by itself. And in just a few minutes, it and all the people in it could be destroyed by some other death machine.
Yet most of the men on this carrier do not need a warrior's mentality at all. The only people on the carrier whose job would ever involve fighting an enemy they can see are the pilots, who do still need all the traditional military values and add to them the special mystique of high technology.
Flying fighters is from the Navy standpoint, is pretty much the top of the profession as far as desirability.
We're designed to shoot down aircraft at speeds of 3.0 Mach, and you know, that are constantly moving, and they're also trying to shoot us. Okay, and so it makes it a whole lot more of a challenge as far as we're concerned.
We carry the heat-seeking Sidewinder missile. That's always launched within visual range of the enemy, because we have to acquire his infrared signature with our own eyes before we can put the missile on. And then for the old Red Baron type dogfight, then we have a 20-millimeter Gatling gun, which fires about 6,000 bullets per minute. It doesn't even sound like a machine gun anymore. It howls like a banshee. It's not the safest profession you'd want to get into.
Even for the pilots, combat is really machine against machine. For everybody else on the carrier, there are even further layers of technology between them and the enemy. And what has always been true for sailors and airmen is increasingly true for ground troops as well. Most soldiers everywhere serve machines now, and machines are very inflexible. No matter where you come from or who you are, you have to mold yourself to their requirements. There's only one right way to operate a tank. For the past 2 centuries, the individuals who've learned about battle in this room have been Russians.
And the army they served, whether Tsarist or Soviet, has been a distinctively Russian army. This metal beast behind me and all the other machines that rule modern warfare may gradually be putting an end to that. Mechanization is removing the human element from warfare. And I don't know any serious soldier who doesn't worry about it. What really worries the soldiers is that if it is not their uniquely human soldierly qualities that decide a battle anymore, but just the machines they serve, then the whole basis of their warrior self-image is threatened. That self-image is vital because it shores up the moral armor dividing their world from ours. They kill, but they are not murderers. They die, but they are not accident victims. They are honorable men engaged in a noble struggle. So most soldiers reject the idea that technology is undermining their traditional roles.
The most important thing is the man who is using the weapons. It doesn't matter what the weapons are. Assuming he knows how to use the weapons and is well trained, the soldier or officer who will win is the one who thoroughly understands the goals of the war, who is striving to achieve these goals, and who is ready to sacrifice his life in the name of these goals.
Soldiers must believe that the new weapons have not devalued the importance of the traditional soldierly virtues. Otherwise, their actions would no longer have meaning in their own eyes. But the contrast between the soldier's self-image and reality has been made far sharper by the advance of technology. This is the pattern room at the Royal Small Arms Factory, Enfield, in North London. And here you can see how a century of technological change has undermined the traditional glory of the military profession. This, for example, is the standard British infantry rifle adopted in 1895, the Lee Enfield. It's a superbly made piece of precision machinery, engineered to very fine tolerances, sights out to 2,800 yards. It's also beautiful, and it was made to be so. This stock wasn't sculpted into these complex curves for purely functional reasons. Weapons have always also been objects of art, and in the early industrial era, that tradition still survived. This, on the other hand, is a standard Israeli infantry weapon today, the Uzi submachine gun. Like many modern weapons, it's less well made. Most of its parts are stamped, not machined. But it'll put out a stream of bullets, about 10 per second, that will shred an opponent at close range. And like most modern weapons, it's also very ugly. It's still possible, just barely, to associate this Lee Enfield with romantic concepts like glory. The only words called to mind by this Uzi, on the other hand, are efficient, utilitarian, ruthless.
He's 100% right about that. I've said that earlier in the stream here, talking about the First World War and the Second World War being the last noble wars, if there's ever such a thing. But it's become very ugly, hasn't it? Not that it wasn't always ugly, but I know what he means about the Lee Enfield rifle. It is a beautiful thing. It was made, even though there was a lot of mechanization in the construction of it, it's well made. I don't know. It's a strange concept. I have a weird fascination with weapons of that World War II and before era. Things of today are very sci-fi and not so beautiful anymore.
Weapons as impersonal as this would horrify soldiers from 200 years ago who thought it was only honorable to kill opponents face to face. But that was all they could do. As each new weapon has come along, from machine guns to napalm to H-bombs, the military profession has absorbed it without even a hiccup. And the code of the warrior gentleman has proved infinitely flexible.
People who have had nuclear weapons under their command can still see their profession in the most shamelessly romantic way.
The military profession makes demands which few, if any, others do. And of course, where emotionally disturbed people talk about being trained to kill, the whole essence of being a soldier is not to slay, but to be slain. You offer yourself to be slain rather than set yourself up as a slayer. Now, one can get into very deep water here, but there's food for thought in it.
Soldiers are, in fact, both the slain and the slayers, and while nowadays everybody is a potential victim of war, we still leave the business of conducting it to the soldiers.
There is a bargain between those who become soldiers and those who stay civilians. It's not written down anywhere, but it exists in every country, whether the soldiers are volunteers or not. We don't just pay our soldiers money. We let them have their own separate society, run mostly by themselves. We offer them travel, adventure, and status. We show them respect when they're living and veneration if they die. It's a much better deal than we offer to bus drivers or secretaries. But it seems worth our while as civilians to give soldiers these privileges because in return they take war off our hands. It becomes their problem and their responsibility, not ours. And it's not a lopsided bargain because there is a catch for the soldiers. They have to die when we tell them to. But most people join armies in peacetime, so they don't have to do it right away.
None of the young men in this room have been in battle, but that is what they are preparing for. And rituals like this mess dinner are not irrelevant to that goal. It's one of the ways soldiers reaffirm to themselves that they live in a separate and honorable society. In fact, honor, in the traditional sense of the word, something that it was right and necessary to kill and die for, is a central idea in this separate military world. Soldiers need abstract notions like honor and gallantry and glory and sacrifice in order to hide the basic nature of the trade from themselves when they can, and justify it when they cannot. And, of course, the basic nature of the trade is only visible at all in wartime.
Getting away from all the philosophical answers, the reason why I'm here is because it's fun.
Yeah, same here. It is.
And I enjoy running out there and firing a rifle and charging and yelling and screaming. And I enjoy doing drill. And I like most of the things that have to do with military. I did my degree in military history because I enjoyed military history. I joined the Army because I liked the Army.
I'd known some guys at university who'd gone to Vietnam, and so I kind of got interested in the conflict. And then I saw the movie Apocalypse Now, and I think that did something. And so here I am. This is true, by the way, this is true. A buddy of mine saw it, and he liked the helicopters so much that he put in for pilot training, the helicopters.
Not Apocalypse Now. Reality. Vietnam, 1967.
Who's in charge of 5-2 now? Who's in charge of 5-2 now? Who's got 5-2 now?
I had my doubts quite a few times because I had 3 men wounded. We had NVA within 3 feet of us. Artillery and airstrike on top of us. We were just lucky to be back here alive. Thank you. By the way.
After a while, you develop a sense of invincibility. You go into contacts and you don't really think you're going to be hurt. It doesn't faze you. Even seeing somebody else in close proximity to you being shot or wounded, it doesn't dawn on you that that could happen to you. I was in country for 9 months before I was wounded, and when I was wounded, that sense of invincibility was lost, and you no longer are watching a guy next to you get hurt. You are actually being hurt. it became frighteningly real when I got wounded. Then it took me about 2 weeks to get over that, to where I was not what I would call gun shy. And then I developed that detachment again.
Professional soldiers accept the likelihood of being killed as one of the costs of the profession. Indeed, is what makes it an especially honorable calling. But they still need ways of dealing with the reality of death. One is simply to reject the possibility despite the evidence of their eyes. Another is to concentrate very hard on the technical aspects of the job.
The mission I was shot down on, I was flying an air-to-air combat mission. We were trying to intercept and destroy enemy aircraft.
What got you?
I was shot down by a Soviet-built SA-2 surface-to-air missile.
Did you see it coming?
The one that hit me, I did not see. I was fired upon by two sights as best I could compute the situation at the time. I had one at roughly in front of me, 11 o'clock or so to my left, and another sight firing back to my left, about 8 o'clock. And I saw the missiles come out of the clouds at the 11 o'clock position. I called them out to the flight, told the flight to brake left into the missile, and at that time the rear seat pilot in my aircraft said he was watching a missile come into the back seat with him just as I turned upside down. The missile exploded, blew one wing off the aircraft, blew the tail off the aircraft, left us in the front torso spinning and burning. And when you get shot down, you go into a state of shock. I must have been in a state of shock because I remember vividly what I was doing, and I wasn't screaming and jumping up and down and upset. I was upset with the fact that I'd been hit by a missile and my airplane wasn't going to fly, because when he hit my aircraft, I had all of the telelight caution lights light up on the telelight panel, fire lights and overheat lights, everything went tick, tick, pop, 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 and the stick went flop, 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 and I remember saying to myself, I don't think this thing is going to fly. And of course, one wing was gone, the tail was gone, and I was right.
I honestly believe that if someone fights professionally, he can minimize the risks a whole lot and survive on the battlefield, and, you know, at least to an extent that provides you some personal belief that if something is going to happen, it's going to happen to him, not to you. And that's very important. You know, you go to a battle and you always look around and you think that you are going, definitely you are going to survive to tell the story. You know, if something happens, it will happen to him. So that's the way I think about it. So far it works.
Welcome back, 1, 2, 3, 4. I was asking, are you in Altrincham or Timperley? Timperley's in Altrincham, isn't it? Or so they say. And Sale's in Greater Manchester, not Cheshire, right? None of these things are true, except they are. Anyway, what a weird documentary this is. I remember watching this back when it came out in 1983, and it's such a weird... oh, you're in Sale. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's a weird documentary, but it's Remembrance Day.
The fact that your job may get you killed is difficult, but everybody has to face death sooner or later. Dealing with the fact that your job involves deliberately killing human beings, people who are not evil but simply foreigners, is different. Soldiers are the only human group that has this sort of license to kill, a duty to kill in certain circumstances, and that is not an easy thing to live with. When you listen to soldiers talking about killing, what you're hearing is men telling themselves that they can do the terrible things their profession demands, and that doing them is morally okay.
As far as I was concerned, I was a professional soldier doing my job, and I would assume that they were a professional soldier doing their job, and they were trying to neutralize me, I guess, and therefore, you know, I had to do the same. So.
Would you say neutralize? You mean kill, don't you?
I'll expand on that. Neutralize, you want to take them out of action. If you have to kill them to do that, then you have to kill them, yes. But if you can do it in some other way, you're not going to kill just for killing's sake. That's not the point of combat, at least as far as I was concerned. It was to neutralize the enemy. And if you wounded him and took him out that way, he was no longer a threat.
I can remember vividly shooting a man. I happened to be at the right location at the right time when some of our soldiers had been fired upon and hit, and I jumped in a helicopter and went out to try to find the bad guys.
So anybody just joining us, it's Remembrance Day, in case you have forgotten. Lest we forget, right? It's a strange thing in this country. I'm here in the UK right now, for anyone who doesn't know that. And it's a weird thing. In Canada, Remembrance Day is celebrated today, on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. And in most of Canada, it's a statutory holiday, a bank holiday. We celebrate it on the actual date. And that's a strange thing. I've found it weird that we don't do it here on the actual date, and it's on a Sunday. It's been proposed several times to move it to the nearest Sunday in Canada, but it remains on the 11th day of the 11th month. So it's a little weird that we do it differently here. There are pros and cons to it, of course, but I'm still here on the 11th day of the 11th month looking at Remembrance Day. And I was going to go out today and shoot some video in Altrincham with the blue plaques in Altrincham that commemorate people involved in wars. There's 2 notable blue plaques. It is a bit weird. Are there others? You have fixed bank holidays here, right? They're always the same. I don't know what your holidays are here. A lot of ours are still. I don't know. They're different, and they're different from province to province in Canada. But it's like July 4th in America, right? Like you would never think of celebrating July 4th on the nearest Sunday, or you know, that's a really weird concept, isn't it? And the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month is such a significant date, isn't it, to celebrate on the nearest Sunday, or the Sunday after or before, or whatever it is. It's a strange thing. So I still prefer to do it on the day. But I didn't actually go down on Sunday. I had something on the go, which is unusual for me to not go to the cenotaph on Remembrance Day. So this is my Remembrance Day special. I'm here waiting for Muggs to come. I was going to go out and shoot video, but it didn't happen. So I'm here working on my mosaic. Getting there. As Benny, you saw it a couple of hours ago. I haven't gotten far, have I? But there you go. It takes a long time. It takes a long time to cut all these tiles. And as I've mentioned before in videos about doing these, I started sanding the edges of them, and the first few I didn't do that, and I wish I had never started doing it. But it does make a difference, as you can imagine. It's very smooth and nice. Um, Other people make them and they don't sand them, and they're not flat like a. I strive to. Well, this is a tabletop. It has to be flat and non-bumpy. But there is something very nice about the way other people do them, because as you can see, it's a really uniform reflection you get there because it's flat, right? Because it's a table, it has to be flat. You know, you couldn't put your champagne glass down there and catch a tile as you're sliding across, and it doesn't work as a table. It has to be smooth. But when they're just put in unsanded and, you know, not all flat and level, you get sparkly. It's all sparkly because each one is at a different angle, so it gives a different reflection. Kind of like what you're seeing here, because these aren't fixed in place. You know, when they're at a different angle, they reflect differently at different angles. So that has a nice look to it as well. So this is a green one. I've never done the this color green before. So this is a new one, and I hope I have enough. This is looking pretty close. It should be enough. In theory, it's enough, but I don't know if I have enough. So we'll find out. Anyway, I can always get more. The lucky thing about this tile is you can buy them by the each. The other green from the other company, you have to buy a square meter. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. It's very boring to do, but it's good. It's a good thing to do when you're just here watching videos. So it can be a mindless task. You don't have to think about what you're doing, which is, you know, nice in its own way.
We did flush out, in fact, some bad guys, and there wasn't any doubt in my mind that was finally the time to put someone in the sights of the rifle and do it. I wasted a bunch of rounds, and again, my training had taught me otherwise. But I guess in the excitement, I put too many rounds into one individual. There was no second thoughts. In this particular case, it was so easy to do because it was a directly retaliation for, I saw our soldiers laying there all shot up. This was a very natural thing as a trained soldier to do.
Most of the time, there's no person.
I can't believe that delivery is still not here. It's driving me crazy. It's 20 after 3.
Feeling there. He's a soldier. You know his job is to win over you. Your job is to win over him. There was one incident that bothers me. It was an 3 individuals, and they were the part that bothers me is they didn't know that I was there. They were smoking and joking, carrying on like walking down Michigan Boulevard, and we set a claymore off on them. We were in a place we weren't supposed to be, a secure place to them, and it ended for them.
Can you tell me why it feels different?
I could have let them gone by. I think that's the key. They didn't know we were there. We could have maintained our silence, and they could have moved right on through.
But I chose at that point. We needed some material, and I chose at that point to detonate the Claymore. It was my decision. The other times, my decision was taken away from me. I was reacting rather than acting.
Tactically, Major Uli did everything right. The Vietnamese soldiers he killed were legitimate targets, and nothing in the rules said he should warn them first. He feels bad because he's a human being, and they look too much like the people he isn't supposed to kill who walk down Michigan Boulevard at home. But most of the time, even infantrymen do not see the people they kill close up. Artillerymen who shell targets beyond the horizon, or pilots who drop their bombs from 2 miles up, never do. And in turn, today's soldiers are threatened by enemies they seldom see. Death is random and impersonal, but it remains the essence of the soldier's trade.
Because men in the military profession have this dramatic, unlimited commitment to kill and especially to die in the service of others, many civilians romanticize their job. Serious soldiers who've experienced battle understand that killing human beings is always a squalid, ugly business, but they still remain willing to give and receive death. In some very important ways, they are romantics too.
They have to be, because the unvarnished reality of their job is too grim to be borne. That's why they need all the old-fashioned romance of high ideals and military glory, and the new romance of glamorous machines. Sometimes the way officers talk about their ideals is almost embarrassing, but they have to think that way.
So I was shot down January 23rd, 1967.
It's still out for delivery. That's all the information I can get. I don't know where it is. Yes, it's you can be productive, and it's like knitting. You can sit there and watch TV and knit away. Not that I know how to do knitting. I would like to know how to do knitting, but there's not enough lifetimes.
Over North Vietnam. And they took some films of us and whatnot, and then escorted us on into Hanoi, where we began our little ordeal up there for some 6.5 years. The common denominator which enabled, in my judgment, the American prisoners of war to come home with their heads held high was the unwillingness of the individuals there to sacrifice their own personal reputation. I absolutely believe that our American values, which are shared throughout the society, and gifts of our forebears, and in my judgment, not values and mores of which we can be proud, because I'd rather use the word thankful. I think it's a much better word. I'm very thankful we have those kinds of attitudes in the country, were what enabled us to overcome the enemy's efforts to exploit us successfully, and in fact made us unwilling to let one another down. You know, when we lost everything we had, we still had each other.
Now, what Arnold Toynbee used to call the military virtues, fortitude, endurance, loyalty, courage, and so on, these are good qualities in any collection of men and enrich the society in which they are prominent. But in the military society, there are functional necessities, which is something quite different. I mean, a man can be false, fleeting, perjured, in every way corrupt, and be a brilliant mathematician or one of the world's greatest painters. But there's one thing he can't be, and that is a good soldier, sailor, or airman. Now, it's his group coherence and the unlimited liability which, between them, set the military professional apart. And I think will continue to do so.
Моя профессия не просто воевать.
My profession is not just to fight, but to protect my motherland. If aggressive forces impose war on us, like all Soviet soldiers and the whole Soviet people, I would give all my abilities, my experience, and if necessary, my life, to protect my socialist motherland, to achieve the total destruction of the enemy.
How would you feel about going into combat again?
I don't want to go. I started to say I think anyone would be a fool to want to go. I don't want to say that. I would go because I'm a professional soldier, and I take great pride in the fact that I'm a professional soldier. I asked to be a soldier. I chose to be a soldier. I've trained to be a soldier. And I can't think of anything more honorable for me personally than to be a soldier. And that's my job if my country asks me to go and fight. I would do that for myself, for my family, for my country, and for my God. But I don't want to have to do that, but I'm willing to if that comes along.
The military profession is riddled with paradox. Officers really do care about the men under their command, yet they must use up their lives in order to win battles. The trade is now dominated by technology, but those who run it still cling to tradition and ritual. Armies are societies based on order and discipline, and their purpose in battle is to destroy precisely those qualities in other armies. There are no people kinder and more unselfish to each other than soldiers in combat, who are at the very same time trying to kill other people who just wear different uniforms. None of it makes any sense, and yet military men must believe it all does, or they couldn't do their jobs. You have to ignore a lot of reality to be a good soldier.
The last time this army fought a major war was in the 1940s. What the soldiers had to face when they got there required every mental defense the army could give them. And when they were finished fighting, the ones that were left still needed to believe in all the ideas that had got them there in the first place in order to shield themselves from the full truth of what they had seen and what they had done.
Now is a kind of a fortress. There is a
Well, where are we now? Skipped ahead when I was looking for a specific thing in this documentary. I can't believe we're at part 4 and I still don't have my package.
Ottawa is not a very military place, and Canada's not usually seen as a particularly warlike country. But it is a sovereign state, a member of the international system of sovereign states, so it fights wars. At various times, Canadian troops have killed Russians, Americans, Germans, Turks, Italians, Koreans, South Africans, and Japanese. And all those people got to kill Canadians, too, 100,000 of them in this century. This is a film about why people feel the need to keep armies and fight wars. We've made it in Israel because that's a country where the reasons why people fight wars and the costs of behaving that way are especially clear. Israel's only been an independent state for a short time, and the direct connection between statehood and the ability to fight wars is still visible there. But Israel is basically no different from Canada or Russia or Argentina or anywhere else. It's just a very good example of how we're all trying to get what we want, or at least make ourselves safe, through military power, and how none of us are succeeding.
It's June 2nd, 1982, the end of a normal day in northern Israel. But for Nimrod Horowitz and his partner, the workday is just beginning. They'll spend the next 10 hours patrolling the boundaries of their kibbutz. They're searching for marauding thieves and the occasional wild boar that ravages their crops. They're also looking for Palestinian guerrillas. For Kibbutz Kfar Giladi sits on Israel's northern border, the border between Israel and Lebanon, the border between the Jews and their deadliest enemy, the Palestinians.
If you want to know why it's been a good idea all through history to have a strong state with a good army, ask the Jews. They found out the hard way by losing theirs. This mountain's called Masada, and it was here about 1,900 years ago that the Roman army destroyed the last vestiges of Jewish independence. About 1,000 men, women, and children who were the last survivors of the great Jewish revolt against Roman rule were holding out in a wooden fortress on top of Masada. So 15,000 Roman soldiers built a great earthen ramp up the side of the mountain to get at them. When the Romans finally reached the top and set the fortress on fire, the Jewish defenders chose to die rather than surrender. Men were chosen by lot to kill all the others and then commit suicide themselves. Only 7 women and children who hid themselves in a water cistern were found alive by the Romans. And from that moment, there was no place in the world ruled by Jews for almost 19 centuries. By the early 20th century, there was a steady trickle of Jewish immigrants back to Palestine.
Can you believe it's 40 odd years later and we're still talking about this?
But it was Hitler who provided the decisive push for the foundation of Israel. He proved, for anyone who doubted it, that in a world which runs on power, not on love, to be powerless is to be exposed to the most dreadful peril. It was the Jews of Europe who learned that lesson most bitterly of all. The language has a number of words for the Jewish experience as an exiled people without a state of their own. Ghetto, pogrom, Holocaust. So when the Zionists decided it was time to put an end to this ordeal, they knew what they had to do. They had to recreate a strong, independent Jewish state. And to get or keep a state the way this world has always worked, you need an army. You have to be able to fight wars.
Australia? Yes. Belgium? Yes.
On May the 1st, 1948, the United Nations voted for the partition of Palestine between Jews and Arabs, for the creation of the State of Israel. Or rather, the UN gave the Jews the legal right to create Israel. But the Arabs claimed the same land, and within hours, the infant State of Israel was at war. Israel had to establish its right to exist the same way as most other countries, by war. A war which ended with more than half of former Palestine under the control of the State of Israel, and much of its Arab population refugees. Getting the organized power of a state behind you may save you from being a victim, but it's very often at the cost of turning other people into victims instead.
A state in the world in which we live means that you are recognized by the world, you have got a legitimate rights to do within your own country whatever you want, no need to get permission to bring in all the Jewish refugees from all over the world, to have the means to achieve the vision of the Zionist movement in much better way than without having the status of independent country and people.
What you win by war, you must defend by further war. Now, in June 1982, there is no war, but Nimrod Horvitz, like all the men of his kibbutz, must take his turn patrolling its defenses.
Look, I born in 1948, and when I was half years old, they took us, all the kids, to Haifa, because it's a big war around. And now, we live here, and we don't take the children out. We have everything. We have the shelters, and we have security around in the kibbutz. And you see by yourself how we live here. It's wonderful here. Anyway, we like it.
In fact, the Israelis live much the same way everybody else does, in temporary peace, armed to the teeth against potential enemies, and under the permanent threat of war. Israel's wars come more often, but we all live in fortresses that we call states, and we all keep ourselves ready to fight the other states that fill the dangerous world beyond our borders.
Oh, sorry, Darren. Sorry to hear that. It's Remembrance Day, and I was going to go out and shoot video in Altrincham with the Chapel Street blue plaque and Bill Speakman's blue plaque there at the tram stop. But somebody placed an order for some mugs, and I didn't have enough mugs to fulfill the order, so I ordered mugs, and I've been standing here all day waiting for them to show up. So I figured I might as well do this, do something productive while waiting for the mugs to arrive. And I remembered this video. I was looking for some video to watch related to Remembrance Day. And this is a documentary series by a guy I know. I don't know him well, but I do know his brother fairly well. He's a Newfoundlander. And it's a documentary series called War. Came out in 1983. Shit, that broke. Hate it when that happens. You get right down to the last bit of sanding, and I broke the tip off this piece. Now I have to remake it and resand it. Yeah, so that's Gwyn Dyer's historian, documentarian from Newfoundland. He was living in London when he made this video. The video starts, he's in London. I don't know where he lives now. He hasn't lived in Newfoundland in many years. And as I said, I knew his brother. I know his brother. And I've met Gwyn, but I don't know him well. Yeah, it's a really, really great documentary called War. And we're on part 4 of 7. So I've been here a long time. And some have been here a long time with me watching this documentary. So we're going to continue watching it while I wait for my mugs to show up. There is quite a good part at the very end, part 7, about Newfoundland and Beaumont Hamel in the First World War. But we've already covered the First World War and the Second World War, and we're in the Golan Heights and talking about Israel again here. Well, not again. I mean, they were talking about it not for the first time. They were talking about it again in 1983. And will it ever end?
Kfar Giladi is in a particularly exposed part of Israel where the border makes a great curve. It's almost surrounded by enemies. On the north by the Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO, whose guerrillas occupy southern Lebanon, and across the valley to the east by the Syrians who wait in tanks beyond the Golan Heights. Yet, despite its precarious position, Kfar Giladi is a very peaceful place this cloudless morning early in June. The 400 members of the kibbutz have bought that peace with their lives. 40 of Kfar Giladi's members have died in Israel's 6 wars. And now, with the PLO sitting just across the border, they're paying for their security with constant watchfulness. The kibbutz is surrounded by 10 guard towers and 5 miles of barbed wire. Ori Eshkoli is the manager of Kfar Giladi. Ori is now 39. On his 18th birthday, like all young Israelis, he went into the army. His first war came in 1967, the Six-Day War. Ori's unit was the first to fight its way inside the walls of the old city of Jerusalem, which had remained under Arab control since 1948. It was the fiercest fighting of the whole war. More than half of Israel's losses came in this single battle, but Ori survived untouched, and the city was taken. The Wailing Wall, the holiest place of the Jews, was once again in Jewish hands. Not only the city of Jerusalem was reunited by the Six-Day War, all of former Palestine, which had been divided between Arabs and Jews by the United Nations in 1948, was now under Israeli control. Israel's borders expanded enormously, and the hostile Arab armies around it were pushed back much farther away from heavily populated areas. But for the Palestinian Arabs, the Six-Day War was a disaster. Many of them, like the thousands who lived in this refugee camp near Jericho, had to flee the country altogether when Israeli troops seized the West Bank. The fate of the Jews in exile becomes the fate of the Palestinians. And for over 1 million Palestinian Arabs who stay behind in the occupied territories, all the future holds is permanent Israeli military rule. Most Palestinian Arabs have learned the same lesson from this miserable experience that the Jewish Zionists learned from their own people's long misery and exile, that without your own state and your own army, there can be no security, no possibility of controlling your own destiny. So a lot of recent Middle Eastern history has been taken up by the desperate attempts of the Palestinians to create their own state and army. It's in the nature of the system to...
This Sunday is the next Makers Market, Darren. That's why I'm working on this mosaic here. Making a green one, a green bee table. Sharstone, that sounds familiar. Yeah, come by. For sure. So it's Sunday the 16th, this Sunday coming.
Everybody to play the same game by the same ruthless rules.
Not that even the Israelis, who are very good at the game, can win more than a temporary security from their military power. The destruction of 3 hijacked airliners on a disused airfield in Jordan in 1970 was one of the first signs that Palestinians themselves were starting to fight back. But the PLO was still too weak to strike at Israel. It concentrated mostly on easy targets outside Israel's borders, aiming for propaganda gains. The Palestinian guerrillas were still not the main threat to Israel's security. The real danger for Israel remained the regular armies of its Arab neighbors. Ori Eshkoli's second war came 2 years after his first. It was called the War of Attrition. Ori's unit was pinned down by a heavy Egyptian artillery bombardment one day in 1969. A tiny piece of Egyptian shrapnel found its way into his spine. It took 6 hours to get him out to a hospital, and Ori will never walk again.
The human being is so flexible, so sometimes I forgot that I'm a war disabled, and I live my life quite normally. When I start to think over and all those things, it may hurt a little bit, but usually life go on. I go to work, I go to parties, I even dance sometimes, standing on a wall and lying on one of the girls that dance with me. Life goes on.
But the life that goes on is haunted always by the possibility of violence. For the settlements like Kfar Giladi up on the northern frontier, life became far more dangerous in the 70s as PLO guerrillas began to bombard them with Katyusha rockets from southern Lebanon and make raids across the border. The settlements had to turn themselves into fortified camps.
We are suffering from the problem of security, and Kfar Giladi was an open kibbutz like in all the villages all over the world. Today now it's a kind of a fortress. There is the fence all around the kibbutz. If the children want to go outside, they have to take with them one of the members with a gun. Some member who live here that must make guard. And of course the Katyusha attack. For example, the last year, in 3 times, Kfar Giladi was hurt by Katyusha rocket.
At Kfar Giladi, the defenses are obvious, watchtowers and barbed wire. In most of the world, the boundary defenses are less visible, but we all live behind borders. For many of us, the border we defend is far away, and the main threat is from nuclear missiles, not guerrillas on foot. But the price of sovereignty is almost always blood in the end. The blood of other people's children and of your own. A small part of that price was paid on May 3rd, 1974 by another kibbutz just up the hill from Kfar Giladi. That night, 3 PLO gunmen broke into Ms. Gavan's nursery and held its children hostage until morning. One child was killed and 4 were wounded. When Israelis do this to other people's children, they use air raids, not guerrillas, but it's all part of the same thing. Play the game and pay the price. The people of northern Israel simply dig in. It's not a good way to live, but they know no other. Kfar Giladi builds a complex of 50 underground bunkers to survive the rocket attacks of the PLO. Attacks by people who also believe they own this land.
Everything is very normal and very usual until we have the Katyushas and bombings and the shells. And we need to hide in the shelters. And then for some days or some period, our normal life is really destroyed. We have only to hide our heads and to lie, at least to hear if it's coming through, if it's falling far.
In fact, these bunkers haven't been used much recently. For the past 11 months, there's been an effective ceasefire between Israel and the PLO. But the whole northern border area is tense. For years, the Israeli government has been longing to destroy the PLO in southern Lebanon. It's common knowledge that the plans to invade Lebanon are ready, just waiting for the right excuse. On Thursday, June 3, 1982, Israel's ambassador in London is gunned down in front of the Dorchester Hotel. The gunman is Palestinian, and the following day, Israel seizes the pretext and launches massive air raids on Palestinian camps around Beirut. The PLO retaliates with fierce rocket attacks against the northern settlements, including Kfar Giladi. Finally, Prime Minister Begin and his Defense Minister Ariel Sharon have the excuse they need to invade Lebanon.
The cabinet took the following decision: to instruct the Israel Defense Forces to place all civilian population of the Galilee beyond the range of the terrorists' fire from Lebanon, where their bases and their headquarters are concentrated.
A military spokesman said later that the Israelis were on search and destroy missions against Palestinians who had fired rockets into Israel.
In fact, the operation which the Israelis describe as search and destroy, and which is to penetrate only 40 kilometers into Lebanon, is not that at all. It's a full-scale invasion that isn't going to stop anywhere short of Beirut.
Shortly after noon, bombs and artillery fell throughout southern Lebanon. Cover fire for the invasion launched against the Palestinian guerrillas. Civilians have been packing for days and now crowd the coastal roads fleeing to safer areas. Israeli planes pounded several areas, and the anti-aircraft fire was intense. Palestinian guerrillas brought supplies and reinforcements south before the highways were cut.
Israel's reserves are called up, and on Sunday, June 6th at 11 a.m., a whole army, around 30,000 men and over 1,000 tanks and heavy guns, plunges into Lebanon to stamp out the PLO. It's round 7 of the Arab-Israeli wars.
So what round would we be at now? My God, how long has this war been going on? It's crazy when you look back at history and, you know, the 100 Years' War and stuff like that. And it's like, how long can a war go on? It's been a long time. Long time these people have been fighting.
The next day, Kfar Giladi learns of its first casualty in the new war. Yossi Keller, a young helicopter pilot from the kibbutz, is shot down and taken as a prisoner to Beirut, where Palestinians mad with rage and fear beat him to death in the streets. If he was lucky, he was dead by the time these pictures were taken. Yossi is Uri Eshkoli's brother-in-law. The pilot's father sees the pictures on television, and Uri's father tries to console him.
He said to me, so it happens to my son also, nothing to do. I'll be more silence if the body will be here in the cemetery. Now I don't know where I am. Where is the body of my son? That's what he say. And I have no words to make him a better feeling. What can you say in such a case?
Israeli tanks met only moderate opposition as they swept further into southern Lebanon today. Palestinian gunners fired sporadically but were quickly overwhelmed by the Israeli armor. Some PLO soldiers surrendered and others were killed. There's no word from either side on the numbers of casualties.
On the fourth day of the war, Nimrod Horvitz changes from kibbutznik to army captain as he prepares to leave Kfar Giladi again for Lebanon. He's already been in once, but like most Israeli men, he's in the military reserves. And the army has to let the reservists get home to their jobs whenever possible. Otherwise, the entire economy would grind to a halt. Nimrod was called again late last night, and by noon he'll be in Lebanon fighting. Is it hard to leave your wife?
Look, not the wife, the kids. That's the problem, but that's the life here.
Do the kids know where you're going?
Yeah, sure. They know.
Nimrod Horvitz's unit has the dangerous job of hunting down the PLO guerrillas left behind in southern Lebanon when the main Israeli force pushed through. It's Nimrod's third war, and he hates it. But like most Israelis, he sees it as us or them.
Look, fight, it's fight. Bullet, it's bullet. It's not a picnic. And it's, if it's 400 Katyushas or 2 Katyusha, it's the same. It's the unknown, frightened a little bit, but that's it. And I was very happy, you know, like, because I was living in the Upper Galilee. And I live in a kibbutz that get a lot of bombs inside. And my kids a lot of times going inside the shelters. And now they was outside. They're not sitting in the ground. Somebody else sitting in the ground.
But it's neither Israeli troops nor PLO guerrillas who are suffering the most in this war. It's the Lebanese civilians trapped in the fighting and dying under Israeli bombs and shells.
I've seen planes attacking, bombing areas where there were civilians. There are thousands killed. Where is the Sixth Fleet? Where is the relief? Please, if you can get this message to my country, please do it.
The Israelis have virtually destroyed parts of this city of 200,000 because they say several thousand of the people here were members of the PLO. In many ways, the real victims of this conflict are the refugees who sleep tonight in makeshift tents on the shores of the Mediterranean. People whose homes and businesses were destroyed by war.
The Palestinian refugees can never get what they want through war. The Israelis are too well armed and too ruthless. Maybe the Palestinians cannot get much of what they believe are their rights by peaceful means either, but it's never really been tried. Instead, both peoples go on depending on military violence as the ultimate means of getting their own way. And so do we all. Like most Israelis in time of war, Uri Eshkoli spends his evenings in front of the TV set.
And it's hard not to let your biases shine through in a documentary, or at least get glimpses of people's biases in documentaries. But he's trying to have an unbiased opinion here. It's about war. The documentary is about war. It's not about this war. It's about war. All war. And he makes a really good point at the end of this series, talking about, you know, if war were to end, if all wars were to end, if war was made illegal, then you'd be taking a snapshot of the world as it is now, and that's the way it would be forever. You know, if war had come to an end in 1775, then the United States wouldn't exist. If war had been abolished in 1775. So it's, what can you say? What can you say about war? It's not good, is it? But what do you do when you're being attacked? I don't know. There is no solution. At least I don't know of one, and seems no one else does either. But this is a documentary called War. It's not about this war, and of course this war has evolved into something different yet again, even though it's the same thing.
First, the results of the day's fighting are given. Israel now surrounds Beirut, and the Israelis are told it's only a matter of time before PLO resistance caves in. But what follows is more sobering. A list of the names of the soldiers buried that day. There have been 250 so far in the first 2 weeks of fighting.
סמל ראשון שלום שרלי אזולאי בן 29 בחולון וטוראי רם מזרחי בן 20 בהר הרצל בירושלים. השניים הללו נהרגו בתקריות האש.
I know one of them. צבי גפני, I know צבי גפני. I know it. הוא היה קבלן, עבדנו איתו One of them I know, he was a contractor. He used to buy concrete from our quarry. I used to arguing with him on the price, and he didn't like to pay it at the time, so we used to argue. I think it's him, Tzvi Gafni. The age is also at the same age, 33. It's supposed to be him. I just talked with someone who knows him yesterday, and look, story.
As Israeli troops die in Lebanon, 18-year-olds are being fed into the other end of the military machine. These young Israeli paratroops are nearing the end of their training in a camp in the occupied West Bank. Then they'll be sent straight to Lebanon, even before making their first parachute jump.
And we talked just with one of our sergeants who went up to Lebanon, and he talked and he spoke and he told us exactly what it was like, what it's like to go in there, and how it is to feel, and how you have to train here, and how you have to be serious, and how much you have to be serious here, or else you won't be able to be good there, and exactly what it's like to be face to face with Syrians and with tanks and things blowing up and terrorists popping out of bushes here and there, and they lay it all on the line.
In Lebanon, the fighting continues around Beirut, broken by ceasefires, which are in turn broken within days or even hours. Meanwhile, on the Golan Heights, facing the bulk of the Syrian army, there's only a tense calm. The Israelis watch the Syrians, who, of course, watch the Israelis. And here, where the two enemies are only 100 yards apart, a sort of fellowship develops between the opposing soldiers who may someday soon have to fight each other.
What's he saying to him?
Speak to me, come here and speak to me.
Do they ever speak to you?
Yes, sometimes they speak.
What do they say?
hello, and our food is better than yours, and something like this, but not politician and not nothing.
It's not uncommon, this sympathy between soldiers on opposite sides. Captain Pini Avigua remembers another time when Arabs and Israelis were brought closer together by war.
When we were close to them, near the border, in Sinai, sometimes, many times, we have conditions that we was talking with them, changing cigarettes, talking about homes, about families, as friends. There was no difference between the Egyptian soldiers and the Israeli soldiers. We talk about everything in the world, even about war.
And then you have to fight them.
And when we fight them.
Neither the Palestinians nor even the Arab world cannot, in the foreseeable future, even dream about eliminating or even causing a real danger to the Israeli cause using the military system. It's quite time for them, I think for us too, to understand that the Arabs have no chance in the foreseeable future using the military system. And of course the Israelis have no chance, because whatever one may say, and even if the Israeli military system is the best in the Middle East, this Israeli military system cannot conquer the whole of the Middle East and cannot enforce the Arab world politically to do whatever we like. So in the military sphere, the Arab-Israeli conflict is stalemated. You can just spill more blood and conquer some more square kilometers and kill more people and destroy more tanks or missiles or airplanes. But politically, I think you cannot basically achieve anything.
It's true, of course, but it cannot work until the leaders and the peoples accept that war provides no permanent solution to their problems, and accept the painful compromises that would be necessary instead of war. Meanwhile, the world unfailingly produces a new crop of 18-year-olds each year, and these young paratroops training for this war, and the next, have their final exercise, a mock attack over ground which closely matches the terrain of Lebanon. The idea of getting into a war is obviously very attractive to these young recruits. Make the training as realistic as possible, use live ammunition, even make them carry out their own casualties, and still they can't wait. Of course, the idea of being dead at 18 has no appeal, but it's very hard for 18-year-olds to believe in their own death. Quite soon now, though, the Army is very likely to put them into situations where they have to believe in it. And then there's another notion to help carry them through, the idea of sacrifice. Asking our young men to lay down their lives for the good of all of us, of the whole nation, is part of the way we've always done things. And so long as they have faith in their leader's judgment, by and large, the young men are willing to make that sacrifice.
You know, those ancient kings, David, Solomon, they always fought. And it's a repetition of the same story of very stubborn small nation trying to live among these other nations around here. And whenever someone goes to sleep, whenever someone rests for a while and put off his arms, he is exposed to someone who jumps on his neck. And I certainly believe that the generation that is growing now, my son, I have a 5-year-old son, you know, will have to fight. And maybe my grandchild will have to fight. And maybe that's the way it should be.
But there is another idea abroad in the world today, that the whole community should make lesser sacrifices so that nobody has to die.
About 5,000 anti-war demonstrators gathered in Tel Aviv this afternoon. The protest, one of the largest peace rallies in Israel's history, was organized by the Committee Against Invasion. It wants an immediate Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon.
None of these people know exactly what concessions they would have to make for peace, but the sacrifices would certainly be very painful. They would have to give up land that many Israelis believe they have a right to, and they would have to let the Arabs control places from which they could threaten Israeli towns and cities. But Israel faces the same choice as everybody else. Make the sacrifices and take the risks necessary for peace, or go on killing other people's children and burying your own. It's now the fourth week in a war that was supposed to last just 4 days. Pini Avigua is back on his farm in the Golan Heights, in occupied Syria, in other words. He will have 2 days away from his unit to catch up on his work before he has to return to the army. Like most reservists, Pini's army unit is located very close to his home. When he's mobilized, he just gets in his jeep and he's at his war in half an hour. And in a way, his family is mobilized too.
This time I was really worried. Because I have a big farm, and to be alone, it's very hard. You can see if something happened in Israel, everyone is running every hour to the radio to hear some news, or if you hear in the middle of the day, more than every hour, everyone is running to the radio.
That afternoon, during a party at his children's school, Pini learns that the army is calling him back early, and his private life disappears again. He'll be in uniform and back with his unit before the sun sets.
Warned that if fired upon, they would not hesitate to fire back.
So if you're just dropping in and out, that's totally fine. I've been here all day waiting for a package to arrive. Been here working on my mosaic and waiting for a delivery to show up. I was going to go out and shoot video today about Remembrance Day in Altrincham, the blue plaques in Altrincham related to men that have been in wars, First World War, Second World War, and I couldn't because I have to be here waiting for a delivery all day. It's now 4:15 and it's still not here. I could have gone out and built a ship. But there you go. That's the way it works sometimes. So I've just been here watching this video on Remembrance Day. And yeah, feel free to drop in and out. You don't have to spend the whole day with me, but you're welcome to do so. I'm just here working away on this mosaic. It's Darren was just asking about the Maker's Market, and that's hopefully I'll have this done if I don't run out of tile. I'm getting close on my green tile. I don't have very much left, and I need quite a bit. So I'm just working away on this. And I keep saying this video is in the Middle East, which of course is back in the news again. And the video, the documentary series, which we're on part 4, there's 3 more parts yet. It's not about this war. It's not about the Middle East. It's about war in general, not war in specifics. And it's 1983. This was produced or released. And Gwyn is a nice guy. Gwyn Dyer's the guy who made this documentary. And fellow Newfoundlander. So I remember watching this when it came out, and it shaped the way I view war in a lot of ways.
The Israelis had warned that if fired upon, they would not hesitate to fire back. And today they did just that. According to an Israeli army spokesman, the PLO soldiers in Beirut suburbs had fired first, in the buildings between Israelis and Palestinians. Lebanon's Christian militiamen kept up the pressure, pouring fire into the Palestinian strongholds with little regard for the ceasefire.
Gabi Bashan has just come back from Beirut, and it's the last time he'll have to fight. A week ago, his unit was sitting on the edge of the city, waiting for the diplomats and the generals to decide the fate of Beirut. He was drinking coffee late one night. It was dark and very quiet when a Palestinian guerrilla threw a grenade into his camp. One man died, and Gabi lost the bottom half of both his legs.
Every third or fourth family here in Israel have someone that dead or wounded hard in the wars. You wait from the moment that you are 18. You know that it might happen. You live, and I'm now 35, that's 17 years. I know someday it will happen. I will be very lucky if not.
This young Lebanese boy's luck ran out at about the same time as Gabi's. He's just been brought in from Beirut with his foot blown off. The Israelis, like the PLO, claim that Lebanese civilians are not targets, and no doubt they're not. But they're being killed and maimed anyway, by the thousands.
I don't like to kill people. And I kill Arabs. Maybe I'll tell you a story. A car came against us in the middle of the war, without white flag. And 5 minutes before came another car, and there were 4 Palestinians with RPG there, killed 3 of my friends. So we saw a new Peugeot come against us, and we shoot. And then we saw a family there, 3 children. And I cried. But I couldn't take the chance. It's a real problem. When we shoot, we didn't know what is there.
Were the children killed in the car?
Children, father and mother. All the family was killed, yes. But we couldn't take the chance.
Even with the fighting still going on in Lebanon, they're holding maneuvers in Israel as usual. Pini's unit of reservists is now engaged in an enormous exercise on the Golan Heights. That's what he was dragged away from home for. Even this exercise costs a small fortune, and the war in Lebanon has already cost over $1 billion. But the Israelis are willing to keep on spending the money. It's still less than the cost of losing a war. They only have to look at the Palestinians to know what that cost would be. But the constant cycle of war and training for war wears people out, and it also brutalizes them, even the best of them.
When you're inside the fire, when the fire starts, you forget all your fearness. You start work like you are in training. Even it is, I'm sorry to say it, but even the people you see and you're shooting looks to you as a target in training. While shooting, you are not thinking this is a human being. After it, you start to think. But while shooting, it is the pure target.
Pini, the night after a battle, do you think about it? Do you think about the people who were killed in the battle?
The night after the battle, I slept all over the night. But after it, I thought a lot. Some long days and nights. And yes, I thought about the people I killed, and some of them very close to me. I thought about my friends that were killed. Very close friends. And that's it. After some years came a new war. And another, the same will started again. The same feelings about the killed enemy, about the good friends.
It's perfectly natural that some men, like Peony, eventually feel exhausted by the price they pay for their nation's sovereignty, especially when payment's made the way it is in Israel. You don't just do your military service once and for all when you're young. Year after year, the Army demands at least a month of your time and energy, and of course, if another war comes along, it may still demand your life as well. Your military obligation lasts until you're 54 years old, and by that time, on average, an Israeli man will have spent at least 7 years in uniform and fought in 4 or 5 wars, even without being in the regular army. Most people still feel that the price of nationhood is worth paying, but as they get older, they find it's much harder to keep the payments up. Also, for some people, the doubt starts to creep in. Is all this effort and sacrifice really leading anywhere, except to more of the same?
רוק, לבדוק את הכלים, לבדוק את הכלים. קדימה, אחורה.
It's now the end of the first month of fighting in Lebanon. It's also the end of the period of mourning for a young tank commander from Kfar Giladi who was killed on the first day of the fighting. The body of the second young man killed from Kfar Giladi, the helicopter pilot who was beaten to death in Beirut, has still not been returned. It probably never will be.
בעל הרחמים יסתירהו בסתר כנפיו לעולמים ויצרור בצרור החיים את נשמתו.
Yeah, myself and Rick went out and shot some footage there this summer of the one in Altrincham, the golf course there. So there's a video coming up about that. Probably going to do something Christmas. Probably tie it into the Christmas truce. Yeah, there were POW camps all over the place here, wasn't there? Someone mentioned that there was some factory down Britannia Road where they worked. I haven't looked into it, but yeah, there's a video coming up about that. Like I said, probably sometime during Christmas.
The latest graduating class of paratroops is now having its final day of training, a 30-kilometer march from the Paris base into Jerusalem. It starts at 5 in the morning at a dead run. By evening, the march has become a walk as the Paras approach their final destination, the heart of the old city of Jerusalem, captured by Israel in an earlier war. The ceremony in which they're finally granted the right to wear the paratroops' red beret is the kind every nation uses to persuade its young men how noble it is to kill and die on behalf of the rest of us. Only the emotional symbols are specifically Israeli. The ceremony is held at night in front of the Wailing Wall, lit only by the flaming emblem of the Israeli paratroops. The band plays, and each young soldier comes forward in turn. They're given a Bible, a rifle, and a wish of good luck. Soon they'll be in Lebanon, where no doubt all three will come in very handy. The PLO has its own rituals and symbols to keep its young men fighting. But the Palestinians still don't have a state, and their military forces have been smashed, so the PLO is on the move again. At the end of August 1982, it's forced to evacuate Beirut. Another generation of Palestinians faces a future of war too.
How old are you?
11 years old.
11 years old. And why are you fighting?
Because I want to go to Palestine.
You want to go, and where are you living now?
Living in Beirut.
Living in Beirut. And where are you leaving to? Where are you going to
I'm
now?
going to Yemen.
The trucks crept slowly from the assembly point onto the road. The noise from this demonstration of Palestinian defiance was a little too much for some, as the PLO evacuation of Beirut gathered momentum.
The illusion of a final military victory lives on both sides.
Journalists and Lebanese were surprised when Israeli Defense Minister Ariel Sharon dropped into the Hotel Alexander in East Beirut for lunch.
We came here only for one purpose.
Well, I do understand
and
this,
that
but I
is
didn't ask.
to destroy. I take this world to destroy the...
Yeah, there's some fascinating stories from the POW camps, the Germans and Italians coming here thinking, you know, they were going to be in starvation camps and things like that. They thought they were going to be very ill-treated, and they couldn't believe the treatment they received. You know, they were being treated better here than they were back in Germany. And yeah, some of the stories are quite amazing stories of the treatment that the soldiers had. Some of them ended up marrying local girls and, you know, lived the rest of their lives in Altrincham and all over the country. But several lived their days out here after the war. They never went back. So yeah, they were the lies they were told, you know, like the lies that they were bred into them, and they came here and couldn't believe the treatment they were getting. And some of the stories of the ones that were sent to America and Canada are equally, if not even more amazing, because you know, we were North America was feeding Europe during the war. You know, we have massive cattle ranches and massive wheat fields and everything else, and you know, there are these German POWs in Canada and the States getting big T-bone steaks slapped down in front of them for food when they're eating bread made from sawdust back in Germany. Hard to believe that people will believe the lies they are told.
Terrorist PLO Palestinian organizations.
About the same time as Beirut is being evacuated, Gabi Bashan takes his first tentative steps. It's been a month since Gabi was first wounded, and about 1 month from now he'll walk out of the hospital on his new legs. Israel, for unhappy reasons, has just about the best occupational therapy specialists in the world.
Yeah, I believe you're right about Bert Troutman.
A month ago over Lebanon, this Israeli fighter shot down its first Syrian MiG. That's what the roundel there means. Israel's come a very long way since 1948 when...
There's myself and Rick went to the golf course in Altrincham, and we were looking for, there are trees there. I have photos of it, but we couldn't find them because they're out on the golf course. And we didn't want to get hit with golf balls or go running around on the golf course. But there are trees there that have initials and dates carved in them by the POWs, the German and Italian POWs that were there. And yeah, there's a story of a big football match there on the golf. It wasn't a golf course at the time, of course. But yeah, there's a story of a big football match. And if I'm not mistaken, this Bert Troutman guy was there. I'm not 100% sure of that. I have the information, but I don't have it committed to memory.
Its first few war surplus fighters were flown in here in pieces. Now it's the strongest military power in the Middle East by far. Israelis still pay a price for their statehood in money, in effort, and from time to time in lives, but every country does that. Israelis pay a much higher price than luckier countries in safer parts of the world, but Israelis still reckon it's a price well worth paying. What they get in return, after all, is genuine security. It's quite inconceivable that Israel could now be overrun by its neighbors, that they could even begin to match the awesome combination of military organization and weapons and combat skills built up in this country over the past 4 decades.
But in the end, all this military power cannot win them peace, however many wars it wins. It's not just Israel's problem, of course. Every country is the same. If you prepare for war, sooner or later you will get it. And in the meanwhile, the attitudes that you have to nourish to be able to fight wars will spread and flourish in your society.
The mood, I would say cultural mood of the average Israeli is that the most important symptom or symbol of independence is military power. And there is a danger that out of objective situation, our existing culture is being too much affiliated and influenced by the very existence of brutal military force.
It was the women who brought out the first rumors of massacre. Christian militiamen. It was never precisely clear which group, had, they said, come into the camp and murdered some of the men and taken the rest to a sports stadium nearby. In the camp itself, the first sign of murder, 2 old men lying in the main road. But down the side streets, the evidence was even worse. This was the first massacre we found, 18 bodies in all. Further on, another...
As people, the Israelis are no worse than anybody else, nor any better. The Israeli state and army actually do behave better than many others. A formal inquiry was held into who in the government and the army had allowed Israel's Christian Lebanese allies to enter the Palestinian camps, and those responsible were slapped smartly on the wrist. It's the same everywhere. Nobody can win wars without being ruthless, and war brutalizes even those who try hardest to stay decent. You become resigned to the necessity of killing people. And it hardly matters to the dead whether they were massacred by Lebanese militiamen or shot by mistake by an Israeli soldier or bombed in their homes by pilots who obey all the rules of war, or for that matter killed as soldiers in battle. If you believe that there is no solution to your problems except war, people are going to die.
Israelis would obviously prefer not to have built their state on a foundation of successful wars, but they never had a choice in the matter. Nobody does. There's hardly any country in the world that didn't start with wars of conquest or unification or independence. Only thing different about Israel is that it was founded relatively recently, and the foundation wars are still going on.
If you don't have a state, you're helpless and terribly vulnerable, as the Jews always knew and the Palestinians have now learned. So we've all organized our world into sovereign states possessing great power. We have no means of enforcing peaceful compromise between states, or even of deciding what the compromises should be. So we settle our really serious disputes by force, by war. The Israelis have simply accepted this system, which governs the entire world, and made it work for them. It's worked very well. They win their wars, so far at a relatively low cost in lives. More Israelis are killed in car crashes than in war. And they get more of what they want than most states do. More territory, more security, more power. In Israel, the union between army and state, the fact that the country is founded on military force, is both obvious and to most Israelis acceptable. Elsewhere, the fact that we too depend ultimately on armed force to assert our right to exist as independent states is often less obvious. But when we do notice it, we mostly accept it too. We should not accept it, because that is to consent to war everlasting.
Can you believe it? We're at part 5 of this documentary, and I still don't have my package. Unbelievable. Yeah, you certainly have a lot of Second World War history here, don't you? All war history. All right, let's get into part 5. By the way, if you're just joining us, it's Remembrance Day, if you did not know that, 11th of November, and we're watching a series called War. It's about war, not any specific war, just war in general.
1-3, this is Victor 7-3, over. This is Victor 1-3. This is Victor 7-3, Roger, arrived red, negative sit rep, nothing going on out here, permission to terminate over. And this is Victor 1-3, Roger, over.
Peace is an ideal we have deduced from the fact that there's been intervals between wars. 100 miles down that road, 2.5 centuries ago, French and German troops were fighting against Austrians and Dutch and British at a battlefield called Blenheim. 1.5 centuries ago, about 2 hours' drive over that way, German and Russian and Swedish troops were fighting against Frenchmen at a battlefield near Leipzig. 2 generations ago, French and Americans and British and Italians and Canadians and Russians and Australians were fighting against Germans and Austrians and Hungarians and Turks in trenches that extended almost all the way around the horizon. About the time I was learning to walk, American B-17s and British Lancasters were flying over this spot on their way to bomb Dresden. And at the end of that war, they drew this border down through the middle of Germany. It's the odds-on favorite place for where the next World War will start.
Here in Europe, the forces of East and West directly face each other, and it's the only place where they do. When they met here in 1945, they were allies. The mood is different now, and the preparations are not for peace.
When you've got soldiers who are busy, who are doing the things that they're going to have to do when the war starts, because the initial things that my troopers will be doing is scouting. And as soon as the major formations are detected, then we will kill them.
Looking east, American NATO soldiers see the frontline troops of communist tyranny. Looking west, Warsaw Pact border guards see the Western forces of reaction and imperialism. They all think that they are in a unique confrontation. NATO and the Warsaw Pact are the particular...
So I don't know these things you're talking about here, but carry on. I'm reading your chat, but a lot of it is lost on me, but keep going.
...tables this time around, but these are only the latest in a long series of opposing alliances, part of a system which has given us, on average, a major war every 50 years for the past 3 centuries. Amid the jubilation at the end of the Second World War, the last thing on anyone's mind was that war might ever happen again. No one talked of the war to end all wars, as they had in 1918, but the idea was the same. People believed that things would be different this time. The winners would remain united and ensure a peaceful future. When the wartime leaders arrived at Potsdam in 1945, they thought that their wartime collaboration would continue. But the habitual suspicion of great powers about each other's intentions quickly destroyed their alliance. The smiles soon dissolved, and the victors of the last war were pulled apart by fear. And so, every day now, the Cobra helicopters of the 11th U.S. Armored Cavalry patrol the inter-German border. The alliances of East and West maintain a constant alert here, searching for signs that the Third World War is underway. So far, they've been lucky enough not to find what they've been looking for. On this border, where nothing of real importance has happened in 4 decades,
small events take on a large significance.
If we step across the border, and they've had people do this in the past, you know, not realizing it, but 9 times out of 10, we're up there, you know, we carry cameras. So they carry cameras. And if we just, you know, just step your foot across that border and they get your picture, then that is coming down. And then, you know, it takes a why was this done type of deal. And somebody better have a good answer, because we're just not supposed to do that. That's part of our everyday briefing. We're not supposed to waive nothing. We're there, they're there. They can do what they so desire. We do what we're told to do. That's the way it works.
We have a dual mission, really, one of surveilling the East-West German border on a day-to-day basis, 365 days a year. And while doing that, preparing for war, preparing to defend in case that the Warsaw Pact would decide to move to the west.
Я могу еще раз повторить, что мы ни на кого не собираемся нападать.
I can repeat once more that we don't intend to attack anybody. But if we are attacked by an aggressor, we can and will inflict a devastating retaliatory strike to destroy any aggressor.
Любого агрессора. Вот я думаю, что это как раз
I think that should be known at any level.
на любом уровне.
Within a few hundred miles on either side of this line lie no less than half the world's total stock of conventional armed forces. That's enough to wipe Europe off the map, and maybe trigger the destruction of the rest of the world, too.
Over there, stacked up all the way back to the western military districts of the Soviet Union, there are about 3 million soldiers and 20,000 tanks and combat aircraft. Facing them here in Western Europe are at least 2 million soldiers and over 10,000 tanks and aircraft. If you count in the reserves drawn from NATO and Warsaw Pact countries that extend all the way to the Pacific Ocean in both directions, you're talking about at least 10 million soldiers. It's been nearly 40 years now since really big forces like that fought each other, but the last big war was by far the worst we've ever had. The Second World War killed 40 million people, and it reduced most of the cities on this continent to rubble without the help of nuclear weapons. Another total war like that, but this time with nuclear weapons, would be at least 10 times worse. So since nobody in his right mind wants to fight a total war with nuclear weapons, we've invented this new category of warfare, conventional war. That is, war using almost everything except nuclear weapons. Any future war between the great powers will probably begin, at least, as a conventional war. And this is where they would fight it.
And their preparations for the day the curtain goes up help to convince each side of the other's aggressive intentions. Colonel John Sherman Crow, NATO frontline commander, has definite views on how the Soviets will play out their part.
Highly motorized, armored, very volatile, chaotic, ruthless, mechanized attack with tanks, armored infantry carriers, chemical weapons, tremendous amounts of artillery, indirect fire, and certainly a significant amount of air.
It all sounds so ridiculous now, doesn't it? I'm sure it was very real at the time. The war that didn't happen. And thank God it didn't, but it just sounds so ridiculous now. And that's the way war should sound, ridiculous.
On his part.
Like a bad war movie from the 1950s, the Warsaw Pact's own film of its maneuvers manages almost to parody Colonel Crow's view. The Soviets are not 10 feet tall, but in conventional forces they do have more of everything, all based on a philosophy of make it simple, make it work, and make more of it. bulk of these forces are designed and trained to carry out a lightning attack into Western Europe. The Soviets intend to be sure that no matter how a war starts, it will be fought on somebody else's territory, not theirs. So if war comes, they would send wave after wave of men and machines into West Germany in a relentless high-speed drive. It doesn't necessarily mean that they intend to do this, but what NATO cannot ignore is that they are capable of doing it.
I believe that the Soviet Union and its allies, Soviet Union, has not the intention of it attacking Europe with the elder leadership which has known the last war, but they have the capability. And intentions can very quickly change. You may remember a certain prime minister coming back from a conference, waving a slip of paper, peace in our century, peace in our time. Well, that was about 10 months before the last World War. So and so we must take into account capabilities.
Taking capabilities into account means NATO plans concentrate on stopping the kind of attack the Soviets could make. The West Germans, just like the Soviets, do not want to see a war fought in their homeland. So to keep them happy, NATO has devised a strategy called forward defense.
My mission is to defend central region of Allied Command Europe as far forward as possible. That means immediately at the inner German border or the German-Czech border. And we will do that immediately there.
The trouble with forward defense is that it doesn't make military sense. The normal way of dealing with a massive tank attack is to set up a very deep defended zone, to give the defender a chance to wear down and eventually stop the attacking tanks. That would hardly suit the West Germans. Almost half their country would be overrun before a Soviet attack could be stopped. So for political reasons, NATO plans to make its defense along a line very close to the frontier. There are two things wrong with this. One is that it probably wouldn't work because the defended zone would be too shallow. The other is that to the Soviets, forward defense doesn't look like defense at all.
The idea of this forward defense is to deploy NATO forces as close as possible to the Soviet frontier so that, in the case of necessity, they could act on our territory. This concept, this doctrine, this strategy, whatever it's called, is defensive in name only.
The people in the Kremlin are not stupid, and they're quite logical in their thinking on these matters. We say that we have no plans to defend forward of that line, in other words, to invade East Germany, and I believe I can say with perfect confidence that there are no such plans. They'd be dynamite. We have no such plans. Very well, the Russian planners would say, but what provision have you made for defending in depth the other way? And when they look at this, they say, how are we to believe your assertions that you've made no preparations to take the only other alternative, which is defense by forward action, DDR, when you've made no preparation for defense in depth? And what's wanted is a counter-penetration force in depth in the North German plain, which can fight the classic battle in depth when forward defense breaks down, which all linear defense, unless you've got overwhelming superiority in forces along the line, must do.
If NATO's thin forward defense does collapse before a Soviet attack, the Western alliance has only one answer: to use its battlefield nuclear weapons, even at the risk of starting the escalation to all-out nuclear war. As for the Soviets, well, this is a Warsaw Pact production, but it's almost worthy of an epic from Cecil B. DeMille. All these tanks are the reason the Soviets are less likely to use nuclear weapons first. They have superior strength in conventional weapons. They've planned it this way, and it's their history that's made them do it.
If you want to know why the Russians now own almost half the tanks in the world, give a thought to what happened here. Leningrad is Russia's second city, and during the Second World War, it was besieged for 900 days. Hardly a building was left standing, and 600,000 Leningraders died. The Russians are determined not to let that happen again. They're being silly, of course. What threatens this city nowadays is nuclear weapons, and all the tanks in the world can't stop them from reaching here. But like most people, the Russians are trapped by their past. The whole military balance in Europe is frozen history. The Soviets have all those tanks in Central Europe because back in the early post-war days, that was the only counter-threat they could offer to the West's overwhelming superiority in nuclear weapons. But since the Soviets now have nuclear weapons too, along with their tanks, the West has hedged its bets by building up its conventional forces in Europe as well. It's no wonder that each side is deeply suspicious of the other. So the Soviets also have nuclear missiles scattered among their conventional weapons in Europe. That doesn't stop the old game from going on as before, at least in the soldiers' heads. There's a military doublethink that pretends the nuclear weapons aren't there and that conventional war is safe. The trouble is, we no longer really know how a conventional war might work out either, because we haven't fought a big one in a very long time. Because wars don't go on all the time, whereas technological change does, every new war now starts with a lot of untried technology around. So it's perfectly understandable that our predictions about the next war are often wrong. Back in 1914, people thought that the war would be a few big decisive battles and for Christmas, but it didn't work out like that. In 1939, people thought it would be like the First World War all over again. Trenches, attrition, stalemate, but it wasn't. And we too think that we know what a conventional war in Europe would be like today, basically like the Second World War, except at an even faster pace, and maybe with a few new weapons like nerve gas thrown in. The generals are well aware, in private, that our assumptions about the shape of a European conventional war are a house of cards. It's a quite elaborate house, but the cards which make it up are no more than a series of educated guesses about how the technology would work out in practice. Because nobody really knows what would happen when all of these weapons are used in large numbers, in combination with each other, in real battle.
Withdraw by the center! Quick march!
In the absence of real battle, the only way of trying to calculate how things might work out is to hold exercises. And that's what both sides do every autumn.
That's interesting with the Leningrad comment there. And Sale is twinned with another town called Sale in Australia, I believe. I don't know if they still do the twinning with cities, but something I do know that they do is toilet twinning. There are toilets that are twinned with other places in the world. Apparently it's a big thing. We did it with the Scouts. Yeah, because access to toilets is quite difficult in the third world, of course. And yeah, there's a, program afoot to provide toilets to places in the third world, and they're twinned with toilets here in Sale. Like the one in the Scout hut is twinned with some place. I can't remember the place, but it's an unusual one. Toilet twinning. It's real. Check it out.
The Generals want to believe that they can fight a conventional war successfully. Nuclear weapons would, after all, mean the skills they've spent a lifetime developing are irrelevant. At the opening ceremonies of the NATO exercises, a little saber rattling precedes the serious business of playing at conventional war.
It's indeed an honor and a pleasure for me to welcome all of you to this inauguration of Autumn Forge 1980. Taking place from northern Norway to the other flank in Turkey, confirming our ability and our willingness to repel aggression wherever it might occur in Allied Command Europe.
Paratroops of the U.S. 82nd Airborne Division arrived direct from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to take part in these elaborate and expensive war games. They join up with soldiers from Britain, Germany, and half a dozen other NATO countries, and for a couple of weeks they pretend they're fighting a real war.
Tango 0, Tango 1, you are to take up a counter-penetration position on the west. I say again, the west of the small bag position.
I don't know. Isn't it the other way around? I don't know. Leningrad, St. Petersburg? I don't know. I think it's the other way around.
Tango 1, Tango 2, Tango 3, move now out.
They split into attacking and defending sides. They're given objectives to gain and positions to defend, and then they fight it out.
What was that, Bravo Echo Charlie?
Bravo Echo Uniform Charlie.
Bravo
Echo Uniform.
Charlie. Uniform Alpha, I thought, well.
Yeah, well, it might be.
Why not? Can you get on?
Nobody dies, except by accident. It's war with the consequences neatly removed. The experience of Colonel Roderick Jones of the Queen's Royal Irish Hussars is fairly typical. He's been a professional soldier for 22 years, and although he's seen minor actions in distant parts of the world, he's never been in a full-scale war. Neither have any of the 550 men and 47 tanks he has under his command. The tanks are not the tanks of World War II, and one of the things that makes them different is their price tag. A modern tank costs $3 million. Colonel Roderick Jones's entire salary for about 100 years.
Tango 3, this is Tango 9. Is that one of your call signs over by that red barn ever? Roger. Roger, right.
For your $3 million, you get a machine that can keep moving on today's lethal battlefield and fire accurately on the move over a distance of about 2 miles. What this means for Roderick Jones and his men is that their battlefield will be a pretty empty place. They will fight inside machines against other men inside machines. Most of the killing will be distant and impersonal, a long way from the days of hand-to-hand combat.
So it's back to St. Petersburg now? It was St. Petersburg, then Leningrad, then St. Petersburg? Is that right?
There was a time when human endurance dictated the length of a battle. Fighting stopped when the soldiers were too exhausted to carry on. Now, if the machinery can keep going, the men are expected to keep pace. With electronic night fighting equipment, men would remain in action almost continuously for as much as 6 days. There's even been talk of keeping them awake for 80 hours at a stretch with amphetamines. The plans are unreal, but they're matched by the surreal incidents of the maneuvers. The tank ahead has been killed by Corporal Coffey of the Orange Force, acting as stand-ins for the Warsaw Pact. There are rules to this game, and the rules say that once dead, a tank should move out of the way of its attacker and let him continue his advance. That's what Corporal Coffey has in mind. But tank number 72, manned by Americans, has other ideas. So as in all good games, when the opposing sides disagree, the umpire gets to arbitrate.
What we're going to do, let this troop straight on, okay? The Orange Force is going to continue its advance. Right now.
Right down these trails.
Right down this trail. Well, I don't mind. I'm an umpire.
Start it up.
Can you, any chance you might be able to move that? Otherwise, I think you might end up tin.
At the end of the day on exercise, win or lose, you walk away to see another dawn. But that doesn't mean these men are unaware of what lies ahead for them if they ever get into a real battle. At the points where the Soviets might concentrate their tanks to break through, the scale and pace of the destruction would be almost unimaginable. And those points are pretty obvious to anyone who can read a map.
According to a very senior American general, this valley is the site of the biggest tank battle in the history of the world. It's a battle that has not been fought, but this area, the Hünfeld approach to the Fulda Gap, lies on the shortest route between the East German border and the Rhine. If the Russian tanks ever do roll west, the terrain will funnel them into this valley, and this is where NATO will make its stand. In military parlance, this valley is a killing zone.
If the Soviets did attack, several thousand tanks would come through this gap. The local odds would be around 10 to 1 in favor of the attacker. So NATO sets up what it calls killing zones to deal with the onslaught.
This is Romeo 6-4, over. This is 6-4, okay. I think you're about to get flanked. Start pulling back slowly.
Its troops hope to even up the odds by firing from protected positions at the Soviet tanks as they come through in the open. But their losses are still likely to be very heavy, and there's no certainty that NATO will be able to stop the Soviets. The soldiers know very well, even from their experience on exercises, that they probably won't last long in battle.
Charlie 2, here Charlie, kommen.
Grid 764, 398, artillery.
We started out in this village here. This is B combat team. We started off with 11 tanks, 8 armoured personnel carriers. That was 2 sections, 2 platoons of infantry. We've got guided weapon systems down the road there, and we had the umpires knocked us out 5 tanks, and both platoon commanders.
So you lost 5 out of 11 in a single day?
In the space of 30 minutes.
Is that normal?
It would be if they come at us. Yeah, that would be about right. If you get so many tanks coming towards us, I mean, we had about 3 combat teams come at us then. That's about 30 to 40 tanks that come at us. And that would be normal. Half our force would be knocked out. But we did stop. Normally, we were expected to last in a tank battle 2 hours. And that is our expected life expectancy in war of a tank crew is 2 hours.
I would say less than that. I would say you were talking about minutes. This, of course, can change varying on the circumstance and all this, which we hope we'll never find out. But generally, they say minutes, not hours.
I think my tank commander, whoever it was, who told you he was only going to last 2 hours, that was being unduly gloomy.
They may disagree on the exact time, but everyone agrees it would happen very fast. And sooner or later, one side will start to lose. What would happen then? In one NATO war game, when Soviet tanks started breaking through, the NATO response was to use a single nuclear weapon as a sort of warning to go no further. But the soldiers playing the Soviet side felt they couldn't let themselves be blackmailed, so they answered with one of their own nuclear weapons. The escalation from there to all-out nuclear war took only a couple of days.
Nobody has fought ever in a nuclear environment, and so it's conjecture on both sides. We think that in our prepared positions and in our armored vehicles, which maintain a nuclear, biological and chemically free environment within them through filters, that we could do pretty well in a nuclear environment. But it's all conjecture from both sides.
Things would be much less healthy for people who are not inside tanks. And a major defeat in the land war is only one of the outcomes that could bring nuclear weapons into play. There are others. For example, what might happen if NATO just ran out of conventional weapons? What if there were no more planes for these pilots to fly? If tanks are the cart horses of a modern European war, these men ride the race horses, single combat fighters. They're the 20th century's answer to medieval knights going to war in $23 million worth of armor. Every day, some of them are on alert. Every day at some point, the alert flights are scrambled. And they can never be quite sure, 100% sure, that this time it's not for real. Their job in a real war would be crucial, attacking ground forces and striking at supply lines and stopping enemy aircraft from doing the same thing to their side. That much hasn't changed from World War II. But what they're flying has. High technology has taken over warfare, and fighter planes are out there on the leading edge. They're beautiful to look at, and the pilots love flying them. But there is a catch. Like all high technology goods, they're very delicate, which is likely to cause problems when you consider the environment they'd be operating in during wartime.
So, Darren, this was 1983, this documentary. Were you guys all frightened to death? You were much closer to it here than we were. And I was talking earlier about the movie Threads and how scary all that was back in the day. They were I don't remember being frightened to death, but it was a looming part of our existence. But this place was right on the front lines of anything that was going to happen. There was a fallout shelter in, I'm sure they were all over the place, but there was one in Trafford Town Hall that I know of. I'm sure they were all over the place. But I did a little research on the Trafford Town Hall. One day I had to go there, and it came up that there was one there. In 85, were there still people born in 85? Oh God, you make me feel old. 1985 was, so this came out 2 years before you were born, and it was a different time, I tell you. It was very, I mean, it wasn't Cuban Missile Crisis in the 60s, everybody frightened to death, but yeah. Oh, never mind the fallout. I think Manchester was on the hit list for sure. I'm sure it still is. And anything that hits Manchester is going to take out Wythenshawe. Is it Wythenshawe you were in at the time? So, yeah. Big city like Manchester is on the hit list. You can rest assured on that. It's doesn't matter which way the wind blows.
This is an F-15 Eagle, and it's a magnificent machine, probably the best fighter in the world. Its engines are so powerful that it can stand on its tail and accelerate straight up. Its missiles can reach out and destroy an enemy aircraft 20 miles away. The 20-millimeter cannon in its wing fires 100 rounds a second. But the heart of the plane is its electronics. It has a radar that can pick up enemy aircraft 50 miles away and tell you everything about them except what the enemy pilot had for breakfast. The data processing equipment is so complicated that one of the main computer's jobs is running the other computers. There's only about 100 of these aircraft in Europe, but each one is so effective that it can probably do the job of maybe 25 or 30 World War II fighters. The only possible drawback is that if you start losing these machines in combat, well, the current rate of production of F-15s in the United States is 7 per month.
It takes about 18 months to build an F-15. The $23 million cost is a measure of the materials and man-hours, especially the man-hours, that go into its construction. About the same amount of factory space is given over to the construction of military aircraft in the United States now as was devoted to the same purpose in Germany in World War II. But in 1944, Germany was building 3,000 planes a month and losing them at about the same rate. Current American production is about 40 per month. Bigger, better planes, but ones with their own problems.
It's a big airplane. We're used to driving big cars. It's a big, powerful airplane, and sometimes is being criticized for that because it's big and overpowered and very large, carries a tremendous amount of fuel, has a very big radar, has a very roomy cockpit, has a lot of range, but it also does a lot of things.
Hangar queens, they call them. Being able to do a lot of things means that these aircraft have a lot of equipment that can go wrong. For about 1/3 of their working life, these planes are out of order even in peacetime. Hardly a record that would inspire confidence even in your family car.
Okay, one more time. When you select guns, you say the gun reticle drops to the bottom right-hand corner of the HUD. Is that what's happening?
Yes, sir, that's all. Unless you go to caged on it, and then, of course, it comes up to where it's supposed to be by the water line.
Go guns on the thing, and then go reticle stiffen and see what the reticle does.
Okay, stand by.
Where does it go when it gets a track test lock on? I mean, that would tell if it's going to work. Or...
Tonic, they're going to 3 Baghdad airplanes, so just go ahead and shut it down. Get a hold of the line truck out there. Tell them what the problem was with the HUD. See if they can get some avionics people on it. It's going to go to Turkey.
What's causing the problem here is the HUD, the head-up display.
Okay, sir. No problem. I'll write it up then. Thank you.
Okay.
It's the first time I've ever heard what that means. HUD, head-up display. I've seen it in video games and things many times. My young fella's a gamer. And I've seen HUD and I've played games with him, and I've never thought to wonder what HUD means. Head-up display. Fitting carpets, ooh, that's not a job anybody wants. That's a tough job. I've never done fitting carpets, but I've done flooring. And I've worked with carpet fitters with their knees like this big.
Back in.
Okay.
We have in the F-15 and most contemporary airplanes have what we call a head-up display. It's a very sophisticated gun sight, not unlike gun sights that have been in fighter airplanes for the last 20 or 30 years. It's a big piece of glass and you look through it all the time. But instead of just having a little pipper or dot that you put on the enemy when you're going to shoot a gun, it reads out everything that has to do with basic flight instruments, your height, altitude, and your speed, etc. And it puts up their symbology for weapons attack. Well, the first time somebody sees one of those things, they think it's very cluttered. I'm used to looking outside and have a lot of garbage up there that is going to bother me with my normal vision. Well, then after a little while they look at it again and they begin to not see the things they don't want, and they only see the things they do. Then pretty soon they can consciously look through it without seeing any of that information and see the targets that they always saw before. But now when they want to know some information about that target that they're looking at, they can just think for a minute and see the other number. Whereas before they had to look someplace else or take their focus off the adversary and go look in the cockpit for this information before. At first they were very reluctant to accept that, and justifiably. But after they got a little bit more exposure to it, they found out, hey, this is not too bad at all.
All this marvelous equipment and all the drawbacks it brings with it is not just an American or Western problem. The Russians have to plan for war in the same technological environment. So more and more they've been pushed in the same direction. They too now have aircraft that will do astounding things when they can get them out of the hangar and as long as they can guide them to their targets, which may not be for very long. If the two sides go to war, there's going to be an enormous traffic jam in the air over Central Europe. Put thousands of combat planes in the air at the same time, all shooting at each other, attacking ground targets and being attacked by ground-based missiles. Add in the fact that the air bases and the control centers like this which keep track of the aircraft will be among the first targets to go in a war, and pretty soon nobody will know where anybody is.
Okay, I'll check. Thanks. I don't either.
Sir, did you scramble me around for 4-5? 4-5, did you scramble?
The TC is right there. All he's doing is he's going to pick some other body.
Yes.
0855. Go Big Ed. Brookberg 037 and 126 were going to land here. Now I'm told that 126 didn't land. 126 they don't. Pardon? 126 is still there. Now I'm told that he is back in Beaubassin. Okay, well, when you get through the Beaubassin, can you find out what's happening now? Because I thought they were going to swap out a tub.
A modern fighter aircraft on full power can cross West Germany in 8 minutes. Even in peacetime, it's a full-time job making sure the planes don't run into each other and that they all get home to the right base.
Your name, Overstreet?
We got the best airplane, and the airplane will do the job. We've got to make sure then that the pilots and the ground crews and everybody that supports that, the command and control system, can get us out there and get us to the target and keep us from getting shot down by our own airplanes or our own ground system. That's one of the very complicated things that has gotten a lot of attention. We're confident it can work, but it takes a lot of coordination.
The combat environment is becoming so complex and lethal that there's a real possibility of running out of your most important weapons quite quickly. This A-10, for example, is designed to destroy Russian tanks, which is a rather dangerous occupation. But the men who fly the planes habitually look on the bright side.
That's exactly right. And this airplane was designed to take hits and survive.
I mean, there is going to be an awful lot of flak over a battlefield these days.
There is. There's going to be a lot of AAA and a lot of SAMs.
AAA?
Anti-aircraft artillery.
Uh-huh. But you reckon that you can, I mean, you're going low and slow over whole armored divisions and things, and you reckon with those things you got a decent chance of getting out?
Yeah. Sure do. We're going to take losses, sure, but every airplane is. It's just, you know, something you've got to live with, but there's enough redundancy in the airplane that even if we take a hit, the pilot can probably get out. And everybody's got total confidence. It's got one of the best ejection seats around.
Yeah, but the pilot gets out and the plane goes down, but I'm talking about running out of planes, really.
Well, I don't know. I'm not one of the big planners. I just fly them.
Yeah.
An American aircraft manufacturer recently remarked that the next time it will be a come-as-you-are war. The weapons that have already been built on the first day of the war will be the only ones you have. When they've been destroyed, that's it. The production lines for today's kinds of weapons couldn't possibly be expanded fast enough to replace even a fraction of the losses. All our expectations about a modern conventional war assume that aircraft like this and tanks and guns and electronic equipment of a similar level of sophistication will be around in large numbers. It's a safe enough assumption for the first week of a European war, but by the third week there might not be many of these weapons left, and nobody knows what would happen then.
One thing that is likely to happen is that chemical weapons will be used. You can't see them or smell them, but breathe a little or get a microscopic droplet on your skin, and you die. And you do not know you're dying until it's too late to do anything about it. The symptoms at first are quite innocent, but headaches are followed by convulsions, involuntary defecation, floods of mucus that almost drown you, and finally paralysis. Your chest muscles simply stop working and you suffocate.
There are many reasons why you get a more horrified reaction to the idea of constructing chemical weapons. I think in some senses it goes back to the Middle Ages and the feeling that chemicals are witchcraft. There's something you can't see, there's something that will kill people without you knowing what is happening. It's that sort of a magic that I think creates very much of the horror.
The Warsaw Pact and NATO both deny any intention of using chemical weapons, except if the other side uses them first. But the other side might just do that, so they both hold regular exercises where their soldiers scramble into the cumbersome gear that would give them at least some protection. and both sides keep huge stockpiles of nerve gas just in case.
Well, chemicals are considered by the Soviets to be almost a normal part of a conventional war. Not quite, but they are viewed as an intermediate sort of weapon. As a matter of fact, one of the Soviet doctrinal statements on this goes back to their quoting of a Harold Brown 1963 document where he referred to chemicals as an intermediate weapon between conventional and nuclear.
Hey, hold on. You got one there. You need the suit first? That's for you.
Wearing protective suits makes everything the troops do much harder.
You're right, there you go.
In fact, simply communicating while wearing this gear is so difficult that in chemical exercises, commanders have been known to throw stones at their men to get their attention.
It itches, huh?
Physically, it has its drawbacks. You are isolated, you're inside very constrictive, restrictive clothing, you have a difficult time drinking, virtually impossible unless you can get out of the area to eat. There are other problems that'll go with it that go without saying.
Asterix was on earlier with his prepper book. Not a prepper book, but a how to rebuild civilization book. And the picture he showed was a spinning wheel. How to make an old spinning wheel.
Not a simple process. But then, you know, what you're dealing with is the question of survival.
If the soldiers get their suits on and survive, the major job becomes decontamination. Vehicles that have been contaminated by droplets of gas are untouchable until they've been washed off, and nobody knows where the vast amounts of water would come from in a combat zone. One NATO plan talked of using West German civilian car washes. Presumably, tank commanders will be issued with 5-mark coins, at least those of them left alive.
Good job, man.
As for the suits, you can't take them off until they've been washed down thoroughly with more water, and then you take them off very carefully. It's all a hopelessly domestic response to what will be anything but a domestic situation.
The chemical casualties themselves, if they weren't treated immediately, would not reach us at all.
I see. Yeah. So that someone will have to have dealt with them before they,
yes.
They get to you.
We carry with our respirators, we carry oxine tablets, which are a prophylaxis against chemical attack, especially the nerve gas, and we carry atropine, which is an immediate treatment.
After you've been exposed?
After you've been exposed. But the trick is not to get exposed in the first place.
Rather difficult sometimes.
Rather difficult sometimes, yes.
But at least the soldiers have suits and oxine and atropine. The civilians living downwind from the battlefield don't, and clouds of nerve gas will drift silently and invisibly on the wind for up to 100 miles, bringing mass death to their towns and villages. The battlefield use of chemical weapons in Europe would inevitably mean civilian casualties in the millions. And we're still talking about what former U.S. Defense Secretary Harold Brown and the Russians have described as an intermediate weapon.
What about the real thing? What about nuclear weapons? Since we suspect that conventional war won't work, we also prepare for the nuclear war. First in the battlefield, soon after in our homes. That's the likely next step. NATO, for example, would almost certainly start using nuclear weapons if its conventional defenses collapse. And to keep the Russians worried, NATO has a doctrine called flexible response, which goes much further.
there is no such thing as a pre-planned escalation which necessarily must follow in steps each other, so to speak, first a conventional war and then a nuclear war. This would be very much against our philosophy of flexible response. Flexible response means that the enemy faces a completely uncalculable risk. It might even be that we use nuclear weapons from the outset. If the political decision is made for that, the military is prepared to do it.
Ведь сторона, которая применяет ядерное оружие, что он хочет? Он хочет...
The side who are using nuclear weapons, what do they want?
Benny is sorted. Earplugs and shin pads. That's all you need, man. My wife says she doesn't want to survive the zombie apocalypse, so might as well be earplugs and knee pads, because it's probably not worth surviving.
They want to destroy the enemy to gain the advantage. But by doing that, they force the enemy to use nuclear weapons too. So the war will escalate to a level of general nuclear war. This is the dialectic of war and the structure of armed forces nowadays. In the last war, we didn't have nuclear weapons, so they weren't used. But now we have nuclear weapons. And no side will accept defeat before it uses all the weapons it has.
All the weapons it has. There are now 10,000 nuclear warheads in Europe, and if the dialectics of war mean anything, it probably won't be very long after the first shot until they come into use. And from battlefield nuclear weapons to city killers is a very short step.
The assumption that you can control a nuclear war is pure fantasy. From the moment the first nuclear weapons released on a European battlefield, you open Pandora's box and you don't know what's coming out. But one thing you can count on is that there will be a very high probability of early and steep escalation into the strategic warlike exchange that nobody wants. So you mustn't use the things.
Even before the escalation starts, the soldiers will find the nuclear battlefield an uninhabitable place. The old game will be over.
If they started using nuclear weapons, what kind of casualties?
The mind boggles at the thought. I mean, we know what difficulties we had over the last 2 days with the sort of throughput we had, which was only up to about 50 an hour. But when you're talking about thousands and thousands of casualties, one could only, I think, treat those which were simply treated, immediately treated, and with a very high chance of survival, which would be very much the minority.
The rest just...
would, if they didn't perish straight away, would perish very shortly afterwards. Because the treatment for radiation, high doses of radiation, well, there is no treatment. If you start using them, we lose. We all lose.
Yes, I know we do, yeah.
Yeah.
For well over 30 years now, the people of this village have watched the tanks roll up towards the border each autumn and come back again a couple of weeks later. These exercises have become a kind of ritualized activity, and every year the ritual gets a little bit more expensive and a little bit more bizarre. We've turned Central Europe into a kind of game park where we're trying to preserve an endangered species, conventional war, because we're desperately trying to stave off the alternative, a return to total war, nuclear total war.
These soldiers aren't fools. They know perfectly well that the efficient, modern, cost-effective way to stop tanks isn't to set up an elaborate killing zone. You simply drop a nuclear bomb on them. Better yet, you drop nuclear weapons on the cities where the people who built the tanks live. That's total war in the 20th century tradition. But if we fight another total war like that, it's not just those soldiers who die. You and I die too, and pretty well everybody we ever met.
If these soldiers ever have to go into battle, we'll order them to fight a conventional war for as long as possible. The problem is that this distinction we've created between conventional and nuclear war is in the end an artificial distinction, and probably a pretty flimsy one. If either side started to win a conventional war, the other would bring out its nuclear weapons. But a stalemate would also bring strong pressures to escalate.
So, win, lose, or draw, conventional war in Europe leads back towards nuclear war, probably in a matter of only a couple of weeks. And once the first battlefield nuclear weapon has been fired in Europe, we've passed the last clearly defined barrier to nuclear war, and we're heading straight for the Holocaust.
So how many coats does it recommend? How many coats of white paint? So is it like when you see the flash, you start counting? And how long do you have? And if you're painting yourself white and it requires a second coat, should you wait the recommended drying time before applying the second coat?
This is
I cannot believe we're at part 6. I didn't think we would get through this. Oh my God, I'm still waiting for that delivery. It says it hasn't been delivered, so it says it's still out for delivery, the tracking, but it's not giving me any information as to where it is in the world. In transit, that's all the information I'm getting. Oh well.
thermonuclear weapon, a hydrogen bomb. Exploded over a big city, and it will blot out the lives of maybe 1 million people. There are tens of thousands of weapons like this in the world now, and they're every bit as real as you and me, the people they're designed to destroy. This film is about nuclear war, and you may find it offensive, but this is a very offensive weapon.
The Nagasaki bomb, which is large here, and they call it the Fat Man, was more complicated than the Little Boy. It was an implosion-type weapon.
Nobody wants a nuclear war, yet we all conspire to make it possible. Most of us only through our votes and our taxes, but there are millions of people who actively collaborate in preparing for it. Theirs is a world from which the rest of us are excluded, except as potential victims. We are the megadead.
Each country, there is a tiny group of people who are obsessed with the development of the techniques of utter destruction, who claim that these are necessary for the defense of the country, who acquire enormous sums of money by regular means and a great deal more, which is concealed from Congress or Parliament.
These men are warriors, the last of an ancient breed. They're obsolete now because war has been taken over by much more dangerous people. Those who sit in cockpits and missile silos and above all in offices and plan and practice for the destruction of the world. In our century, total war at the highest level has practically ceased to be a military operation at all. The main targets of warfare are no longer other soldiers, but the distant cities whose civilians labor to produce the weapons of war. We've created new institutions to wage this new kind of warfare, and like all human organizations, their strongest motive is to ensure their own survival, even if their business is preparing the way for nuclear war. These are yesterday's ultimate weapons. A quarter century ago, these bombers and the men who flew them were America's main method for destroying the Soviet Union.
After about a decade at the top of the strategic heap, these bombers were replaced by newer technology, and they wound up here in this Air Force boneyard in the Arizona desert. It's customary in places like this to reflect mournfully on the speed of technological change and the cost of keeping up with it, all of which is true. But these bombers also carry another message, that technology changes, but institutions persist.
The romantic image of military flying is the fighter pilot, but for 50 years now, the business end of air forces has been the bombers, and driving bombers has never been romantic. Their main job is killing helpless civilians in cities. Yet the men who fly bombers are not monsters. They're perfectly ordinary people with kids and mortgages and lawnmowers.
Have a good ride?
Oh, good ride. Hard ride. Here we are, back at the end of the day. My airplane coming in like a broken dinosaur, one wing up, one wing down.
How'd it go?
It went real well. We flew everything as scheduled, got everything accomplished. We made a low-level pass over an Army site to show the troops the colors and the firepower of the U.S., and we did that, and the mission's complete, 7.5 hours. I'm second generation Air Force. I'm second generation B-52. My father was one of the first groups of individuals who was trained in the B-52 when it was a glamorous weapon system. I get a lot of enjoyment out of flying. I like to be able to say I am a pilot. When it all boils down to it, yeah, patriotism is a big part of it. I like the idea that I'm serving the country on a bigger spectrum, helping to defend the free world, and I feel like I have a job of worth.
How did you feel when you first found out that he'd be a B-52 bomber pilot?
I can't understand war in the first place. In fact, it makes me want to cry because, you know, when the thing with Iran happened and everybody said we should just go bomb them, they didn't understand it, that those people, even though they were Iranians, had little 2-year-olds just like we do. And if I thought somebody did that to us, it's such a horrible waste, you know, and I don't really like the idea that that's what Scott would have to do. But I know that he would only have to do it if it became necessary and something that we loved was threatened. But I try not, really honestly, I try not to think about it because it's not a pleasant thought.
The world learned just how unpleasant bombing could be on the morning of August 6, 1945. Until then, bombers were merely one more weapon in a long list of new technological devices for killing people. For Colonel Paul Tibbets, the mission he flew on that morning was different, but only because of the kind of bomb he was carrying.
I saw a perfectly outlined city, clear in every detail coming in. The city roughly was about 4 miles in diameter. By that time, we were at our bombing altitude of 32,000 feet. The navigator came up looking over his shoulder. He says, yes, that's Hiroshima, there's no doubt about it. We were so well on the target that the bombardier says, I can't do anything, there's nothing to do. He said, it's just sitting there.
We were not expecting an air raid, but high up in the sky I heard a B-29, an American bomber. I thought it was strange.
The bomb left the airplane, and at that particular time, all three airplanes then did this very tight turn. Even though it was bright sunshine, it was evident by the brilliance of the flash that something unusual had happened, and obviously it was the bomb exploding.
If I describe it, it was as if the sun had crashed and exploded. Yellow fireballs were splashing down.
After the weapon had exploded, I couldn't see any city down there. But what I saw was a tremendous area covered by, and the only way I could describe it, a boiling black mass.
So, didn't Tibbets make away with himself? Probably, I think, like coming up on the 40th anniversary, something like that. So not long after this documentary. Maybe it was the 50th anniversary. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's the case.
It was hell. There were so many injured people that there was almost no room to walk. This was only a mile from where the bomb fell. People's clothes had been blown off and their bodies burned by the heat rays. They looked as if they had strips of rags hanging from them. They had water blisters which had already burst, and their skins hung in tatters. I saw people whose intestines were already hanging out of their bodies. Some had lost their eyes. Some had their backs torn open so you could see their backbones inside. They were all asking for water.
3 days later, a second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki.
I was lying in the street, which was shaking like an earthquake. A little while later, I raised my head and saw that the children who had been playing nearby had been blown away like dust. After everything calmed down, I looked up and looked back at the way I had come. Almost all the houses had been destroyed. The skin on my left arm was hanging from shoulder to fingertips, like a rag. I touched my back and felt no clothes. I felt something slimy. It was my burnt skin. I went to the mountain shelter and asked the people there to cut the hanging skin from my left arm. Afterwards, as there were no hospitals left in the city of Nagasaki, I was taken by train to a school somewhere outside Nagasaki.
These are pictures of Mr. Taniguchi in the hospital where he spent 18 months being treated for his burns.
For the American government, dropping the bomb seemed a logical way to end a bloody war, but many of the scientists who had built it were already having grave doubts. Years later, Robert Oppenheimer, one of the scientists, could still not talk calmly about the first atomic test.
We knew the world would not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that one way or another.
When Oppenheimer went to see President Truman after the bombs were dropped, saying that he felt he had blood on his hands, Truman dismissed him as a crybaby. "I hope for some sort of peace," Truman had written in his diary, "but I fear that machines are ahead of morals by some centuries. It's certainly a good thing for the world that Hitler's crowd or Stalin's did not discover the atomic bomb. It seems to be the most terrible thing ever discovered, but it can be made the most useful." The Russians, however, worried about what the atomic bomb might be useful for, as this Soviet propaganda film shows.
The new United States President, Harry Truman, spoke of peace and justice. He spoke of a long-lasting peace, a peace based on common sense by the will of God. But precisely on that day, he was told that American scientists were completing work on a weapon more horrible than anything mankind had ever known. And Truman said with joy, "Now I'll have a big stick for those guys." That is, for us, Soviet people. President Truman had obtained a monstrous weapon and started his gamble.
In fact, the Russians were so appalled by nuclear weapons that they promptly built their own. They had already started working on them back in 1943. It just took them a little longer.
There was the first Soviet atomic test in 1949. It wasn't really a surprise. Most people, after our own success in 1945, did predict that the Soviets would produce a nuclear bomb in 4 or 5 years. However, it turns out that most of those people continued to think it would be 4 or 5 years. Each year, as the years went by, they continued to think it'll be 4 or 5 years. So when it finally happened, it was a surprise.
The lethal A-bomb is wheeled, carefully screened, toward the B-29 that is to carry it.
Despite the Soviet bomb, North America stayed relatively safe for a long time. Only a few Russian bombers were likely to get through. So for at least a decade after 1945, nuclear weapons were seen by the U.S. government as a good thing for our side. And each atomic test was treated by official sources as an occasion for rejoicing.
As scientists plot experimental programs designed to furnish data on radioactive rays, flash burns, and blast effects of the mighty atom bomb. Operation Crossroads has begun. The bomb is away. Up, up, 7 miles into the sky, the awe-inspiring cloud billows and surges, blotting out the destruction below. There is no earthquake, no tidal wave or other catastrophe to justify the fears of some.
But the Soviet bomb did start a new kind of arms race. The U.S. resumed testing in 1951, and in less than 3 years exploded 42 bombs, including the first hydrogen bomb. What all these bombs were for, of course, was to stop the Russians.
As far as the West was concerned, the Soviet Union had already taken over.
but they could make it better. And they did. It's insane, isn't it? Insane. Oh, man.
Western Europe, and there were deep fears that Western Europe would be next. But things looked very different from the Soviet Union's point of view. Russians are a bit paranoid about the rest of the world, but their history gives them lots of reasons for feeling that way. Living where they do, with no natural frontiers, they've suffered more and worse invasions than almost anybody else. So in 1945, after the second German invasion in a quarter century had devastated their country, the men who ran the Kremlin, Stalin used to live and work in that building there, began installing loyal communist regimes in all the countries of Eastern Europe that lay between them and Germany. I'm not defending their actions, but it was pretty obvious to any Russian that the purpose was to create a buffer zone against any future invasion from the West. An essentially defensive measure, in other words. But that wasn't at all clear to the West, who saw all this as the prelude to the Soviet conquest of Western Europe. The West couldn't, or at least wouldn't, spend the money to match the huge Soviet military machine in Europe. Instead, the United States put its faith in a cheap and nasty solution called massive retaliation.
It made sense once in that as you had a nuclear superiority, the theory was, as soon as the other side established beyond doubt that they were invading, you then let loose the American strategic nuclear arm and blasted, incinerated, irradiated enough of the people on the other side to make them stop what they were doing, whatever it was. Well, of course, that was the raving of a feverish child. You know, I can't put it any harder than that, although I've lost a lot of friends by saying this, particularly among the airmen, curiously enough. They're very difficult to persuade.
But of course, massive retaliation made the airmen the most important armed force, and they gloried in the role. Simply destroying countries has been child's play since nuclear weapons came into the world. These bombers were able to obliterate the Soviet Union 25 years ago, and they could still do it today. But bombers have one major handicap. They take many hours to reach their targets. When the technology of war changes drastically, there's always a lag while strategy catches up, and it's in the transitional period that the danger of war is most acute. The first and most dangerous change that the world has lived through since 1945 came when long-range missiles were beginning to replace bombers as the primary method of delivering nuclear weapons. The turning point was the Cuban crisis of 1962, when Moscow tried to hurry this change up by sneaking some of its early short-range nuclear missiles into Cuba, only 90 miles from the United States, and the Americans caught them at it before the missiles were ready.
Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites is now in preparation on that imprisoned island. The purpose of these bases can be none other than to provide a nuclear strike capability against the Western Hemisphere. To halt this offensive buildup, all ships of any kind bound for Cuba, from whatever nation or port, where they're found to contain cargoes of offensive weapons, be turned back.
The Soviet gamble didn't work, as they really were still enormously inferior to the United States in nuclear weapons. The American Navy blockaded Cuba, the Russians backed down, and their missiles in Cuba never became operational. Instead, they were forced to withdraw them.
The United States humbled the Russians in the early 60s over the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Russians swore that would never happen to them again. So they went on a big arms-building kick, and they have achieved somewhat near parity with the United States, whatever that term means.
I don't think that the Cuban crisis influenced in any way the development of strategic forces, of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Why? Because by this time, 1962, we had ballistic missiles, and so did the Americans.
By the middle 60s, Russian strategic forces had the ability to reach out from the Soviet homeland itself and devastate the entire United States. But they did not have the ability to stop the U.S. from striking back. The era of mutual deterrence had arrived.
Basically, what's been happening since World War II is that if you look at it from the American perspective, what you find is that immediately after the war, we were invulnerable. A decade later, we were no longer completely invulnerable. The Russians could have hit us then with a few atomic bombs, produced a few million casualties. 10 years after that, they were in a position to produce tens of millions of casualties. Today, they're in a position to just simply wipe us out quantitatively. And there is no defense against that. All you can do is deter that from happening by threatening an unacceptable revenge. But you can't stop it from happening.
In a curious way, the arrival of mutual deterrence made both sides believe that a nuclear war was less likely, as if nobody would deliberately start a war in which they were bound to be destroyed. You can still find the old fallout shelters scattered around America's big cities, but it's 15 years now since anybody paid much attention to them. Partly it was because the peaceful outcome of the Cuban crisis convinced the public that both sides knew how to control the risks. Nuclear war really did seem less likely. So in all the basements and underground parking garages that had been turned into makeshift shelters in the 50s, the emergency food and medical supplies gradually moldered away. In any case, by the mid-60s, the U.S. government no longer worried about shelters. American strategic theory for a while actually held that it was not only practically impossible to protect the civilian population in a nuclear war, but that it was wrong and dangerous even to try. Nuclear war would only be unthinkable if the people on each side were helpless hostages to the other side's nuclear weapons. The doctrine of mutual assured destruction, MAD for short. But it only seems mad if you're outside the system that's dedicated to making the future safe for nuclear war. If you work inside the system, like these young men at a U.S. Air Force missile base near Knob Noster, Missouri, it all seems perfectly logical.
Okay, let's go to the missile launch checklist. I'm there. At step 1, we need to insert the launch keys. Let's go get them.
6 or 8 times a month, they sit deep underground in their silos for 24 hours, waiting for the order to launch their missiles. And once a month, they simulate going to war.
And insert the keys and strap into each chair. My key is inserted.
No detail is forgotten, right down to strapping themselves into...
So we're on to which generation of key turner now? That's 40 years ago, this documentary.
chairs so they won't be thrown away from their control panels by the shock if Russian nuclear weapons explode overhead.
I'm strapped in. And I am also. Step 1 is accomplished. Check. And a PLCA is required. 2 through 8. 2 and 3 are not required. I agree. PLCA launch option, required number. Number's in.
In one sense, these men who control the missiles of Strategic Air Command are today's real frontline soldiers. Yet I doubt that Alexander or Napoleon or even General George Patton would have thought they were soldiers at all. They don't use personal weapons, and they would never lay eyes on the enemies they kill. They take their orders from machines, and they pass them on to other machines.
Program select switch.
In fact, their job, which lies at the very heart of today's military strategy, differs in no significant respect, apart from its possible consequences, from that of the duty engineer at a hydroelectric power station.
The enable switch is enabled. This time the command is being transmitted to all missiles in the squadron. And let's wait for indications. Okay.
When you're waiting for indications, what does that mean?
The launch boat, the Enable command has been sent out. However, we are waiting for that alarm number 2 to notify us that the missiles have accepted the command.
Okay, and I've got sorties enabling.
Check.
So we're ready for step 35. Keep turning to commit time.
Roger.
And I show us in a good window, so let's go ahead and commit.
Okay, we'll commit. We'll simultaneously rotate both keys, and this will send out the launch commands to the missiles to allow them to launch.
Ready on my mark?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Mark. Hold for 5 seconds.
This is the way the world will end.
And release.
I show key turn is accomplished.
And I've got another alarm to let us know that the launch command went through.
This is the way the world will end. I still lose the key.
Check.
Automatic flare on. At that point, we're hoping that another crew within the squadron is going to be turning keys the same way that we did. It takes 2 crews turning keys at the same time to actually launch the missiles. We work on a 2-boat system, so the one boat will send the launch command. The missiles will wait for a second launch boat from another launch control center before they will actually launch. After that, it's automatic.
How would you feel if you ever had to do it for real?
Well, we're trained so highly in our recurring training that we take every month in simulators like this, so that if we actually had to do it, it would be an almost automatic thing.
You wouldn't be thinking about it at the time?
There wouldn't be time for any reflection until after we turned the keys and waited for the indications.
Would there be reflection then, do you think?
But there was reflection, wasn't there? Didn't this actually happen? Like one of these guys got the notification to push the button and wouldn't do it. And it was real. It was like, it wasn't a drill. It wasn't a test. He somehow got notified to push the button and didn't wait it for further confirmation, and it turned out it was a false alarm. There is a story of this. I don't know the rights of it, but there is a story of this, and you know, he's lauded as a great hero, a great unknown hero. His name is known, but I can't remember the story.
For the indications.
Would there be reflection then, do you think?
I should think so, yes.
Do you think it would bother you to turn keys for real?
No, it wouldn't. It's, as Mike said earlier, my commander, it's automatic, kind of a reflex. You really don't have time to think about it.
To be fair, young men in missile silos are not paid to think about it. But the senior officers and civilians who are haven't always been ruled by logic either. For one thing, practically every branch of the U.S. forces has tried to get into the strategic nuclear business because that's the big league.
Officer of the deck, man battle stations missile. Man battle stations missile, aye, sir. Man battle stations missile.
Herbert York has been in on the resulting battle almost from the start.
Yeah, in the immediate post-war years, the Army was developing rockets, and the Air Force was thinking about long-range delivery systems, but was focusing on airplanes and cruise missiles, winged cruise missiles. And so the Army got the jump on the Air Force with respect to these developments. After the invention of the hydrogen bomb, it became evident to the Air Force that long-range rockets probably were the optimum way to deliver them, or at least a very good way, competitive with airplanes. And so they immediately initiated long-range rocket programs of their own. So this led to a head-on competition between the Army and the Air Force. The Navy also came to believe that the delivery of thermonuclear weapons was somehow the wave of the future. And so the Polaris submarine system was invented and pushed as yet another way of accomplishing the same objective.
York did manage to cancel the Army's long-range missile program, but everybody else went ahead. And pretty soon they came up with a justification for why so many different kinds of nuclear forces are needed to do the same job. It's called the triad.
And it's ridiculous because it's just something that grew like topsy. The Navy was going ahead with its submarines, the Air Force was going ahead with its bombers and its land-based missiles. Then they got the happy idea, well, there are three of us, we'll call it a triad. But this Holy Trinity triad has assumed proportions such that no one can challenge it. Anybody who suggests cutting out one sounds like he's going to take one of the legs out of the stool.
Call is required, it is.
However, as Soviet missiles got more accurate, the possibility arose that the Air Force's Minuteman missiles might be wiped out in their fixed silos by a surprise attack. If all you want is the ability to destroy the Russians in retaliation, that doesn't matter, because most of America's bombers and missile-firing submarines, being mobile, would survive. But it's a big problem for the Air Force, which might have to get out of the missile business.
The fact that we do not merely have, that we don't have just land-based missiles, but have these other two types, does allow us to take our time about resolving the questions that are being posed by these improvements in the Soviet land-based forces. Some people probably are too frantic about finding a solution, and the philosophy of having the three kinds of systems, that is the notion that we must have some land-based missile as a follow-on to the Minuteman, probably is distorting our ability to really rationally think through what should be done next.
What the Air Force needed to stay in the missile business was a new generation of mobile land-based missiles, the fabled MX, and it found some useful allies here in Washington. In public, American strategy remained mutual assured destruction all through the 60s and 70s, but the planners here at the Pentagon were never really certain themselves that MAD would prevent war. And if war came anyway, they wanted more options than just blowing the world up in one go. So ever since the early 60s, the actual U.S. war plans, the strategic targeting doctrines, have been evolving towards selective strikes against Soviet military targets, city avoidance, all sorts of ways of fighting a fairly limited war using nuclear weapons, in the hope that if war came, the Soviets would play by the same rules and not attack American cities right away.
One of the most important myths is that if nuclear war ever starts, it will escalate to wipe out the world. Now, that may be true. I don't know. But I think it is at least as plausible, from pure logic, that once a few nuclear weapons go off, and we're talking again about the homelands in Russia and the United States, people are going to think, my Lord, let's stop and think a minute. And the incentives to de-escalation may prove to be just as great as the incentives to escalation. They may prove to be greater. And people may decide to go to the bargaining table.
The Russians say that they don't believe in limited nuclear war, but then they would, wouldn't they? The greatest problem in discussing nuclear strategy is that nobody knows what the Russians really think. I remember once in Moscow walking up Frunze Street to see if I could say that in front of the Soviet Ministry of Defense, but they wouldn't even admit it was there, let alone allow me to film it. They were quite upset that I'd even been in Frunze Street. Now, here in the United States, you can find out what the strategists are really thinking, though they don't advertise it, and it makes Americans look bad by comparison, because some of the thinking is pretty chilling. But if you look at the weapons the Soviets build, it's pretty obvious that they've also moved beyond simple deterrence, and they're playing around with ways of fighting a limited nuclear war. Americans are just slightly more open about it. In the United States, you can actually trace the way the armed forces have climbed aboard the limited nuclear war bandwagon. There's not much reason to ask for fancy new weapons if your only job is to kill all your enemy's people, which is what mutual assured destruction is all about.
Limited nuclear war, on the other hand, puts no limits on the numbers and kinds of weapons you need. The target list expands endlessly to include missile silos, command bunkers, oil refineries, tank factories. In fact, it's now up to 40,000 potential targets. The story of how the Air Force used the doctrine of limited nuclear war to solve its little credibility problem with land-based missiles, and finally got the MX missile seen here in early testing, is instructive.
The Air Force started by arguing that its existing missiles are becoming vulnerable to a Soviet surprise attack, which is true if the Russians ever actually dared to make that kind of attack and didn't worry about the thousands of nuclear warheads that would strike back at them from America's invulnerable submarines. Trouble is, of course, the obvious answer to the Air Force argument is that if the land-based missiles are becoming vulnerable, we should send them all out to sea. So the Air Force then had to find some reason why land-based missiles were indispensable. And the only significant difference between them and submarine-launched missiles is that land-based missiles can be somewhat more accurate. Most people might not think that's very important, not when you're talking about nuclear weapons that can devastate whole cities, but you have to work with what you've got.
Therefore, the Air Force had to find targets for which accuracy was vital. The most plausible ones are the silos in which the Russians keep their land-based missiles. Even nuclear weapons have to explode very close by to destroy missile silos. Now, there'd be no point in destroying Russian silos once the missiles have been launched, and you can't argue in public for a U.S. first strike capability. So the Air Force drew upon the developing doctrine of limited nuclear war to invent a scenario in which at least some Soviet silos would still contain missiles after Moscow had launched a limited nuclear attack on American missiles. Then the highly accurate MX missiles, which would survive because they were mobile, could strike back right away to destroy the Russian land-based missiles that Moscow had held back to use as blackmail. This is called prompt counterforce targeting.
The Air Force, of course, wanted, quote, to modernize their elements of the triad. And any service is always interested in something called modernization and gets restless because the weapon systems that they have are old or obsolescent or both. The triad is desirable because each of the components performs a special function. The special function that the ICBMs provide us with is availability, accuracy, controllability that exceeds that of either of the other legs of the forces. If the Soviets have prompt counterforce, at this time, the only way we can acquire an equivalent prompt counterforce is through ICBM.
Mind you, nobody's ever promptly fired a missile across the pole. Just as well, really, but it does mean that nobody actually knows just how accurate the missiles would be on that particular flight path. So all the claims about missiles being able to drop their warheads practically on top of the other side's silos rest on pretty shaky foundations. Besides, the MX isn't going to be mobile after all. They're now stuffing it down old Minuteman silos, which kind of undermines the Air Force's original arguments about vulnerability. Still, it's big, almost 250,000 pounds. It has 10 separate warheads, and it belongs to the Air Force, not the Navy. The one positive thing you can say about all this is that it's finally brought limited nuclear war out of the closet. It's now official and public policy that the kind of nuclear war the Air Force used to justify its new missiles, in which each side would pick off a few hundred of the other side's missiles while neatly avoiding cities, then pick up the hotline and stop the war, is a real strategic option. The strategy was set out most clearly in Presidential Directive 59 in 1980. As the Defense Department later told Congress, our planning must provide a continuum of options ranging from the use of small numbers of strategic and/or theater nuclear weapons aimed at narrowly defined targets to the employment of large portions of our nuclear forces against a broad spectrum of targets. Plans for the controlled use of nuclear weapons should enable us to provide leverage for a negotiated termination of the fighting. A limited nuclear war, the kind you could theoretically fight without being exterminated, is now seen as a real strategic possibility. At least the theorists and those who control the nuclear weapons see it that way. Practical soldiers don't believe a word of it.
To my mind, the ultimate obscenity is all-out nuclear war. And anything that tends towards it is something which makes me very uneasy. And in this connection, I'm very uneasy about the tendency to talk now in terms of a limited nuclear war, a winnable nuclear war, in the mistaken belief, as I believe it to be, that once you start it, you can stop it before it goes the whole way. I don't believe you can.
Считаю, что никакого ограниченного применения ядерного оружия
I don't think there can be any limited use of nuclear weapons.
стоит только вспыхнуть.
If a nuclear war starts, after the first nuclear explosion, the war will escalate to a total nuclear war.
Глобальный характер.
This is the logic of modern war and the character of modern weaponry.
Современных вооружений.
But if you believe in limited nuclear war, you also have to believe in things like crisis relocation, a plan drawn up by the Federal Emergency Management Agency in which 145 million Americans who live in cities and near military bases would, in the few days before a nuclear war starts, all be moved to someplace else in the country that the authorities have decided is going to be safe.
Of course, for government agencies and senior officials, the plans are rather more elaborate. One of the places that figures in their plans is the Carey salt mine here in Hutchinson, Kansas.
Good job, Julio. Hey, watch your mouth. I got something.
Digging out salt creates underground storage space, so Carey salt mine has a tenant.
Finally, here. With a big dent in the side. Hopefully it's not all smashed up. Well, at last it's here. But it's so late, I might as well keep going.
When underground vaults and storage started its business down here in 1959, nuclear war was in everybody's mind. And UVS made its living off that fear.
And at that time, the civil defense people told us that that it was required that you have 220 feet of overlay to sustain the largest bomb that they had at that time. Well, we're 650 feet deep. So I think that we could withstand a virtually direct hit and not affect the area down here. And yes, I'd come down here.
But do you have the supplies to live on? That's the real question.
Better here than there. I would make do.
What future archaeologists would find down here, apart from Mike Gingrich, is thousands of cartons of greasy restaurant receipts, kept for tax purposes, the original print of Gone with the Wind, and some very old bankers.
U.S. government agencies are required by law to have emergency relocation sites. This is where the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City would reconstruct its records and start up the banking system again after a nuclear holocaust. The records are in the vault there, typewriters, emergency lighting system. It makes some kind of sense from the bank's point of view, I suppose, and it's relatively easy to protect bank records. But the main thing that would burn in a nuclear war is people, and they're much harder to protect. The Russian for civil defense is Gражданская оборона, but Russian cynics shorten it down to GROB. GROB is Russian for coffin. A whole bureaucratic empire has grown up here that bases itself on the pretense that Soviet citizens can be protected from a nuclear attack. It convinces some Western observers, mainly those who want to use it as an argument for still more Western nuclear warheads, but it doesn't convince Russians. What do you do when you hear the nuclear alert, asks a Russian. Put a sheet over your head and walk slowly to the cemetery, replies another. Why slowly? So you don't cause a panic. In Moscow, as in Washington, there are elaborate plans to protect the leaders, the generals, and the senior bureaucrats. After all, you could hardly have a war without them. But for the millions of ordinary Russians in this city and others, civil defense means simply evacuation, if there's time. Evacuation by bus, through railway stations like this, and for most people, in long marching columns wending their way out beyond the suburbs, where if they're lucky, and it's the right time of year, they'll freeze to death in the open fields before the fallout gets them.
Civil defense is silly and futile, but at least it's about trying to keep people alive. Nowhere does civil defense get even 1% of what we call defense budgets. The rest goes to inventing and building new and more efficient ways of killing people.
There is a kind of a technological exuberance that leads to solutions which are sometimes fancier than necessary, that include capabilities which may not be particularly important, but which which are very clever, and on occasion to provide solutions to problems that either don't exist at all or which have been presented in a very exaggerated form.
It's not just the fascination of the technicians and the scientists, of course. The push for new weapons also comes from industry, for which they can mean billions of dollars and millions of jobs.
We've made great big business out of preparing for war, big business out of the military. And whereas in the old days we used to have to plead with the Congress to give us some money for our clothing factory or our shipyard, now it's industries all over the country leaning on their congressmen, leaning on their senators, trying to get jobs and profits for the industries.
Things work differently in the Soviet Union. Here there's no private companies trying to sell fancy new weapons to the government. The Ministry of Defense and the government as a whole decide what the country can afford, and then it's other government departments that actually design and manufacture the weapons. There's no profit motive, no military-industrial complex here.
And yet things work exactly the same in the Soviet Union.
Hello, Rick. We're watching a a Remembrance Day marathon here. It's I've been waiting all day for a delivery. It just showed up. The estimated delivery time was between 9 and 6. It just showed up like minutes ago. So I had intended to live stream, hour, 2 at the most. I was going to go out and shoot some video at the various blue plaques in Altrincham related to Remembrance Day things, the Chapel Street and Bill Speakman there. But I've been waiting all day for this delivery, so I figured I would do this instead. So we've been watching this 7-part documentary on war. It's called War. I know the guy that made this documentary. He's from Newfoundland. Came out in 1983. and each part is an hour long, and we're on part 6. Anyway, I got my delivery, but I might as well keep going now.
New weapons spew out just as fast, and the real driving force on both sides is people's desire to advance their careers. If you're a colonel in the Pentagon or the Soviet Defense Ministry and you want to become a general, you need to show success in getting your service more resources and weapons. If you're a scientist in Soviet or American defense industry, you get recognition by developing new weapons. And if you're an executive in a U.S. aerospace company or a bureaucrat in the Soviet Ministry of Heavy Machine Building, you get control over more resources. You climb up the career ladder, in other words, by bringing the scientists and the soldiers together. In the United States, it's called the military-industrial complex. Here they call it the Metal Eaters Alliance. And it all comes down to the same damn thing. These people are discussing how to cook their own goose. If you hold a senior command in the Soviet Strategic Rocket Forces or the American Strategic Air Command, then you have to believe that nuclear weapons are a good thing, that they're about peace and not war. Otherwise, you might conclude that you're in the wrong job. But once you've made that basic act of faith, it can be a fascinating job with lots of responsibility and intellectual challenge, especially if you're a civilian defense analyst with free license to speculate.
I agree, sir.
Interestingly, the nuclear weapon does exactly what General Dewey predicted in 1921, first theorist of air power. And he said, you want 3 things when you bomb. You want some HE, which was all they had then, high explosives, or TNT. And you wanted some fire bombs with it to start fires. And you wanted some poison gas bombs to prevent people from putting out the fires. Now, if you look at a nuclear weapon, he could have been prescient.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now.
Obviously, no moderately ambitious great power could afford to be without such a weapon. Britain tested its first nuclear bomb in 1952. France was next in 1960, and China followed in 1964. Other countries have just as much right, or as little, to threaten their neighbors with nuclear weapons as the great powers do. Other cities have just as much right to be incinerated. Take Jerusalem, for example. Israel, though it doesn't admit it in public, has had a number of nuclear weapons for about a decade now. India's actually tested what it tactfully called a nuclear explosive device. And so Pakistan and several Arab countries will feel strategically naked until they've developed nuclear weapons too. For countries like this, just as for the superpowers during the Cuban crisis, the most dangerous moment will come when the side without nuclear weapons begins to near an effective nuclear capability. The temptation for the side that already has nuclear weapons to make a preemptive strike is very strong. It's already happened once. In 1981, Israeli aircraft destroyed Iraq's new nuclear reactor in a surprise attack. The raid was completely successful, and it was relatively safe because Iraq was still a long way from actually building nuclear bombs. But we can expect this sort of situation to come up again and again. If somebody gets the timing wrong, if they attack an enemy who's already secretly built some nuclear weapons and don't manage to destroy all of them, then the result will most likely be a local nuclear war. Both sides will find themselves in a situation where they have to use their nuclear weapons or risk losing them. So they'll probably use them. Goodbye Mecca, goodbye Damascus, goodbye Jerusalem.
At a megaton, I am asking you to try to imagine 80 Hiroshima weapons exploding the same place at the same second. And indeed, even to talk of a megaton is to describe a situation very different from Hiroshima or Nagasaki. They were isolated events in relatively intact societies in which help could come in from the outside. But in any likely scenario today, there will be no outside that we can rely upon. For we have to make the presumption that every other major source of help will be similarly afflicted.
In the case of a nuclear attack, the subway will be affected in every city. All you have to do is explode the right bomb. A ground burst of a powerful bomb will destroy the subway in every city of the world. Water will flood into the subway. Air won't be pumped in. There will be no electricity, and there are no toilets in the subway. Therefore, the subway will become a mass grave.
In reality, of course, few big cities would get hit by only one nuclear weapon. For example, the United States has something called the Single Integrated Operational Plan, SIOP. It's an attempt to avoid the biggest traffic jam in history of all the West's nuclear forces. Missiles, bombers, submarines, American, British, and French get committed to a nuclear war against the Soviet Union. SIOP allots about 60 nuclear weapons to targets inside Moscow city limits. A reasonable guess that would include one nuclear weapon on the Ministry of Electronic Industries just around that corner, another on Communist Party headquarters behind me, and 4 or 5 big ones on the Kremlin less than half a mile over that way, just to be sure.
I don't know how many warheads the Russians have targeted on New York City, but they'll certainly do the job too.
The direct effects will include second and third degree burns that really represent the charring and barbecuing of human skin and flesh. People up to 35 miles in any direction from the epicenter on a clear day who make a reflex glance at the fireball will suffer a significant risk of retinal burning and blindness. So let me add blindness to a list of injuries that includes ruptured lungs, crushing injuries of the skull, the thorax, crushed extremities, skull fractures, fractures of the long bone, spinal cord lesions. Blast and radiation is worse than either alone. Burn and radiation is far worse than either alone. A dose of 100 rads of external body radiation to a standard burn increases mortality 8-fold. What is left of the buildings is lying in what is left of the streets. There are no hospitals, there are no emergency rooms, there are no operating rooms, there is no blood bank, there is no intravenous fluid, there are no x-ray machines or other diagnostic equipment. We are talking about a physician in the face of these injuries, skull fractures, spinal lesions, crushing injuries of the chest, third-degree burns, running around with a black bag. Medical care is a moderately complex human activity, and it is exactly this kind of moderately complex human activity that will be impossible after a nuclear attack and will represent perhaps the greatest and most permanent damage. The meaning of survival for human beings is social. And it is the social fabric that will be so ruptured as to change human life for very long periods of time, if not permanently thereafter.
If you were to ask me really seriously what future is there for mankind, I'd be tempted to answer is the future is likely to mankind. I don't say certain. The future likely for mankind is that the whole of mankind will be subjected to nuclear war and other forms of scientific war, even more destructive, and that vast majority of the population of the world everywhere will be destroyed, and then the few remaining, impoverished, crippled, in a poisoned atmosphere, we'll have to start rather as Noah did after the flood.
We all owe God a death. If we're killed in a nuclear war, what we lose as individuals is a few decades of life. But what the human race loses is the only thing that gives us meaning, the enterprise of civilization. We haven't arrived at our present dilemma by accident or mischance. We were bound to get here eventually because civilization was bound to endow us eventually with the power to destroy ourselves. We're not just responsible for our own fate. We're responsible for all the unborn generations of people down the thousands of years of the future who'll only have a chance, who'll only get born in most cases, if we get it right now. There's nobody wiser than us who'll take the responsibility and solve this problem for us. We have to do it ourselves.
Back, whether it is
Can you believe we're at part 7? So I'm going to let it play. Mrs. is not home yet. This is part 7, and he does a bit about Newfoundland in this, and the Beaumont Hamel Memorial Battlefield in France from the First World War in this. So let's let her rip, and I'll continue working away on my mosaic here. I've been working on this, and yes, I intended to live stream at the last Sailmakers Market, but it's difficult to do because as soon as you get a lull in people coming by, somebody comes by and wants to buy something or talk to you or something, so it's difficult to do. But yeah, I'll definitely have a go at it. It won't be an 8-hour stream though, that's for sure. So this is the final installment of our Remembrance Day live stream. This is the final episode of War by Gwyn Dyer, and this one is called Goodbye War. It's a documentary from 1983.
If you live in a neighborhood where there are no police and everybody has guns and lives in constant fear of attack, then there's going to be a lot of shooting. And that's the kind of neighborhood that all the countries of the world live in. There are no international police, so every country keeps itself armed and ready for violence. But the kind of violence that countries get involved in, they have a special name for it. They call it war, and it now happens on a very grand scale indeed. During the last 2 years of the Second World War, over 1 million people were being killed each month. If the great powers go to war with each other just once more, using all the weapons they now have, 1 million people will be killed each minute. The fear of nuclear weapons can now bring people out by the thousands to protest against the fate that's being prepared for them. But relatively few people will accept the direct connection between the weapons they fear and the whole system of absolutely independent national states that makes them necessary. Bombs are bad, national independence is good. We spend our time attacking the symptoms of our problem, not the cause.
I come out here because I'm a believer, okay? And I am definitely opposed to increasing nuclear weapons degree because of my future, okay? I have 10 grandchildren, and believe me, I would like for the next 90 or 100 years that they enjoy that life.
Should the Soviet Union have nuclear weapons?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Почему нет? Because if we seek peace, and all peoples seek peace, then the only way to go is for nuclear disarmament.
You worry about nuclear weapons?
I worry about war.
A lot of people know that 70,000 died at Hiroshima, but very few people know that 225,000 died in Tokyo as a result of only 2 raids with conventional bombs. I was a bomber pilot a long time ago. I bombed Hamburg. 70,000 people died there when the air caught fire. 80,000 or so died at Dresden. And if you want to talk about numbers, 123,000 died at Iwo Jima. And they died at Lebanon, as you know, very recently. So the problem is war, not just nuclear war.
There'd be a case for saying that the people who lived before the First World War were in just the same condition. Things were going to happen that they would never have envisaged. So you can say more truly of the First World War than of the Second or of the Third, that if people had known, they wouldn't have done it. The Second World War, they knew more and they accepted it. The Third World War, alas, in a sense, they know everything about it. They know what will happen or is likely to happen, and yet do nothing. I don't know the answer.
We now have better machines, but we're not different from the past. Our world still works much the same way it did before World War I, so the result will probably also be the same. There was an arms race then too, especially in big important weapons like battleships. They were very expensive, the ultimate high-tech weapons of their time, like our nuclear missiles today. The nations counted each other's weapons with almost as much dread as we do, and raced to stay ahead. Every great power believed its safety lay in having as much military power as possible, and they all used their rivals' military spending to justify their own. We do the same, and like many before 1914, we claim that being armed to the teeth makes war less likely. For a long time, the argument even seemed plausible. None of the great powers fought each other for 43 years before the First World War. We're now past the 40-year mark ourselves. Just like today, all the great industrial nations were divided into 2 opposing alliances. Though the actual lineup was different, that changes after every great war. And the alliances faced frequent crises, usually in obscure places. The crisis that finally toppled them into war started in the Balkans, where Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria and his wife Sophie were murdered by Serbian assassins. Austria declared war on Serbia, which was protected by Russia, and the alliances lumbered into action. In 1914, Tsar Nicholas of Russia spent weeks agonizing over whether to mobilize or not here at his summer palace, the Peterhof, near Leningrad. In some situations today, our leaders would have 30 minutes to decide on peace or war. The speed of thought has not increased since 1914, and even poor Nicholas didn't do very well. Nobody was very decisive here in 1914. Even the generals were afraid of what might happen if they mobilized, but they felt they had to. The pressure on Nicholas was so great that he once actually agreed to general mobilization, only to cancel it again at the last moment. Everything must be done to save the peace, he said. I will not become responsible for a monstrous slaughter. But he was in charge, and a decision was expected of him. Russian interests had been challenged. On July the 30th, when the Chief of the General Staff was once again explaining how difficult the decision was, Nicholas finally lost patience. I will decide, he said, general mobilization, and left the room. Mobilization meant that millions of reservists had to be called up and sent to the frontiers by train. And the railway timetables were so intricate that no one dared to stop the trains once they were in motion. Tsar Nicholas had half hoped that Russian mobilization would scare the other side into backing down. But of course they mobilized trains, delivered them all into a war that killed 8 people. In many ways, the world has not changed since 1914. The leaders and the weapons are different, but we still have war with us as the court of last resort, the ultimate way that disputes between nations get settled. And World War I has a curious echo for us. Then everyone believed that the military machine, once set in motion, could not be recalled. Now it's quite literally true. How do you call back a missile? But there's more to it than just that. All the conditions that led to the First World War are present now. The alliances, the arms race, the attitudes of nations as nations, the attitudes of their people. Even in an age of nuclear weapons, most people, if you ask them whether they'd fight for their country, will at least stop to think before saying no.
The 25,000 people who packed the Plaza de Mayo in Buenos Aires in 1982 are celebrating an almost bloodless Argentine military triumph, the seizure of the Falkland Islands from Great Britain. In Britain, the response is a determination to show that nobody gets away with seizing British territory, even if most people aren't quite sure where that territory is.
A senior British official recently remarked that Britain's emotional maturity and political stability entitle it to be a nuclear power. He said it a few months after about half the British fleet sailed maturely out of this harbor to take back some barren islands 8,000 miles away that are of no real value to either Britain or Argentina. Britain might have behaved a bit more cautiously if Argentina had been a nuclear power too, but clearly the nationalist reflexes are still in good working order.
I feel so deeply and strongly that we have to regain the Falklands for British sovereignty. It is still British, it is still British, and the people still wish to be British and owe their allegiance to the Crown.
Stand up for freedom, stand up for democracy, that's what it's all about.
Are you expecting to do much fishing out there?
I hope so, yeah, I hope to.
What do you catch in the Falkland Islands?
I don't know, Argentinians, I think.
If they've gone to war with us, or they've been nasty, why shouldn't we be nasty back?
Almost 1,000 men, British and Argentine, died before Britain retook the Falklands. Fewer than 2,000 people lived there. But at the time, it seemed to be a matter of principle.
I'm neither British nor Argentine, but I must admit that at the time I felt the Argentines shouldn't be allowed to get away with military aggression. Taking territory by force, as Argentina did, undermines the fragile international order that keeps most of the world at peace most of the time. Trouble is, taking the same territory back by force, as Britain did, has exactly the same effect.
Who was really in the right is a matter of opinion, but any country strong enough to settle a dispute by force is likely to try.
After the first atomic bombs were dropped in 1945, people expected that nuclear weapons would bring a real change to the way international disputes were settled. But Albert Einstein knew better. Everything has changed, he said, except our way of thinking. The nuclear warheads that are programmed to kill this city will not drop straight down out of the sky as if some anonymous fate had sent them. They'll come skimming in at a very low angle from the north, from Russia. And the warheads that kill Russian cities will also come from a very specific direction, from us. Our danger does not come from the skies. It comes from ourselves and the way we run our world. We still believe, almost by reflex, that our countries are worth fighting for, and our governments go on acting as if their power and their prestige were the most important things in all eternity. They'd better be right, because eternity is now at stake. Any war is bad, but the general spasms of violence we now call world wars are far worse. 6 times in the past 3 centuries, all the great powers of the time have gone to war with each other. And though each war began with some particular crisis, what they were all really about was just national power. World wars are the way the present international system adjusts to the changing realities of power, as some countries gradually grow stronger over time and others decline. It's always been a crude and bloody system, but it used to work after a fashion. Now the game is up. One more round with today's weapons will kill all the players. So why do we pretend we can go on with the same international system we've always had? Mainly because the sovereign national state is the most powerful institution in our world, and we love it. Truth is, we love our countries too much for their own good, or for ours. These Canadians who fought in the First and Second World War all loved their country, and naturally they believed that the wars they fought in were just. Yet nobody now believes that the First World War was a struggle between justice and evil.
Eventually, the illusion fades, and we realize that our just war was really just about power, like all the others. But we can only afford to admit the truth when our veterans start to fade away, because we can't tell them that what they went through and what their friends died for was only power politics.
I recognize a lot of the names here. They're common family names in Newfoundland. Pratt, Eyre, Chafe, Dunphy, names of friends I grew up with. The young men buried here must have been very like my friends, except they never got any older. They all died here on the morning of July the 1st, 1916. I've known about this patch of ground all my life. Everybody born in Newfoundland knows about it. It's in northern France near the village of Beaumont-Hamel. Well, that's how Newfoundlanders say it anyway. There's still not a lot of Newfoundlanders, and back in 1914, when the Great War came, there were only about 250,000 of us. But we raised a regiment of volunteers in 2 weeks and sent it off to fight for the Empire against the Germans. On the first day of the July drive in 1916, what we now call the Battle of the Somme, the Newfoundlanders were packed into this support trench here, which they had named St. John's Road. They weren't in the first wave of the attack, which started from the front-line trenches down there at 7:30. It was a hot and sunny day for a change, and they must have felt more and more nervous when the sound of the German machine gun fire didn't gradually die away as expected. At 9:15, the Newfoundlanders climbed out of this trench here. It must have been quite difficult, because each man was carrying about 70 pounds of equipment, and stood up into the machine gun fire. Someone who was there at the time said that they instinctively tucked their chins into their shoulders as though they were facing into a blizzard. They formed into lines, plodded off down this slope towards the German trenches just in front of that tree line there, and simply walked into eternity. Most of them were killed trying to get through the gaps in their own barbed wire, about halfway down to that clump of trees there, and the rest just kept walking until they were almost all shot down. None of them made it as far as the German wire. 801 Newfoundlanders went over the top here on the 1st of July. 68 answered the roll call the next morning.
You must have known that you weren't going to get through that wire. You knew that there were machine guns on the other side. What kept you going?
A good point, by gosh. I don't even know. We were ordered to go, we were supposed to take the German lines. Well, perhaps I was going to fight the German army. But I kept going, and if I hadn't got wounded, I'd have gone and tried to get through that barbed wire. I didn't seem to, I don't know whether it was the enormous amount of explosives, the shells, you know, from the artillery, but your feelings seem to be sort of numbed in some way or other. All you knew, there was that chair, for instance, and you had to get to that chair come hell or high water.
You're dealing with excesses of love and hate. And among men who fight together, there is an intense love. And it is why people don't run. Because these are people who are close to you. They are in danger as you are in danger. And if you run, as the British say, you're letting the side down. If you stay, you may save them. And of course, they may save you.
War and combat, for all its death and destruction, and what man is capable of doing to man, for me, I can't speak for everyone, but for me, it was the first time I felt like that I was alive. I could feel the air, I could feel the sun, I could feel everything about me. I could even feel the jungle, the rice paddies, the mud, the water, everything. I could feel it. Do I think I ought to have learned it? At 19? No. But there at the time, yes. I had to learn it in order to survive. That's the name of the game. Fighting for country and mom and apple pie is fine when you're back here, but when you're out there, you're living by the heartbeat. You don't worry about the next day, you worry about the next heartbeat.
I had to close the curtains. I'm a little sick of being on display here. It was all right when it was light outside, but now I'm looking out the front window here onto the street.
I felt that all the boys that were killed, that they were helping. That it might be the war to end all wars, but what good has it done? Richard he just got out of school, and the night that he had to leave, some of his friends had a party for him, and he came home. My brother was taking him into the train, and he just kicked me on the nose like that, and he said, "Mom, no tears." That's the last I saw.
Those who were left behind struggled to understand what it was all about. But the unlucky few who ended up in the worst parts of our wars know. They sometimes get impatient with the rest of us, and you can't blame them. We talk about peace and justice, but we're also determined to get our way as a nation. They have to die so we can get it.
The hatred is for people who are not in your situation. There is, of course, there is hatred of the enemy, though, as I say, that is not as intense as the hatred of people who are safe at home. See, I think Frank Sinatra was the most hated man of World War II, much more than Hitler, because we in the Pacific had seen no women at all for 2 years. And there were photographs of Sinatra being surrounded by all these enthusiastic girls.
Increasingly, since 1945, I've gotten annoyed at the sort of self-righteousness of many of my liberal friends who were not in the war, and who, if in the war, were not in the infantry, and if in the infantry didn't have their legs shot almost off. I get annoyed at their attitude of sort of self-righteous public shame about the atomic bomb. It was the bomb that ended the war. It was the bomb that saved my life. I certainly would have been destroyed invading Honshu or Kyushu, as I was scheduled to do. I say I would have been destroyed because by that time I'd lost my nerve. And if you lose your nerve, you're not very good as a soldier. And I think I would have just lain down and been killed, actually, after a while. So it did save my life. And as I said, and something I once wrote about this, when the news of the first bomb reached the staging camp I was in France, where we were all assembled ready to be shipped to the Pacific, the camp burst out in cheers, and we cried. I cried now when I think of it. We literally hugged each other for the first time in all the time we'd been in the Army. We abandoned immediately all of our sort of embarrassment about touching another man. We hugged each other, we crowded each other's shoulders because we knew that we were going to grow up.
Don't ask me that anything in warfare is right. I don't believe it's right to hit a man in the nose and make his nose bleed. But after all, if he's offensive enough, you hit him in the nose, or anywhere else you can hit him in order to stop him. The same applies to nations.
At any given time, there are around 20 wars going on in the world, and they are almost all due to the fact that somebody couldn't get what he wanted any other way. In Eritrea, in East Africa, what the people want is their own independent country. But the old colonial borders put them inside Ethiopia, so they have to fight for it. They've been fighting for a quarter century now.
How did that work out? I don't know the history of the Eritrea-Ethiopian War. In 1983, they'd been fighting for 25 years, and that was 40 years ago, so nearly 70 years ago. So how did that work out? I don't know. Does anybody know? I worked with a guy from Eritrea back in Canada. I don't know much about Eritrea or that war.
The Polisario guerrillas have a similar goal, the independence of Western Sahara, and they've been fighting Morocco for 10 years. If universal peace broke out tomorrow, they'd lose forever. They'll never get what they want except by force. Unless the Polisario guerrillas win their war, their families will spend the rest of their lives in these refugee camps. If we abolished war, we would in effect be taking a snapshot of the present and freezing it. Wars change things, and there are still a lot of people who want change. Take your snapshot in 1975, and Rhodesia would still be ruled by a white minority government. There would be no Zimbabwe. If the world had outlawed war in 1775, there would be no United States. Peace would have a very large hidden price. The world's borders have mostly been defined by wars, and it's only after they've won that people want to freeze them. Most Israelis, for example, would not want war to have been abolished forever in 1966.
During the Six-Day War of 1967, Israeli paratroops fought their way through this gate here and conquered the old city of Jerusalem. Israel promptly annexed it, and the question of who owns Jerusalem was settled once and for all. It was the 37th time that somebody had conquered Jerusalem once and for all. Wars do settle things, of course. Ask the Arabs of old Jerusalem, who now live under Israeli rule. But wars only settle things temporarily until somebody stronger comes along.
And somebody stronger almost always does come along eventually. The Israelis are still winning at the moment, and they'd like to stay on top. They'd certainly like war to be outlawed now. But you can't expect Palestinians to feel the same way. Traditional...
And that was 40 years ago, he said that.
The same way. Traditional kinds of wars like these have killed an average of 40,000 people a month since 1945, but for all the pain and loss they cause, they're not bad enough to make people think about changing the whole way we run our world. For that, we needed the world wars. The Second World War was so bad it even scared the winners. At least 40 million dead, much of Europe and Asia in ruins, and nuclear weapons by the end. Something had to be done to prevent that, or worse, from happening again. So the victors created the United Nations. It ran contrary to all their instincts and traditions to recognize any higher authority than the national state, but it had become a question of sheer survival.
The world's people collaborated in the drafting of a workable international constitution.
The world's people had very little to do with it. The UN was designed as a survival shelter for the world's governments, and especially for the great powers themselves. If they could have stayed united, the 5 great powers on the Security Council really could have imposed a kind of peace on the world, but the habit of being completely independent proved very hard to break.
Well, there are 2 possibilities, it seems to me. The first one is that we run into another global disaster, which doubtless, if there's anything left, will finally change people's minds about the benefits of unlimited national sovereignty. And I sincerely hope that doesn't happen. I don't think necessarily it should. The second alternative is something much more gradual and slower, which is to convince governments that just as they have given up sovereignty in certain specialized fields, like, for example, radio frequencies or postal systems or something like that, that in the political field also they have to do this.
We can do it the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. But one way or another, the world is going to be politically united within the next 50 to 500 years. The exact time scale doesn't matter. It may get destroyed in the process, the unity of the mass grave, but it is going to happen. The process has already been underway for several centuries. The first truly intercontinental empires appeared in the 16th century, and by the 19th century, we already had a fairly unified world economy. In terms of travel time, the entire planet today is smaller than France was 200 years ago. The relatively recent phenomenon of world wars is also part of the process. The interests and the fears of the great powers are now so closely intertwined that any war between great powers tends to spread until it involves all the others. The Second World War began in 1939 as a conflict between Britain, France, and Germany, but inside of 30 months it had dragged in countries as far away as Japan and the United States. National governments are bound to resist the trend towards a politically united world because it would inevitably diminish their own power. But most governments are run by intelligent people, and the horrendous cost of the world wars produced by the present international system has driven even governments to think in terms of setting up some world authority to settle their quarrels peacefully.
They began trying after the First World War with the League of Nations. That didn't work, and therefore we had the Second World War. So when the victorious great powers made a second attempt to create a world authority in 1945, the United Nations, they gave it the right to enforce its decisions and gave themselves controlling shares.
On the surface, the slogan for the new UN could have been one for all and all for one. The idea was formally known as collective security. If one nation attacked another, then all the other UN members would come to the aid of the nation under attack. But the real rules the charter writers devised made it unlikely that this would actually happen very often, because the 5 major powers of the world all reserved the right to say no.
The first test of collective security came in 1950, when war broke out in Korea. But the 5 great powers who were supposed to run the world had already broken up into 2 hostile blocs, as the winners usually do after a great war, simply because they're each other's biggest surviving rivals. A UN force was sent to Korea, but it was really just the US Army and its allies under the UN flag. It only happened at all because the Russians had walked out of the Security Council at the time and were not there to use their veto. They never made that mistake again, and since Korea, one or another of the great powers has vetoed every proposal to impose a UN decision by force.
I also have always felt that one has to see the United Nations in a very long perspective. It's no good assuming it's going to work in the first generation. It's not. But I see it as a great human experiment in its very early stages, and if we can make tiny progress on one or two things each year, it's already something. But I don't imagine that in my lifetime it's going to ever reach up to the aspirations which people who don't know about politics have for it.
Collective security is dead, and even in peacekeeping, the UN has to wait to be asked in. Don't call us, we'll call you. Occasionally, some small country gets so desperate it does send for a UN peacekeeping force, as here in Cyprus. And if the great powers don't object, the operation can go ahead. But nobody is ever going to peacekeep on the territory of a great power, and even smaller countries would generally rather settle their disputes privately, by war if necessary. Since the United Nations first met in 1946, there have been at least 75 wars in the world. The first Arab-Israeli War, the first Vietnam War, the Korean War, the first India-Pakistan War, the second Arab-Israeli War, the Algerian War, the Sino-Indian War, the second Vietnam War, the second India-Pakistan War, the third Arab-Israeli War, the third India-Pakistan War, the invasion of Cyprus, the fourth Arab-Israeli War.
Actually, curiously enough, the United Nations, if everybody is frightened enough, it does tend to be extremely useful and quite effective. And particularly that is the case when you have the seeds of a superpower nuclear confrontation.
Not content with the destruction of Cuban independence, not content with the extension of Soviet power into the Western Hemisphere, not content with a challenge to the inter-American system and to the United Nations Charter, has decided to transform Cuba into a base for communist aggression, into a base for putting all of the Americas under the nuclear gun.
The Cuban Missile Crisis was the closest the world has yet come to nuclear war. As American UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson spoke, land-based missiles in Europe and the United States were on alert, ready to be launched at the Soviet Union. American and Soviet bombers carrying nuclear warheads were in the air, and Polaris submarines took up station off the Soviet coast. By putting missiles in Cuba, the Soviet Union had challenged America's nuclear superiority, and all the old responses to a challenge to national power came into play.
Call upon Chairman Khrushchev to halt and eliminate this clandestine, reckless, and provocative threat to world peace and to stable relations between our two nations. I call upon him further to abandon this course of world domination and to join in an historic effort.
It was the same old game. The United States had a huge superiority in nuclear weapons and didn't want to lose it. The Soviet Union felt strategically naked and was trying to narrow the gap by sneaking missiles into Cuba. But the U.S. slapped a naval blockade on Cuba, and the Soviet Union managed to back down behind a facade of bluster at the UN.
All right, sir. Let me ask you one simple question. Do you, Ambassador Zorin, deny that the USSR has placed and is placing medium and intermediate range missiles and sights in Cuba? Yes or no? Don't wait for the translation, yes or no?
I am not in an American courtroom, sir, and therefore I do not wish to answer a question that is put to me in the fashion in which a prosecutor does. In due course, sir, you will have your reply.
I'm prepared to wait for my answer until hell freezes over, if that's your decision.
The world was not blown up in the Cuban crisis, of course. Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev pulled his missiles out of Cuba, and both sides managed to back away from the brink of war with perfect dignity. They did it mostly by pretending to accept the UN's authority. They've done the same thing over Suez and Hungary in 1956, over the Middle East in 1973, and in a number of other crises.
The United Nations hasn't brought perfect peace and harmony to the world, but as a survival shelter against the next world war, it hasn't done that badly. If something like it had existed in 1914, maybe Tsar Nicholas would have been able to back out of the First World War. The great powers ignore it whenever they can, but when they need it more than anybody else.
I don't know what the answer is. I think we have to go on trying to prevent the worst from happening. As Hammarskjöld once said, the United Nations was not set up to bring mankind to heaven, but to save it from hell.
Even arms control is something the great powers would rather keep out of UN hands and settle among themselves. The first agreement they made was the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty of 1963, soon after they'd thoroughly scared themselves during the Cuban crisis. But it only prohibited atmospheric tests, and since then there have been close to 900 nuclear tests underground. After all, without some kind of test, you couldn't develop new weapons. In 1972, the superpowers actually agreed to control the number of their weapons by the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty. But the word limitation was used in a rather special sense. The limits the treaty set were only limits on future growth and allowed the number of nuclear warheads to double in the following decade. The two sides now have about 50,000 nuclear weapons. In 1979, the Americans and the Russians came up with another arms control agreement. It was good public relations for both sides, but détente was breaking down by now, so the treaty didn't get ratified in the end. Besides, neither side is really willing to bargain away the key weapons that it pins its hopes of strategic superiority on. The U.S. wouldn't include multiple warheads in the SALT I agreement. The Soviet Union wouldn't get rid of its huge land-based missiles in SALT II, and the U.S. won't make a deal about Star Wars in the current negotiations. Our institutions, both our national governments and the United Nations, are failing to deliver the necessary assurances that they can guarantee peace, and people know enough about nuclear war to be very frightened. As a result, the past few decades have seen the emergence of a new phenomenon in the West, a peace movement with a mass following. Its strength waxes and wanes as the fear of imminent war rises and falls, but it's now a permanent political reality in every Western country.
I can't believe that the UN and all the people running it and all the governments could ignore something like this. And I think this one has everybody's heart in it. And the masses, how could they be ignored? I don't see how. Pray to God that I'm saying that it's the truth from my lips into God's ears.
Right? Look at him. Take a picture of him. Look at him.
What about it?
He's got a communist thing on his front of him, and he's not an American flag. I fought for this country.
Primitive nationalism is not the only argument the peace movement faces, however. It must also contend with some very sophisticated nationalism, which argues that the countries of the world can continue to do business in the old ways despite nuclear weapons. No painful sacrifices of national independence to some alien international authority are needed. The nation can still defend its own interests by military force if necessary, while avoiding nuclear war by deterrence. The peace movement is on the wrong track, they say. Even if deterrence should fail, which of course it won't, there's always Star Wars. President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative is a classic American attempt to solve a political problem with technology. As sheer technological escapism, it's quite wonderful, a real-life video arcade. But of course it isn't really just offensive. If the United States ever actually got an even partially effective defense against Soviet missiles, it would be freer to threaten Moscow with its own nuclear weapons.
So long as the United States, its allies, want to deter a war without having powerful armies to match the Soviet army, they must do so by relying on nuclear weapons, whether they'll say so or not, like it or not. And when you rely on nuclear weapons, you have to have a qualitative advantage or a numerical advantage. And so all the armaments developments can be traced back, whether it is Star Wars Strategic Defense Initiative today, where it was the introduction of the first battlefield nuclear weapons 30 years ago, all traces back to this attempt to maintain a balance by adding nuclear weapons in along with the inadequate ground forces to match the Soviet army.
But the real issue with Star Wars is not whether it'll work well enough to frighten the Russians. It's whether it can convince ordinary people on our own side that their leaders have things under control. And just as people's faith in the ability of deterrence and nuclear weapons to keep them safe forever was wearing thin, surprise, they're offered a whole new technology of space defenses to stop the enemy from hurting them. Whatever the technological doubts about Star Wars, psychologically it's brilliant. If people will just go along with the existing strategies and weapons for the time being, it promises, then they can have a really safe system of defense sometime in the future. Keep calm and keep quiet. We do have things under control. You will be safe from nuclear war eventually. In military terms, it's childish because all air and space defense works by attrition. Some portion of the attacking weapons will get through any defense, and if they're nuclear weapons, even a very small fraction is far too many. President Eisenhower, who had been a professional soldier all his life, explained the grim and permanent realities of our situation to the United Nations over 30 years ago.
Let no one think that the expenditure of vast sums for weapons and systems of defense can guarantee absolute safety for the cities and citizens of any nation. The awful arithmetic of the atomic bomb does not permit of any such easy solution. Even against the most powerful, an aggressor in possession of the effective minimum number of atomic bombs for a surprise attack could probably place a sufficient number of his bombs on the chosen targets to cause hideous damage.
Star Wars has been a great popular success, but the political need for it demonstrates the underlying strength of the peace movement, whose doubts about the credibility of any military defense policy in the nuclear age were becoming embarrassingly difficult to answer. But the case should not be overstated. The Star Wars project did not save the U.S. government from an irresistible political demand for disarmament. The American people's genuine fear of the enemy, the Soviet Union, is far too strong for that.
The hard question Western disarmers can never answer is, where are your equivalents in the Soviet Union? After all, the question goes, if there's no pressure for change here, how can you expect the West to change? Well, there is protest in the Soviet Union. There's an official Soviet Peace Committee with some 80 million members, and it holds rallies and marches like this all the time. But its efforts are directed solely against Western nuclear weapons. The system works differently here.
What makes the Soviet peace movement different from Western peace movements is its official status. The Soviet Peace Committee's policies are those of the Soviet government, which regards its own missiles as defensive and peace-loving.
We who are here from many countries will be able to tell the world that the citizens of Moscow gathered here today pledge themselves, as always, for peace, for the peace program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, for the peace initiatives of the Soviet Union. Moscow is for peace. The peace movement is stronger today than at any time before.
Движение сторонников мира сегодня сильно, как никогда.
This is all pretty sorry stuff. a peace rally by invitation only, where an audience selected by the government listens to speakers telling them that the arms race is all the other side's fault. But Western governments say exactly the same thing, even though they don't hold peace rallies.
Western peace marchers look pretty impressive, but the story of disarmament in the West hasn't been exactly a success story either. And there is a reason for this. Most people do want peace. It's really a motherhood issue. Probably nobody wants peace more than the Russians. They still remember their 20 million dead from the last World War. But everybody's also caught up with the idea of security, the need to protect against what others, the enemy, might do to them.
The Soviet and American governments try to make themselves secure by aiming nuclear weapons at each other's citizens. The Soviets say that their missiles are peace-loving. America's Strategic Air Command claims that peace is our profession. But a nuclear warhead will still kill these people, even if you call it a rosebud. Russian and American citizens are fellow prisoners, held hostage by ways of thinking about national interests and how you protect them that are obsolete and lethal in a world where total war means exactly what it says. Maybe there's no better way, in which case we will, sooner or later, go into the cold and the dark of a nuclear winter. Certainly our governments have found no way of changing the system, but then they are the system.
No government's going to surrender power to the UN unless it absolutely has to. And since disarmament necessarily involves handing over real power to some higher authority so it can protect you, governments are not going to disarm voluntarily either. They understand very clearly that arms and national independence are inseparable. And frankly, the peace movement's not likely to force governments into disarmament anytime soon. For one thing, it's not just governments that would hate a UN with real power. Lots of ordinary people would too. Conflict's not going to disappear from the world, and a powerful UN would have to make decisions and impose them on individual countries. Every time we create a new layer of government, we create a new set of constraints to chafe against. But as Sherlock Holmes used to say, when you've eliminated all the impossible solutions for a problem, what you're left with, however unlikely, is the answer. And the only answer to our problem is the UN. The longer the great powers stall on handing their sovereign right to defend themselves over to the United Nations, as they all agreed to do in 1945, the greater the danger that we'll run out of luck and have a nuclear war. That is so great an incentive to change that even the unlikeliest solutions can become acceptable in the long run. We have to survive the short run to get to the long run, and any restraint that ordinary citizens can impose on their government's natural tendency to arm themselves to the teeth and beyond is certainly a help. But the real significance of the peace movement is that it shows the changes of attitude which will be necessary before a world authority becomes acceptable are already underway. Our horizons are gradually changing. We're moving beyond the old tribal definitions of humanity, where anybody who didn't belong to our tribe was an enemy. And we're beginning to see that even foreigners have rights that should be respected, and that they mustn't be killed when we quarrel. We're also getting more doubtful about sacrificing the lives of our own children for the state. It takes a long time for whole cultures to change their minds like this, and not all cultures are changing at the same rate. But eventually it can have real political effects. Do you really think that ordinary individuals, even acting together, can make a change in the way things work in terms of weapons?
Oh, most definitely. It was individuals, after all, that got us to the point that we are now, and certainly we are the resource to get us out of it. But we have to communicate, and we have to be honest with each other, and we have to establish our priorities. I choose life.
I think a united effort is needed by all those who clearly understand the dangers of war. What we need is for all peace-loving peoples of all countries, both socialists and capitalists, who unfortunately confront us, to be for total disarmament. It's absolutely clear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Спасибо, Павлик.
До свидания.
Спасибо.
До свидания.
А сумочку?
I wonder if you
Lord Philip Noel Baker, Nobel Peace Prize winner and peace activist for over 70 years.
Well, the militarists say, if you want peace, prepare for war. An ancient Roman adage. It's nonsense. The whole of history has proved it wrong. If you want peace, you must prepare for peace. The militarists say it is sweet and honorable to die for your country. What we say is that you must live for your country. It is sweet and honorable to give to your country the same dedication, the same service, the same devotion, the same self-sacrifice that a soldier gives in war. War can call forth the noblest instincts of young men, but it wastes them. It kills the young men. Their names are remembered for a short time, scratched up on a wall, and then forgotten. And they and their high ideals and their self-sacrifice have gone into history for no result except almost certainly that their war leads the way to new wars later on.
If one really thinks about that, one has to assume that sooner or later humanity is going to be smart enough to devise political institutions which will guard against that happening again. And that is the reason why, however deficient in many ways the United Nations may be, I think it's an absolutely essential organization. There is no way in which this effort can not be made. It has to be made, knowing perfectly well that you're pushing an enormous boulder up a very steep hill. There will be slips and it'll come back on you from time to time, but you have to go on pushing, because if you don't do that, you simply give in to the notion that you're going to go into a global war again at some point, this time with nuclear weapons.
The world will not finally be safe from war until its countries have created a higher authority that can protect them from each other. So in the end, governments will have to give up much of their sacred independence. That means we have to give up some beliefs and attitudes that we hold very dear. We have to accept that although we love our country, because we love our country, we must not try to defend its rights by war. There's nothing honorable about fighting for what you believe in if it causes the destruction of the world. There's a long way to go, and we may not have a lot of time left. Either we abolish war, or sooner or later it will abolish us. But if we can understand how we have to change, and accept the cost of changing, then we can still have a future. If you live in a neighborhood where there are no police...
So how much has the world changed? It's changed quite a bit from 40 years ago, hasn't it? His suggestion of the United Nations is off the table. That's not going to happen. Well, not anytime soon. There's certain people in power that wouldn't even entertain such an idea, not even for a moment. So the world's a different place from 40 years ago. We don't even talk about nuclear war anymore. It's not even a thing anymore, but it's as real today as it was then. That's for sure. They haven't made away with all those weapons. Most of them still exist. And there you go. And it's sad what he says, what that guy said at the end, we remember their names for a few years and then we forget and move on. The First World War is forgotten. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. Like I was saying at the beginning, we don't even hold Remembrance Day on Remembrance Day anymore. It's the convenient nearest Sunday. Doesn't matter anymore. Like the Battle of Hastings or the Napoleonic Wars. When we were looking at a thing on Google Maps the other day, somebody pointed out something. What's that thing up on the hill? And it was a monument to, what was it, the Crimean War or something? I can't remember what it was a monument to. It's said to be the first war memorial in England. I can't remember what war it was to. There you go. I've forgotten already. But we try to remember, and on a day like today, it's a good day to remember. And I'm exhausted. I have been here. I have been here for 9 hours and 41 minutes. And that's a record live streaming for me. I guarantee that. And I've had enough of you people. I'm going to go have supper. So, thanks everybody for dropping by. And it was fun all the same. It was an enjoyable day standing here watching this documentary that I probably haven't seen in 30 years. It's a really good documentary. It's called War by Gwyn Dyer. And it is on a channel called A Teacher's Resource Video. Great documentary. So check it out. Check out Gwyn Dyer. Gwyn Dyer is an interesting character. It's I don't know what to say. Remembrance Day. It's been a interesting one. It's been an epic one. An epic. I told you I was in Air Cadets I was in Air Cadets for a very short time, and I participated in one Remembrance Day. Yes, it was Remembrance Day. It wasn't Memorial Day. I participated in one Remembrance Day and had to stand at attention for longer than the entire ceremony because we showed up before and remained afterwards. So stood at attention for a long time, but not this long. All right. Thanks, everybody. And tomorrow I'm going into the city center. So maybe I'll live stream from the city center from my phone. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Thanks. See you in the next one.